Hey everyone, excited to be back. It's Tuesday. We got a good podcast coming up tonight. But before I get started reading anything, I want to give a huge shout out to our new Canadian fans and supporters. Big shout out to the Waffle Stomping podcast up in Canada. Fucking hilarious. Big shout out to them. Make sure you guys go check it out. They're on Spotify and they are also on YouTube now. Two Canadian kids. Absolutely fucking hilarious. I love it. Waffle Stomping podcast. If you're struggling to find it, just look for their image. It's Two Muddy Feet. That's all you need to know. It's Two Muddy Feet. I'm not going to put the link in the description or anything, but actually, maybe I should. Maybe I should put the link for their page in the description. Maybe I will. Check back later, see if that's actually a thing. But this episode of the podcast is sponsored by Shooter Lube. You guys know what's up. Shooter Lube, America's best gun care system. With the military-grade cleaning solvent, we have you cleaning your gun better than other motherfuckers. Our new solvent is designed to penetrate deep into the metal, cleaning carbon buildup in less time than other leading solvents. I don't know that it actually cleans it in less time, but the shit does work. You can feel good knowing that you're cleaning your firearms with a product that passed military testing. I'm also not sure how important that is. But nonetheless, your firearm maintenance should not be banished to the garage or outside because of the harsh chemicals and smells that other solvents use. No, fuck that shit, you guys. Shooter Lube military grades weapon solvent is odorless. There's no water. It fully evaporates, leaves no residue. No hazardous ingredients per the EPA. Has a high flash point. It's non-corrosive. Does not freeze, and it's non-flammable. The second stage is the extreme weapons oil. Standard gun lubricants and CLPs. That shit's outdated and a thing of the past. Throw that shit out, you old fucks. Shooter Lube Extreme Weapons Oil is different. With the new cutting-edge technology, we're creating a new level of gun lubrication and protection. Unlike all that other bullshit that just sits out there on the surface, the Extreme Weapons Oil penetrates deep into the pores of the metal, forms a bond on and in the metal that does not wipe off, wear off, melt, or evaporate with heavy use. You can feel confident using your weapon to its fullest potential, knowing that it's fully protected from wear and corrosion. It's biodegradable, non-flammable, non-toxic, 100% synthetic, low odor, non-staining, rust and corrosion protection. It offers rust and corrosion protection, and it also reduces wear and friction. So join the revolution by going to shooterlube.com and using promo code SINGER at checkout to save yourself 10 motherfucking %. They also offer free shipping on all orders over $35 and 100% money back guarantee. Also, if you guys are feeling extra frisky, help a brother out, okay? If you haven't already, slap that thumbs up bell, or slap that thumbs up, smack that subscribe button, and punch that notification bell like it owes you money. That way you guys know when we post new content and stupid shit like that. It also helps the channel, help us get into the algorithms. If you're also listening on just the auto side, whether that's iTunes or Spotify or iHeartRadio or wherever the fuck all the 1,000 places we're at, please hit follow and subscribe on that as well. And specifically on iTunes, please leave a 5-star review on iTunes. It helps the podcast grow. It's one of the biggest things to help us grow on iTunes. And if you're feeling extra frisky, you guys, you can join the Patreon and help support the podcast by going to patreon.com/JaredSingerLive. And we do have a very special announcement we're going to do with this. We are temporarily going to move it. We're going to be doing. I want to announce this properly. I don't want to just. Okay, so here's the deal. We're going to do a 420 special. And in that 420 special, we have to pre-record it there. So we're going to be recording it on Saturday, April 17th. Now, what we're going to do is, if you want to watch it on 420, that's when it's going to be published to the public on the YouTube channel. However, if you want to watch it while we're pre-recording it, if you want to do that live, here's how this is going to work. On April 1st, we are going to go and we are going to drop the Patreon price of the lowest tier. We're going to drop it down to $2. And that's going to give you access to the Patreon, that lowest tier, for the entire month of April. And we're going to put the 420 special, we're going to put it on the Patreon. So if you guys pay the $2, you guys will be able to join the Patreon. You'll be able to watch and comment live just like it's a normal episode. And then everybody else, if you don't want to pay the $2, you do not have to do that. and you'll still be able to see it live when it publishes and it goes live. Well, it's not going to be really live, but the replay will premiere, I guess is the YouTube language. It'll premiere on 420 at 420. So like I said, you do not have to pay for the special, you guys. If you want to watch it for free, just wait till 420. It'll premiere on the YouTube page as if it's live, okay? But if you do want to watch it live, if you do want to jump in and comment, join the Patreon. Wait till April 1st, and starting April 1st, I'm going to drop that price of that bottom tier down to $2. And at $2, you'll have access for the whole month, and you'll be able to go in there on Saturday and engage with that. Plus, I'm also going to be putting extra content in there for shit when I go to I can't think straight. I'm going to Texas to scout podcast locations, so we're going to put a little extra content in there as well for that kind of shit. So make sure you guys go to patreon.com/JaredSingerLive. It's going to be $2 starting April 1st, and you guys will have access to extra content, and you will have the ability to comment and chat with us live during the 420 special. All other podcasts will be still normal live podcasts, just like they usually are. It's just going to be the specials that we're going to move behind that paywall. And it's really not even specials. It's just if we have to pre-record something and you guys still want to have the opportunity to be a part of it live. So with no further ado, my guest for today is Stephen Lane. See if we can, there we go. Stephen Lane. He's a singer for Reaping Asmodeia. He's an activist, he's a videographer, he's a sound engineer, all-around great human being. Very excited to hang out with him and talk on the podcast with him today. I'm not sure what we're going to get into. It's a fucking crazy world we're living in right now. So either way, I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys as well are as well. So with no further ado, let's welcome him to the podcast, Stephen Lane. All right, you got her all wrapped? You got her handled?
Yeah.
You got it done?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. He was calling in a hit.
Yes.
He was calling an assassin. We're an assassin of love, that is. Welcome back, buddy. Thanks for doing this. Cheers, man.
Definitely.
Appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
For people that don't know, Stephen Lane, lead singer of... I don't know, do we even call you a singer? Lead vocalist. I think that's what I put in the description.
Yeah.
Of Reaping Asmodeia from Prosthetic Records. I can't talk anymore. I've lost the ability to speak. But yeah, man, I'm excited to have you here.
Definitely.
Now we can talk and we can watch Dan's forehead vein pop while he's at home instead of while he's next to me. No, those guys just get so uncomfortable. I was like, you know what? There's a lot you want to talk about, and there's a lot more to you than just being in a band. I figured it'd make more sense to have you on by yourself. Yeah, so we can still talk about music and talk about your band and shit.
Yeah.
Do me a little favor, scoot this way a little bit. Get your nipples kind of lined up with these two lines right in the. There you go.
Right with you there.
Yep, yeah. There you go. Now we're both pretty good in frame there. That looks pretty decent. But yeah, man. Did you guys just get off a tour recently? Like, what the fuck's going on? Because I don't remember hearing or seeing anything about a tour, and just like, like you got these videos that have been popping up online. I'm gonna play one of these. Right. There's only a couple that are even an option, and I didn't get any pre-authorized tracks, so this is pretty much all we got for media, anyways. But explain to me what's going on into this. Let me cue this up here. All right. So explain to me what's going on here. If it's going to work. There we go. Do you know what this is? Did you make this?
This is from a long time ago.
This showed up a week ago on YouTube.
Oh, really?
A week ago.
That's funny. Let's see. That's like just the three of us, too. So it's gonna be within the past few years, but obviously not in the past year.
Like, what the fuck? Dude,
That puddle at the end is all of Alex's sweat.
that shit cracked me
drenched
up
out.
because it was like, I was like, well, let me just check their YouTube and see if they got anything new up. And first of all, I think we talked about this last time. You guys don't have your own YouTube. There's a bunch of weird shit that Prosthetic posts. There's something called Reaping Asmodeia Topic online, which we talked about last time.
Yeah.
And then there is a Reaping Asmodeia page that has like 960 subs, but there is none of your official videos up. There's like nothing current on there. I think Roman is still. Didn't you have a bass player named Roman?
Yep.
He's still in a bunch of the videos. They're all super. I was just
Yeah.
so confused. I was like,
Well,
all
we're
right.
never deleting any videos.
You shouldn't. I don't think you should delete videos.
Just to have the evolution out there.
Yeah, because they were still part of it. Why? I hate bands that do that. Like
Rebrands
I shouldn't say I
by
hate bands, but like it bothers me when they like pretend that guy wasn't in the band anymore and they like re-record the album without him on it.
Yeah.
Like why? Just move on, record a new album.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not really us though. Like, yeah, it was. It was literally you when you wrote it and recorded it with the original lineup.
I think it usually comes down to just being lazy about not wanting to write new music again and another whole album.
Do you think that's what it is?
Definitely.
I wonder because I always thought it was like ego and pride.
Yeah, I mean partially, but I mean a lot of them I feel like they don't want to like redo it. I mean they would rather just like throw on and retract the new member in there instead of write the new material and moving on as that being the timepiece of that inception of the band of members. And now it's changed, and now this next album will be that inception of members.
Yeah.
I feel is like the best way to do it. But
Here, I'm gonna adjust this mic a little bit here. It's gonna drive me nuts. I'm gonna go like this and then that. There you go. And then just keep that fucker right at your. There you go.
all right.
Oh,
there
that's
we go.
much better. They can probably hear you fine, but what happens is we start flirting with the noise gate, and then if you drop below, see how we got the green meter? You can see mine floating there, and then that black line is the noise gate. So it's pretty tight up against there in order for us to keep all the bullshit background noises out.
Yep.
That's why I have to do it that way. And it's if I turn the fucking gain up any louder, then I start coming through that mic, and like it's just the volume. It's just annoying when I listen back to it every once in a while.
Yeah.
I apologize, and thank you guys for sticking with us and listening to this shittily produced podcast.
Yeah, I know all about that. I actually use a gate on my vocals live, still even for sure. Just have to project, which is all right.
Do you know a lot about like fucking the broadcasting audio side of things versus the music broadcasting side of things? Like ideal ratios for compression and like fucking stuff like that.
I mean, using compression and a limiter also, because you'd use compression for like coloration and making everything kind of normalized, and then you would also and make it more clear because you would just kind of adjust on where the syllables are and everything else too, and just how everything's coming in. So you would compress it with that, and then you'd also throw a limiter on to make sure you're not exceeding.
Yeah, and I think I literally have all of that. I can even show you like while we're doing this. Audiophiles are fucking and podcasters are geeking out about this right now. Regular fans are like, please don't do this. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. We're doing it.
I'm here. You should have known. Get nerdy.
Yeah, so I got like a compressor. I've got noise suppression. I've got the noise gate and the limiter on there.
Yep.
And that's literally to try to filter out the background noise of the dogs, the furnace, all that shit. And I'm just always curious about whatever I can do to make it sound a little bit better.
Is that the chain of it?
I think so. I think it does go
because
in order.
it'd be best to have the gate first.
So if
before
that is
the compression.
True, so if that is a true chain, you're saying I should move the gate up.
Yeah, it'd be the first thing.
Check. Look now. Now it's like now I really got to talk in order to open up that gate.
Oh
Holy
yeah, just
shit.
because now you have
Holy
that.
shit! So now I need to lower the gate.
Yeah.
Got to go in and.
Because when you're compressing, what you're doing is taking everything. There's the whole spectrum of kind of soft and loud, and you're compressing them together. So when you're compressing before hitting the gate, you're kind of making it harder to find
the gate
difference
No
and where
shit.
you want to put the gate. So if you put the
Wow.
gate first, you're going to take out what you don't want in there,
So-
and then you're only compressing what's already coming through
So this
it.
already looks way better just by going here.
Yeah.
Let me drop it down to -60. Make it even a little bit more friendly. Wow, that's pretty good right there. How's it sound, guys? Does it sound better? Does my microphone sound better than it usually does? Maybe that's what my issue has been then. Maybe I need to go over here and redo this one then, right? Because if I'm coming through that one, so I want to go up here with it is what you're saying.
Yep. Yeah, because then you just get a better spot to have your. It'll be less activated by other things.
Now talk normal.
Check 1, 2. Yeah.
See how you dropped off there at the end?
Yeah.
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 So now let's bring this down to like 55. Check it again.
Check 1, 2. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nah, like I.
All right, let me know how let me know how that sounds, guys.
That's like when I work production gigs with corporate stuff, and I have to talk like this, very much.
I have
so.
to talk like this.
It's very clear and pronounced in everything that I say.
Well, especially you don't want to go in there sounding like a bro.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Fucking right on, dude.
I get you level.
Oh my god. Dude, Adam, I'm going to ban you from chat if you keep using Mr. And you fucker, Adam's a cool dude. I like fucking with him because he's always trying to be nice and respectful. So he says like Mr. Steven, and he was calling me Mr. Jared. And I was like, stop doing that. You sound like an Indian telemarketer. I was like, brother, dude, it's fine. But now he called me brother Jared, and he capitalized brother like I'm a fucking, like I'm a
Is this the Amish?
no, the fucking, yeah, I guess, yeah. Yeah, the Amish, yeah.
This is Brother Jared.
Hamish. Brother Hamish. But I'm thinking, God, what were those dudes from like Robin Hood and shit era? Not monks, friars. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
of. Friars, friar talk.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking of. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, Adam. Is what I'm very curious about though is if it actually sounds better to you guys than it did before, because the meter looks like it's doing a lot better. I just had to rearrange it and then drop that gate down.
that'll be the biggest kind of component too about it, is that it's just kind of like I said. So when you're compressing it, everything's kind of getting pushed down. Obviously, that's what a compressor does. So it makes
and it also lifts up the lowest.
That's what it really does. Is it brings up the lower sound to be louder with the rest of things.
Yeah,
so when you think about using a gate,
newbies, like we're breaking it down a little nerdy here, but I actually really enjoy talking about this. So like where my compressor is I went 4-to-1. Do you think I should be back at 10-to-1?
That's for more extreme. Like
what is 10-to-1 or 4-to-1?
Yeah. 4-to-1 is good. That's a little smoother. It's not over the top or anything too. You'll
what
be
does
able to
that
tell a lot
mean
more.
for people that don't know? What does this ratio mean?
Beautiful. 4-to-1. So that means that every 4 decibels. So when you're setting your threshold, you have kind of where things are at incrementally. And when you're setting your threshold, like say, quiet is right here, loudest is up here. And when you're setting your threshold, you're finding the spot of where everything that goes above it, every decibel that hits above that threshold, every 4 decibels. So when it's 4-to-1, every 4 decibels that go above your threshold are getting condensed down into 1 decibel. So if you go by 10, and once you pass that threshold, it's going to take 10 decibels down to 1. So like it's less effective. You'll get it'll be more of a limiter when you go up to 10, because that means that in a range that you're going to go over, it's going to be more extreme and treat it all kind of the same.
Okay, so like a 10-to-1 is going to be if you're screaming or yelling and you're more worried about getting too loud. 4-to-1 is better for like sitting here hanging out and talking, trying to bring up those little things, because that's what I've kind of always understood too, is that compression, it's bringing up the lows and it's bringing down the highs to settle in a box. So everything stays in a certain audible volume level for the listener, for the viewer. Correct. And then there's the attack and the release. I have it opening basically like
which means it's fast
immediately.
Acting.
I let it draw
6
a little
milliseconds,
bit
so it slightly gets a little bit of the syllables before then compressing everything down. So you get the little initial Otherwise, it'd be really, really fast.
Perfect. Yep. I have my threshold way down at -30. So it doesn't kick in and hit every. So like it's not going to compress if you start talking really softly.
Exactly.
It's not compressing it right now. It'll only compress it when we like get closer to that. And then and then I make up a lot of gain on the output gain to get it back to being loud. I had to add 25 dB of output gain to that compressor. Otherwise it was just too quiet.
Yeah.
And I think that's an OBS thing. I don't think that's normal. I don't think you normally have to make up that much gain. It's either an OBS thing or it's these microphones.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is why I keep trying to tell people I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Like I kind of had a cursory understanding of how all this technology worked from being a musician. Yeah. I was able to get the podcast up and running. We're able to get this far into it. And like I think we're doing pretty good as far as production value, but I also admit I don't know what I'm doing, and this is shittily produced. like it is not a well-produced show. Like if I got a real producer who actually knew what they were doing, everything about the podcast would get better exponentially and almost immediately.
Yeah.
So don't get it twisted, guys. I appreciate the love and the support, but this is still a shit show. This is still fucking amateur hour every episode, and we're barely making it through. No, but all jokes aside, I do appreciate even the little tiny advice because all of it, dude. Lighting, fucking cameras, like, man, I've been looking at trying to upgrade cameras and get into some different technology, and like, I can't run more than one iPhone.
Yeah,
you can download an app like Epic Cam from Elgato, and you can run a single iPhone. But if you want to do multiple cams, that tech is automatically out the window.
Yeah.
Everything else, every other program out there, you don't get your actual clean camera. You get the hub.
Okay,
so you get everything in there, and it's just like. And then if I wanted like do what you're doing with the A10 Mini, so I go true HDMI everything.
Yep.
Now I lose automatic scene switching. So right now when you talk, if I go here, and whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry guys, wrong button. If I do this, now when one of us talks, it switches the cam for us.
Okay, yeah, so it works off gating in that sense where it...
Yeah, it's literally listening. So when you talk, you go through the Zoom, it switches to that cam. When it because each interface is its own source, right?
Right.
When I go all cams through my A10 Mini, I just lost all my sources.
Because that's being switched, that's an OBS function?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So what you could also do in a sense then is you would have to do, like they sell like the little cam link type things, the USB ones, and you plug HDMI into that. What you could do, or just like run.
Yeah, and then I'm still running each cam as its own source then, right?
Yep.
But then that defeats the switcher, the A10 Mini.
Yeah, for sure.
Now
for what you're doing for that.
Because the whole point of doing this is that you get rid of scenes and you get rid of sources, so you decrease the workload on OBS because it's one source.
Correct.
And that's doing all the real heavy lifting for you. So it makes everything run better, right? But if I ran each cam to a cam link and ran it into OBS, now I'm basically doing the same thing I'm doing with 3. They'll look better.
Yeah.
But that's it, right? Do you see my conundrum?
Yeah.
So I'm like, fuck, I need a producer. Every answer keeps coming back to I need a producer.
Otherwise, you would just, if you're using the Atom, though, you could switch, though. Like, it could just be pretty easy.
Yeah, then I have to manually do it. Like, when we're sitting here talking,
I
have to manually switch between our cams.
Yeah.
You know how much of a headache that is?
But, I mean, essentially, I would then, if I was to do it, I would be, like, when we're conversating back and forth, then we'd, like, keep it on the center cam where you see us both, and then, like, when somebody's about to talk, like I've been going on a little piece now for just a moment even, then like we just switch that over completely kind of thing, and then I would just switch that. But yeah, it's a lot to do though at the same time.
That's exactly what it does now, and it works perfectly as long as I just let it do its thing. The problem is when I try to do it manually, I'll forget. One of us will go to the bathroom or something like that, and it'll like I can't tell you how many times I've been sitting here going on a rant while you're going to the bathroom, and it's sitting on your cam, and I don't even realize it. You know, it's so stupid, dude. I gave up. Yeah. That's why I do it this way.
I'm used to it just for the fact that that's been like one of my jobs for the past like several years, I guess. And it's like every spring, 15-hour days. Like when I do
You're
do
not
it.
doing it while you're hosting a show, are you?
not at the same time. That's definitely the kicker.
That's the kicker. It's so much easier when you're just doing
that. Yeah.
Because I noticed when I was doing it, I also had a hard time remaining present and just having a good conversation with you.
Because
I'm thinking about the production side. I'm literally splitting my brain. I'm splitting my mental bandwidth.
Yeah.
And I wasn't really listening. I'm like waiting for somebody to get done talking, and then I just ask another unrelated question.
That's I would correlate that and relate that in the sense of me recording my own vocals. Is like that in sense. Like I have down to a second nature now, and I have like certain ways that I'll do it, but it's why I do it that way. Like instead of just being like hitting each part, I will like say it's a whole verse, I will loop record it. And then I'll just let it go one time through as I listen to it, and then I'm still recording, and then I'll do line by line, but opposite ones. So I'll like do the line, take a breath, do the line, take a breath, and then the second time around, I'll fill in the other parts.
Yep.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
And that way I kind of just, and then I might take a couple
times. Are you doing this in like Ableton?
Pro Tools.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's like a way to do where it like loop records, and then it puts it on each a different playlist.
It's its own take.
Yep, yeah.
Like ghost tracks.
Precisely, yep.
Yeah.
And then you can just open up, that's like another folder then in Pro Tools, and you open it up, you can see them all at once. And then I just kind of highlight and comp together my best one overall.
Sure. And that probably works really, really well if there's any pauses between those lines. Probably gets a lot harder if they're fluid lines and you're doing shit in between each thing.
And it's like
fuck.
And it's like, I mean, honestly,
you could still just punch in.
I'm less conditioned when I'm in the studio than I am live on the road because, I mean, I guess you could be conditioned going to the studio. I suppose, yes, okay. But, like, unless you're coming straight off a tour, you're not going to be so, like, at the same place you are when you're doing it live all the time. And especially writing the new stuff, there's a difference where, like, I mean, I guess I wrote a lot of my stuff and figured it out and did it while I was also recording, so it's another thing. I guess other people will maybe think of it for a while and practice it and do it for a while until doing it. But I kind of just like, I would incept it, I would think about it, and then I would like create it on the spot. And then like.
So you write on the fly too?
See, so then that's like the whole thing. Like I think the guys get nuts about it because like I will spend a lot of my time doing all my research, doing all like covering everything. So I'm just fully immersed in the element. So then when I come to hit the song, I'm very familiar with the song, just as I am with the material that I'm trying to convey. So then it comes a little naturally then when I'm like putting together my patterns and I can like, it's not like freestyling, but it is like in a sense, in a way. But it's also.
What do you mean your research?
Calculated.
So like you pick a topic?
In ways, I guess. Like for our album, this had a lot to do, like the recent one, had a lot to do with duality and like dreams and interdimensional, like, being thing in a way, and then also enlightenment and destruction, like all kinds of things that like are all tied together. So I try to do my due diligence and like researching more as I could about what I'm trying to convey and what I want to get to. So I have like a kind of load of the vernacular and of the topics when I'm gonna go writing to it. And then I'm also at that point very familiar with the song where like I will figure out my patterns before I figure out the words. A lot of times, just because I think like I started with piano, I got into guitar, everything too, and then I was doing keys. Like I was in Debbie Does Malice. That was here in town before, where I would do
great band name.
Yeah,
great band name.
Yeah, it was like a mathcore avant-garde type of like Number 12 looks
one
like
of the greatest
kind
band
of like
names
stuff.
of all time. I don't want to derail your thing, but anytime I hear a great band name, I just want to pause for a minute and appreciate it. Debbie Does Malice. Is such, dude. That was such a great band name that we named a song Malice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
Just because that shit was so clever. Literally, like when I was in my rock and roll band, we named a song Malice in Wonderland simply because Debbie Does Malice was just, I loved the name of that band so much, dude. I didn't know you were in that band. That's a small world, dude.
Yeah.
Who came up with that band name?
Pretty sure it was Brandon Lupori. Yeah.
That alone, you deserve to come on the podcast, my dude. Like,
there he is. He's even on here now,
dude. When you come down to fucking, when you come down to go, I got the band name Debbie Does Malice right there. You need to come on the podcast, Brandon. Shout out. Make sure you guys hit subscribe too. We're still trying to get to 1,000 subs. I know how patronizing that sounds, but we really do need the love. We get plenty of watch, we get plenty of support, but we got to get to 1,000 subs or we'll never monetize. So please make sure you guys hit subscribe as well. But that's great. So anyways, so so you were in that. You're talking about how you write your shit.
Oh yeah, so yeah, I approach it with like a pitch, rhythm, like a regular kind of instrument. I would approach it that way.
So let's break this down for people that don't know, because obviously I know exactly what you're referring to, but there's a lot of people that don't. So pitch. So as a screamer, you're talking like or they're like literally where, and so I assume when you say that, are you breaking it down? Not the entire song. Not the entire song is going to be fucking Cradle of Filth, high pitch black metal style vocals. You're saying this part. I hear sonically my vocal instrument being in this range.
Yeah,
and then you also kind of start to develop the rhythm and then put the lyrics to it later.
Pretty much in that sense. Biggest thing I try to do is not just like, I feel like with a lot of vocals that I don't like are when it's like there's a low, there's a mid, there's a high. I really like to like if the melody is fit, I want my vocals to hit those musical notes but still screaming. Like I want it to.
And the melody, you're obviously referring to the guitars.
And drums. See, that's the other part that I love about metal vocals more than other singing vocals, and this is what I say to that, is that it's the blend between. It's kind of like the bass, where like you're blending the melody and the percussive like driving elements, because to me metal is all about how it drives kind of forward. So
that is one of the cooler things I think I would agree with on metal vocals, is like you look at your vocals as a fifth instrument or a fourth instrument, or in your case a third instrument,
which like people do in pop music, but I feel like they don't as much in metal. And
right, it's more like, oh, I'm a vocalist and I sing and I, blah 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 blah. Yeah. Whereas like in metal, it's more like you're just a part of the band. A lot, many times. Yeah, not for everyone, but and I think that is pretty cool. I agree with you.
Yeah, that. And so the other part I like about it, like I said, with mixing the drums and the melody, like the cool thing about metal vocals, what sets it apart from singing vocals, is that you can be melodic, you can have the rhythm. But it's kind of like, unless you're doing jazz scat type things, like it's like you can hit those jazz elements where you can be percussive with your voice and kind of on that side of it. So it's like a whole nother element added in type of like not just singing then. And that's the part that I like about metal vocals.
Yeah.
And tying in between, like I said.
I did like that about it, because like being a vocalist, and one of the things I wanted to talk to you about is like being a vocalist, regardless of whether you're in metal or you're in rock or pop, it doesn't really matter. You're still the literal face of the band, and you still have the most responsibility, because essentially people look at you. Most people, even in metal, still think, relate, and focus on the vocals. And if they don't fucking like you or your style, you're done. So there's a ton of pressure, a ton of responsibility, and I swear to God, there's 10 haters for every one supporter.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, vocals is that thing too. It's like not only it's not like how you tune an instrument or how it sounds. Like vocals very much like it really goes different ways. And there's a different, I don't know, like that's what makes or breaks a lot of bands in ways, I feel. Even in metal, like it's especially that way in other types of music, but metal too, where there's so many different ways you could approach that, because there's so many different techniques that sound like different instruments, that sound like different things. That
and I loved the ability to just like you kind of said, just be an instrument within the band, just be a fourth or a fifth member or whatever. And then have that freedom of not worrying about anything other than just making something heavy. Like it wasn't about like, oh, I can't hit this note. It's like, listen, motherfucker, I got my voice, I got my screams. Like this is what I can do, and there's ways to get there. Whereas when you're singing, it's like, oh man, I wish I could hit this note because I really want to go up here, but it's just out of my range. Yeah. Like, okay, maybe if you do 6 months worth of fucking vocal exercises, you can get there.
And that's like when I recorded this album specifically, I didn't want to just like punch in things. Like I did full parts because I could do them, but then I had to work up to being able to perform them live in that sense and condition for that, which we run the set a couple times a week typically, and it's getting pretty good.
How often do you guys rehearse?
A couple times a week typically.
Minimum 2 times a week?
Yeah, we have like every Wednesday, every Sunday. I sometimes miss them carrying out some of our other duties or having work. I work more random, and they're more solidified in their schedules. So
yeah,
I do end up missing some. I also will take my vocal breaks if I need to, because there's just times where
it's a different deal.
Like
it's a different animal.
If I'm not on the road, I'm not gonna strain my voice at that time. If like the elements of like the season are really affecting it, if it's like super raw and dry, and I like sleep with the humidifier or something, and my voice is raw, I'm not gonna just destroy it that day and have to wait another week or two for it.
But
to,
you
like,
don't
come
cancel
back
shows
right.
or anything.
Yeah, no. So I can always
you're gonna
get
man
through
up
that.
and you're gonna get through that goddamn show.
I also condition by the time like my voice gets stronger on the road each time. Like,
do you think it's harder to sing in the studio or on scream, whatever, be
Yeah.
a vocalist in the studio in your genre of music or live?
I would say it varies for other people, but for me specifically, live is much easier. I'm like very adrenaline driven.
That is the traditional thing.
Like-
Studio singing is way harder than
Yeah.
live singing.
Especially I think for what we do in metal, like it's a whole different element. It's like full throttle and like a very sterile, like microscopic studio kind of like approach on things, kind of.
Well, not only that, but I remember being a live vocalist and
Yeah.
being able to manipulate the microphone to get certain tones out of my voice. So, like, it's funny, I'm part of this fucking audio group, AV group,
Yeah.
you know, and there's a lot of those arrogant sound guys in there. I'm going to
Oh,
say
yeah.
that because you're a sound guy, right?
Yeah.
So I'm about to attack your type. I'm about to attack your group. And they said something about, like, the sins or whatever, blah, 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 blah. And it was, like, cupping the mic or something.
Yeah.
And I just remember, like, listen, here's the deal. Sound guys are much easier to replace than lead singers.
Yep. Yeah.
So I dare you as a sound guy to go tell Randy Blythe that he's not professional and he doesn't know what he's doing because you're such a good sound guy that him cupping the fucking mic is preventing you from being an even better sound guy. You will get fired so fast.
Yeah.
Because there's certain things you'll do to cup the mic to get like that radio style, almost AM sound.
Yeah.
And then like when you do that, you fucking you're changing the tone of your scream from a high pitch to a low pitch. I remember fucking Joe Spanbauer and Cody understanding how I did these things.
Yeah.
So like I would do certain growls in certain spots where I would not only cup the mic, but I'd leave the bottom open and then I'd create a tube.
Yeah.
And I'd like that.
Yeah.
And I'm doing it with my real performing voice. But dude, they knew what they were doing and they were able to dial all these variables of my performance in. And like I could literally do anything I wanted on stage except point the mic at the fucking speaker codes. That's the only real sin.
That's the real, that's what it comes down to.
The rest of
you
it
can
is
usually
like,
get rid of it, and I might have to tell you that like I'm not going to be able to give you, but I'll say right away like I've worked like I work at Fine Line, I work at other venues, and like I work with all types of artists, and it's the metal people and the hip hop people who run around on the stage everywhere and just. I call it blessing the stage. That's what I do when I'm like tuning out a room.
Yeah.
I like bless it. Like, okay, no sound. Then I know we're good. Okay.
That's
but like,
brilliant, dude. I love it, dude, because that's exactly what it is.
But sometimes if they're that like
I
quiet of a vocalist though, then like I can't like there's not it's gonna be hard to help you.
Yeah. And those
you're just gonna get less monitors.
And if you're doing R&B and traditional singing, don't fucking cup the mic because it's gonna make you sound bad. But as a metal musician, as a metal vocalist,
you should be able to project enough where it's not gonna be
we manipulate the microphone as an instrument, proximity effect. Right, all the way down to like how we're gonna change the sonic frequencies,
and that's like you go for more telephony thing, and that's like a like distortive like taste that like, I do that for like one part live in one of the songs, and it's mainly because it's meant to sound like that element in it, where it's like less 3D, more like 2-dimensional sounding, more just like the telephony, like what that'll end up being. What kind of happens?
It's almost impossible, to do those things dynamically here as a performer in the studio. Those things are professionally done in post.
Correct.
So we're going to add that effect. You need to just do your part. But as a live performing vocalist in the metal industry, I was so good at doing all of this shit that when you stuck me in front of an SM7B and they're just like stand there and scream, it's like I can't even get my scream right. Like my scream doesn't even sound right on an SM7B.
Well, that's also where it helps where I come from with the background of a musician and engineers, because I do have my SM7B like tuned to how I would want it. I have it compressed, I have it EQ'd, I have everything on how to make it how I would want from this right away. I have that going in, so I'm already like checking that off the box. Like what I'm hearing is kind of what I'm going to want to hear in the end already.
This is why I don't ever want to record vocals again as a vocalist. Because I just like... I'm just not very good at it.
So like I said, I love the process of just like coming together, figuring out kind of not freestyling it, but like, and like a big part of why I loop, record it, and then just like sit with it a couple times, make sure I get an element. Like I want to capture that performance.
Let me ask you this, as a vocalist, where do you feel you are your most free, not necessarily creatively, because where I'm going to pose this is studio while you're writing or stage while you're performing. So creatively, shit's already written, right? So like you can't look at this question creatively because you're not that creative on stage. You're performing a rehearsed and pre-written thing.
When choosing,
but as an artist, do you feel you're most free when you're writing and creating the music, or when you're performing the music? Like when do you feel like you're like the most free in your like home flow state?
Let's see. I mean, like a show you could say is kind of like work, but flow state would definitely be on stage. It's the full element. It's everything all together. It's an energy you feed off of. It's the whole reason why we're all missing what we are right now.
Me too.
Because of the live show aspect of things. Live streams are sweet, but like same time, just that to feed off of an actual performance, feel that energy. Like that's also what I like about my job as a sound engineer and doing live. I get to watch people cry like out of tears of joy watching their like favorite musicians night after night and feeling like that like joy and happiness and that release that people get from everything else, and that whole kind of complexity comes down to just the music and making what that is. So that's part of why I love, the engineering aspect and being a part of just shows in general, getting to be a part of a lot of shows, making that not just what I do on stage, but having that be my actual profession too off stage has been like probably life-saving for me. But creatively, I guess back to that point is I would say definitely like creatively, I get to be more creative in writing an album, but that is so much more work than just like the output of conditioning to be able to do the parts, and like doing the physical aspect of performing is less work than really trying to put, especially
it's more physical work, but less.
It's really less mind work in the end, because it is so much like, because I don't write, like, I don't know, I guess I could, and I'm not trying to up myself or anything at all, but like I do not like the majority of a lot of metal lyrics and things. I find it hard to relate. All the like murder, kill stuff, just like, and like satanizing. Like I'm not religious in the slightest, but like, I don't know. And that's why it's also hard for me to believe and like write about Satan or something like that, or like evil, because I'm like more of an evolutionary type person, and to me there's just nothing like we're no different.
Do you ever feel
insects.
obligated to it's like the modern day like the metal version of like virtue signaling, like something happens and you see some people like, them, how they fucking feel, and that fucking Facebook post or that Instagram post is just for likes. Like, they don't really believe that, but they know they need to say it right now. There's like a musical version of that in metal where it's like some people feel obligated to like, do the satanistic shit. Do you ever feel that pressure? Like,
so, and that's my
You're
other
kind
thing,
of chuckling. Like, the camera was on me. You hadn't said anything, but like you started smiling and laughing before you said a word.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't feel it because I'm very like I don't just look at like trying to be in a band or trying to I try to be an artist. I try to create. I try to implement my thoughts and everything, and those things aren't really in my thoughts. So my whole approach, like, yes, there is that like pressure in a way, but to what I feel, is to writing to the music. Like you're writing to the soundtrack. Like I'm getting the mood from this. And most metal music is like epic to me. So like my whole thought is I want to tell like a story out of that. And the latest album was more story driven. The other one before that was more of just like reflections and thought of things, which dealt with a lot of like evolution, which is like that's like the summation of a million failures.
I mean,
like,
we were
things like
talking
that,
about
like,
evolution before we started
exactly.
the podcast,
Yeah.
dude,
So
'cause I'm big into that too, because I believe in evolution.
Yeah.
I also am spiritual. So it's funny because Rogan gives people shit about this when they're like, oh, when people say they're not religious but they're spiritual, it's like that's some woo-ha bullshit, and I immediately dismiss them. And it's like, no, here's why that's not bullshit, because religion is an institution created by men surrounding the idea of spirituality or a faith, right? So when I say I'm not religious, that means exactly what it sounds like when I say I'm spiritual.
Yep.
Or anything like that. That's because I still totally believe in God, but I don't ignore science. I believe in science because it's provable. You can replicate it. And like I can see it with my own eyes.
Yeah.
Like 2 + 2 = 4. Contrary to what the fucking state of the Board of Education in Oregon wants to say. Have you heard about that?
No.
Dude, I'm not joking. I'm not playing the fucking clip again because I lost 3 subs last time I did it. But literally, the state of Oregon, the Board of Education, is literally, this is not fake news. This is not misinterpreted. They're on record. Okay, there's people. I played the clip on fucking Jamal's episode.
Right.
She goes, this document says that if I say 2 + 2 = 4, that's racist. I have to be misinterpreting this. There's no way we're saying this the right way. We have to be misinterpreting this or mischaracterizing this. And the woman goes, no, you're not. Because when you say 2 + 2 = 4 and 4 only, you're completely denying the possibility that there is an objective truth. Because the reality is 2 + 2 could equal 5. And it's like, not in math.
Nope.
In everything except for math and science. That's the whole
point.
Is
it's down to mechanics.
We can literally replicate this and prove it. And there is no arguing it because I can fucking show you when I give you 2 apples and then I give you 2 more apples, you will always have 4 apples.
Correct.
And the reason this matters is because like everybody wants to try to act like all this other shit is factual when most things aren't. But science and math are. So I'm into the fucking evolutionary stuff. I'm into all of those things. As much as I am a spiritual person and I believe in God, I still believe in all the science because, again, you can't deny it. It's right there in front of your fucking face. Look at it. Everybody can prove it.
Yeah.
I don't need to just trust somebody. Maybe I'm not smart enough to do the math, but if I am, then I can do it.
Yeah.
It's not like religion where you just got to trust.
No, yeah, definitely. I know exactly what you're saying because that's been my exact spiel for quite a few years. It's only been like the last year or two now.
I don't even remember what my point was. Sorry, guys.
Just about the difference between being religious and being spiritual.
It had something to do with what you brought up too, though. Like, I just don't. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, yeah,
we're having fun. We're having.
We're going
time.
on tangents.
And we also know. I hope you guys know this is like we are going to talk a lot about music and reaping and his music and stuff like that. But like. He has a lot of things that are way more important to him than just music. So the reality is we're gonna do this thing and we're gonna see where it goes.
Yeah. I mean, and then on racism and stuff too, obviously, like, as someone who does activism and is involved with a bunch of things, I hate when people just will use examples like that and just say something is that it takes away from the actual meaning.
Well, not only that, but it's also super racist to say that because you're doing 2 things. You're implying that black people can't do math.
Yeah,
that's what you're implying. You're implying that minorities don't have the intellectual ability to understand 2 + 2 = 4. So we need to
be able to work off
grades.
a numeric system. Yeah.
Like fuck you.
Yeah.
Like you're an asshole right now.
And that would be the other end of like the social justice worrying to the bad side of where it goes.
That's what it was coming from. Is that virtue signaling bullshit?
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, this is not reality here. That's where I was bringing it up. Is that pressure to like be demonic and fucking be satanistic and all that?
Yeah.
Because it's like we feel these pressures nowadays to fucking like. There's celebrities that got slammed because they didn't put a black square on their social media page during about a year ago when the George Floyd shit started.
And I'm also half mad about the people that did, because like I am like I don't know. I try to push for other things, and I feel half the people that did it, it was all performative. Like
That's what I'm saying.
they
That's,
didn't
to
they
me,
didn't donate to any cause. They didn't go do and
Exactly.
participate in the community. They didn't go boots on the ground. They didn't go get involved. All they did was post a picture of a blank space that represented something, and that's like all they had to do was make 2 clicks, and that was the end of it. And then they get to say that they're a part of this cause or they believe in this.
Yep.
And like if you truly believed in it and you wanted it, and you wanted to put a focus on it to make it your profile picture,
And I
you
think-
go out there.
And I think this is interesting that you say these things because, like, to keep it on the Satanism and the metal thing,
Yeah.
so people don't think we're going too far left field on this, because
Yeah.
we're just using that to draw a comparison because it's something we can all relate to that we all see. Whereas we're not all metal vocalists, we don't all feel the pressure to be satanic in our bands. Like, that's just not something everyone can relate to. But this other shit is, we all see it, we all feel it, regardless of what you think. It's there, present.
And also, the whole reason I make metal is because, like, it's an expression of myself. Like, it's what I've grown up with. It's like what I've loved, what I appreciate. Like, out of the craftsmanship of things and everything. So,
Well,
like,
yeah, and to force Satanism.
if
in
I
there,
wanted to try to write on a topic of what I needed to be like pressured to do, I would write different music for sure.
well, and to force Satanism into that shit, to force that fake evil shit into it, is
Yeah.
not only disingenuous to you, your character, or your own art,
Yeah.
but it's also disingenuous to anybody who, like, because I know some people who are Satanists and they're really good people and they take that shit very seriously. It's an insult to them too.
Yeah.
Like, you're literally like appropriating their religion to try to patronize them and trick them into liking you. Like,
Yep.
dude, if you're really that good, you can just make your music and people will like you. I mean, remember what Killswitch Engage did? They were like the first metal band in a long time to like sing. And then not only did they sing, but all their lyrics were about love and hope. You remember that?
Yeah.
And like badass metal dudes were like, I don't want to like it, but I fucking do. The thing I love the best about it are the fucking lyrics because they make me feel good. Like, you remember that shit, dude?
That's right, yeah.
That's artistic integrity, is when like you do what you do because you know it's good, and then you just hope other people will attach themselves to it. That's real art. When you start doing the virtue signaling, when you start patronizing people, when you pandering, that's the word I was looking for.
Pandering, yep.
That's it. I mistakenly said virtue signaling and patronizing. I've been meaning to say pandering this whole time. That's what that shit is. It's fucking pandering.
And like I said, that's like
Tom Araya from
see it a
Slayer is
lot.
a Catholic.
I see it a lot online with people. Like, you know, like I said, like I work with other organizations, and I put a lot of time and energy into trying to make change in the community and towards equality and the things that I believe in. Everything I say online, I am actively putting time and effort and energy into making that into fruition and following through with not just saying things, but trying to put forth towards that. And when I see people doing that online, but they're not doing anything, like I said, you never see them around, you never see them putting in any time or money or effort into something like that, then they're just pandering.
And you know what? I think that's really important because you know what? Here's the thing. Is the reason I didn't put the black square up, the reason I didn't do any of that shit, is because I didn't fucking have to. Because I am not contributing to anybody's oppression, and I was out here physically defending the block during the riots. Like, making sure the friends and family we have on this block made it through the night safely. So I don't need to do any of that other shit because I have real equity within my community and within my people. I don't need to prove anything to any of you.
That's exactly, and that's
Like,
as long as you're in it.
Honestly, you really have no right to tell me, oh, you're fucking this or that, or you're not supportive of this or that because you didn't XYZ. Like, you don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
It's none of your business because it's like that old Christian shit. Like, if you're really super virtuous, like, and you're running around saving people and donating and like helping the homeless, and then you turn around and you advertise that and you like get garnered shit for that, God's not going to give you props for that because you already got all your rewards on earth. Like, doing a good deed for God and for like true like holiness and all that kind of shit only happens when you do that shit not seeking fame from this world. It's the same thing on this level, on this fucking social justice, racial shit right now. Like, if you're doing some bad shit or you notice that you've done some racist shit in your past, maybe donate some money, maybe change your, like, actively try
and that's
to go
all
do
you gotta
something.
do too is
throw the black
changing
square
the perspective.
But dude, like, if you're like me and like I'm friends. Like in this
Yeah.
this is what spawned me is he said, I'm not racist. I have a white friend. And I have white friends. I have white friends who go, that's like saying you're not racist because you have a black friend. And here's the thing is I have a lot of real black friends, like a lot of real friends that are black.
Yeah.
And like we laugh about that statement because they're like, the black dudes are like, what else are white people supposed to do? Like, what is the number one thing you can do to not be a racist? Be friends with somebody who's not your race. There's nothing really more you can do as an average person. Like, I don't own a business. I can't go hire a bunch of black people.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going out of my way to oppress anybody. I don't fucking, when we do make like fucking Asian jokes, like on the last podcast that you were on, we're like, oh, fucking no, it's a whiskey. He's Japanese. We can make these jokes. They're never in a shitty, like, racist, condescending, oppressive way. So it's always in good fun. And the normal person, that's all you can do is be friends with people. Love your neighbor.
Yeah.
So my black friends, when we hear that, oh, I'm not racist, I have a black friend, and they're like, that doesn't mean anything. It's like, my black friends are like, that's kind of all you can do, dude. Like, think about it. Like, what else can you actually do?
But I mean,
what do you want me to do? Give away my house?
But people just saying that makes it look like they're like using that as a prop. Like, well, I'm not racist because I have a black friend. It's like, well, now you just turn that person into a prop of an example, and
yeah,
so
now
that's
you're
how
using
I see that.
them.
Yeah.
And I have seen that before.
And like, I understand
because you have one black friend, you're not racist.
Yeah.
But then again, it's like, yeah, dude, because I only know one black person. What am I supposed to do? I live in North Branch, Minnesota. What am I going to do? Drive and hang out in North Minneapolis? And like, what am I doing?
Best you can do is be open and perspective, be accepting to all, and just not be judgmental, and being aware of yourself. Like, people being aware of themselves, being able to put themselves in check. Because I see a lot of people who aren't actually racist, but they say racist things. They have different perspectives. The way they question things, where it goes to first, it's off. But I know they're good people at the same time. So I try to also then like talk with that and maybe fix a perspective.
Yeah, and I definitely don't think if you find somebody who's like passively racist, because that's kind of what you're talking about. They're not actively oppressing anyone. You know they're a good person, and they're not really racist, but they say and do some fucking like,
which is no different than a lot of people missing on social cues, where it's they're not conveying.
They might be on the spectrum.
They're not. Yeah,
they're not
conveying. They're not conveying properly to like I don't know, to reach other people in an interactive way. I guess in that sense, it's like missing social cues in a way where it's not really
100%.
But like, I don't know. I've also been on both sides of that fence, like most of my life too. Like, I've experienced it. I'm like multiracial, so I've heard both sides of every type of like joke and every single thing, and so I kind of like, I don't know. I brush off most. I can kind of tell when something is derogatory towards me.
Have you ever? And
what's not?
Do you listen to the Breakfast Club?
No.
Charlemagne the God and Andrew Schultz.
No.
That whole crew. They play a game on there called What Race Is This Person? And they just read like crazy stories about a random person from America, like a crime that was committed. And then you have to guess what race that person is based on the story and the crime and all that kind of shit. I have a game that's similar. It's called Florida or Anywhere Else. And literally, I just pull up a random internet story and I tell you what happened. We're gonna start doing this on specials because it's hilarious. But basically, I pull up a story and I read it to you, and you just tell me if it happened in Florida or anywhere else. You have a 50-50 shot, and if you get it wrong, you have to drink. It's surprisingly fun. It came from that whole Florida man thing. You just type in Florida man in Google, and you'll fucking hear the craziest shit. That's where that game came from. It was a drinking game. Florida or anywhere else. But Charlemagne and the God and the Breakfast Club, they have a similar game, and it's like, I don't remember what they call it, but it's like Name the Race or something like that. Yeah. And they just like read crazy stories, and you have to guess what race. And I think they even cover up the gender. So you have to like guess if it's a black woman or a white dude or like something like that, dude. And I've only seen a couple of them because my wife just told me the other day. And I'm telling you, I'm dying laughing because as they tell the story, like if you're just honest with yourself, you're like, this sounds like a black woman. and then all of a sudden they go a little further, and you're like, no, this actually sounds like a black dude. And then they go a little further, and you're like, nope, that's definitely a white guy. like it goes through, and you hear the people in the room. Like, you hear black dudes and black women, and like, you know, Andrew Schultz is technically Jewish, right? And they live on the East Coast, so they have a super diverse group of people that they hang out with. And you hear all these people jump to conclusion based on certain things that happen in the story. I've only seen a couple of them, but I would have to guess, based on the 2 or 3 I've seen, that they're never more than 50% right. Like, never. It's a 50-50 fucking coin flip.
That makes me happier, because like I think, because to me, like, honestly, that makes it like, that's like, to me, I'm like, I don't like that for the fact of like, it's like profiling in ways, and I just hate it in all forms and ways. But like, the fact that you can never be like really actually right too also proves that, like, you know, everything is full circle. It involves with a lot of people.
That's the thing,
all
is
different all over the place.
People are people, right?
Yeah.
People are people. So whether this is what I've learned, whether you're white, black, man, or a woman, there's only like 12 to 15 types of human beings.
Comes to like, classism a lot of times.
Well, for me, I'm talking that like archetype of personalities. There's like, and I don't remember what the number is on it. Jamie's, look that up. How many? I don't know if you know about this. The viewers, the fans, the supporters, they're no longer fans and supporters. They're the producers. They're a part of this with us.
Nice.
And they are the Jamies. So when we're confused, when we don't, because I don't want to do that, you know, whole producer thing. I think it takes away from what we got going on here. So they are the Jamies. So when we say this, we just go, Jamies, pull that up, because we don't have a Jamie like Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
But they're all our Jamies. But there's a certain number of believed archetypes. It's like 12, 15, or 18 or something like that. And I wholeheartedly believe into this, because I've seen the same fucking dude like in every literal color. Because I've grown up all around this state. So I've met a Mexican Scot. I've met an Asian Scot. I've met a black Scot, a white Scot. Now, their names aren't Scott, but it's the same fucking guy. Yeah. And then I've also met a good version of Scott and a shitty version of Scott in every fucking color. It's the same guy.
Yeah.
It's one archetype of personality that, depending on where they were born, like you said, the classism thing, how much money they were born into, and then the color of their skin and their upbringing, those 4 things will completely differentiate whether that person becomes a good person or a bad person when I end up meeting them.
Correct.
But I've met the same dude 30 times in my life.
That takes me back to my original part about evolution and insects and things like that, and us being no different, is that we are creatures of circumstance regardless still. Like, the system that we're placed in now, the way we live, obviously we're not like foraging forest floors. We're not like hunting and gatherers anymore. Like, we are domesticated fully. And now we are all like, animals adapt to their environment. But before that, humans kind of made that environment. And we're the only kind of species doing that. But now we are kind of subject to our upbringing. And so now most of us are living out of circumstance. You give most people, regardless of color, regardless of religion, regardless of anything, and put them in the same circumstances, they will probably turn out decently similar in that way if they had that upbringing, if they had those experiences like that. So I feel a lot of things are out of circumstance.
How do you feel with that in mind? How do you feel about innovation coming from destruction or suffering? So like, because this idea we have, so I have.
That's what I write a lot about.
So I grew up.
That's how I make my epic stuff.
So I grew up dirt poor, right? Dirt fucking poor. And I grew up with a lot of poor people. And that's where I seen the most innovative and creative and driven people. And as I got to know more people, I guess I would say diversity, but like we use diversity when we talk about like races and religions and cultures. I'm actually talking about like wealth. So I started meeting people that had more. They should have been happier. They had more opportunities. And they were unhappier. They were complacent, and they had no vision. They had nothing to strive for because all their needs had been met. Like, does this make sense? Like, 100%. Do you think this is true, or do you think if everybody had, you know, because we argue about this, like should we be helping the poor more? But I see the poor contributing more to society because they don't want to be poor anymore than I see most rich people. I mean, yeah, you have your Elon Musks and you have some real trailblazers that are really doing some cool shit. But a lot of them are just complacent fucking trust fund rich kids who don't do a goddamn thing, and all they want to do is be the next Kim Kardashian or a TikTok guy or an Instagram model. Fuck you. Like, you ain't doing shit for the world. Like, I almost wonder if this idea that if we just spread the wealth around and we make everybody's lives easier, that the world will be better. I'm not 100% because a lot of innovation comes from, like, I have a fucking problem and I don't have money to just tell somebody to fix it, so I have to figure out how to fix it. And then all of a sudden, you, some asshole from Minneapolis, creates an invention. And all of a sudden, you get some investors because you go take a free class at Minneapolis fucking unemployment office, and they teach you how to get angel investors. And you put yourself together 30, 40 grand. You get yourself on fucking Shark Tank, and boom!
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't happen from some complacent rich kid sitting outside his pool trying to make fucking TikTok videos. Real innovation.
Correct. Yeah, at the same time, though, there would still be the need. I mean, basically, everyone getting money would be enough to survive on and live on. If you want extras in life...
Don't we already have that? Like, how many people... Because, dude, I live in the hood, man. And I'm telling you right now, dude, like, government assistance, unemployment, be damned. Every single person on this block lives a higher quality of life than me. I see them bringing in groceries. Fucking, I see the cars they drive. Like, they all have nicer iPhones than me. They all have fucking $400 shoes on. Like, every one of these motherfuckers that are under the poverty line and oppressed live a way higher quality of life than me. However,
I don't know about all of that.
I'm telling you because I live this life day to day with these people. These are my friends. These are my real neighbors. Like, we have cookouts and shit together. But here's where I notice there's real oppression. And it's oppression of information, man. It's minorities in this community. When I try to talk to them about, like, actually investing their money and building real, tangible, generational wealth, when I start going into it, I'm like, dude, you need to fucking open, like, a real checking account. And then once you get a real checking account, get a real fucking credit card and build a fucking credit score. Because you're sitting here telling me you got 100 G's stacked up in cash. You know how fucking stupid you are? Get that into a fucking bank and start entering interest. Get a fucking credit card and buy a goddamn house and rent it out to some other asshole. And they're like, oh, fuck yeah, I'm down. How do I do it? And I try to go through it by the third or fourth step. They're like, nah, this is too much bullshit. This is a fucking scam. And it's like, no, dude, it's not. None of this is bullshit. None of this is a scam. You're unwilling to play the game on a legit level. So you don't want to be Jay-Z. You don't want to go from crack dealer to basketball team owner. You don't want to legitimize this shit. You want to keep skirting the fucking government so you don't have to pay taxes and you can keep, which is all fine and good, but that's why you're oppressed, because you're playing a different game. Like, I'm telling you, like, these dudes make more money than me. Like, some of these dudes, it's ridiculous. They make $25, $30 an hour at real jobs, and they just don't marry their girl and they don't go on the fucking lease, because if they do, they lose all of the government assistance. I have never made $30 an hour salary. Or even hourly. The only time I ever made $30 an hour in my entire life is when I was making $17 an hour on collections, and I was getting killer commission checks. Then I was making over $30 an hour. So something needs to be addressed about that system, where somebody can come up from nothing and it's easier for them to make a decision to let go of the government benefits. Because right now, you hear about these stories about these women that they get a promotion or they get a raise, and then all of a sudden they're actually more fucked than they were, because now they lose their WIC benefits, they lose their fucking government assistance, they lose. So yeah, they went from $12 an hour to $15 an hour, from part-time to full-time, but now they're actually fucked, and now they can't afford the medication for their kid. That's real too.
Well, that's why.
This is what I'm saying. All of this is so complicated.
Well, that's why I'm raising
not
the
just
minimum
like
wage in general would help do that. Not so much of a universal basic income.
Only if you raise the threshold for them to allow to keep their benefits. As soon as you raise the minimum wage, most people are immediately kicked off their benefits.
I mean, that's where I've been my whole life, pretty much. I've never gotten assistance or anything. I'm like always just barely above.
Me too.
Yep. So I understand that in that sense. But yeah,
this system is built two ways. Either you depend on it, and it's just easier to just do that, or or it's built like a ladder for you
That's
to
a
climb.
it's a very big thing that's like a problem right now, is getting people to be out of it, because it kind of puts it to be stuck in there. Like you're saying, it's exactly true, where people will then make just enough or get that job, but then they lose everything they could have, which is why we need to figure out
and then they literally
to make that minimum be at that point, though.
And then they go, well, I had to
we can be
fucking
there.
make a decision. I had to turn down that promotion. I had to actually leave my job
Yeah.
because I lost my shit. So to me, that's a huge problem, right? But then we could also simply look at the fact that, again, we want to raise taxes on all the businesses and the business owners, but if you lowered that shit and made it easier to start a small business, you wouldn't be relying on these people to go get a job for a minimum of $15 an hour. You would enable and empower these people to go start their own companies. And if they work hard, if they do it right, they could make $40 an hour. Now you're not worried about a minimum wage. Now you're empowered to the point where you can figure out, how much can I make per hour? Instead of walking in and going, well, how much do you pay me? You go, how much can I make? It completely changes the mindset from being just an employee to a business. But it's so fucking hard to start a business and be successful because taxes and government fucking oversight, the way they come in with permits and licenses and fucking taxes, small business owners, like 50% of them die within 2 years.
Well, yeah, and I feel
that's after they started.
But I feel at the same time we can't go
start.
lower than that, because I feel like people can't survive on a lot of that. Like the meager of means of living, like you're saying, like how you are, like everyone should have a little bit more than that. Everyone should at least have access to better health care. I feel it costs less of our country in the way if we would just take care of everyone like that. People wouldn't end up in the hospital.
We got to figure out a way to get rid of insurance then.
Because
insurance
is a
being
big
for
problem.
profit is such a fucking scam.
Yes.
Because like medical shit being for profit is a little sketchy to me as well, because it's like education. Like, okay, we should have private healthcare, we should have private education, we have private schools. If you can afford it and you want to send your kid to the best school in the country and pay it a little extra, go for it, do that.
Right.
But we also have public school,
which is funny.
So we should have like a minimum standard for healthcare.
Correct.
That no one has to worry about, because it comes out of all of our pockets.
I will say a lot of those people that are against it too are the same people that were bitching about getting their kids back into public schools. They're like, well, I can't afford to do this. I can't have them at home. I can't. It's like, yeah, that's
what it's like for the rest of us.
And that's what it would be.
Bills. You fuck.
Exactly. And that's how it is for healthcare. It should be that way too. Like,
yep.
And that's but it's just the hot words. It's the media on both sides. It's the whole making it like it's some like
That's why I think people get really tripped out when I say I'm super liberal, but I'm so pro gun. And I'm so sensitive to this because, like, I'm also mixed. I'm Jewish. Yeah. So what you said earlier, you go, it really bothers me when people loosely throw around racism because it devalues the actual threat of the real problem we're dealing with. That's how I feel about lately when I hear white supremacy. Because, like, as a Jew, like, white supremacy is a very specific thing. It is above and beyond racism. It's organized, and it's deliberate, and it's intentional. And
we do have a lot of that.
But it is
but
not.
It's not as what everyone says all the time. Yeah.
It pisses me off when one thing happens and people immediately throw out white supremacy, especially when they realize later, because they reacted too quickly, he wasn't white. Like, I'm not even going to mention which mass shooting I'm referencing, but there's the media and people on social media immediately went white supremacy on the bit, and the dude wasn't even white.
Yeah.
So, like, that's what pisses me off, is because all you're doing is literally making white supremacy so watered down that when it really shows up, you don't even know what it actually looks like.
I'll say for that same fact, and it's like slightly different, but on topic with that, is that the reason why it was still a thing with the cops and still, like, in that sense, why it still fits narrative is because that person appeared white to him too. Like,
oh, so yeah, you're talking about
on that
cop
side,
thing?
Not like on the supremacy side or things like that. But
I was talking on the mass shooting thing.
Yeah. But I mean,
and I'm not even going to cite which one I'm talking about.
I'm talking about the recent one where the guy survived and didn't get killed like many other minorities do and every single thing else. But all white mass shooters survive, are untouched and arrested every time. But people can jaywalk that are minorities and they'll get killed for it. They want to check identification.
Yeah, there's
and
some
they'll just,
fucked shit when it comes to that. But
Yeah.
honestly, from my experience, it actually has more to do with where you are when the crime happens and your appeared wealth level, not necessarily the color of your skin. So if you're a black man dressed in a suit driving an Audi in Edina, you're probably nothing's going to happen. You're going to get treated like a normal person. However,
not California.
but if you're a white dude, if you're a white dude in Minneapolis, and this actually happened to me, if you're a white dude in Minneapolis, they'll pretend to pull you over even though you used your fucking turn signal.
Yeah.
And then they'll lie to your face that you missed your turn signal, and they will go out of their way to, even though you're the passenger in the vehicle, they will go out of their way to violate your civil rights and try to ID you, even though you weren't driving nor have you committed
Cops
or
will do that
suspected.
everywhere.
This is a North Minneapolis problem. This happened to me in front of my own house.
Yeah.
Like, they ran my wife's plates. She was driving. They ran my plates. They could see that we lived here. They ran the plates. Where they pulled us over in front of our house after we parked. Tried to tell us we didn't use a turn signal, and then wanted to ID me even though I wasn't driving. This is a civil rights issue that somebody who appears white got infringed on. But then I know black dudes who live in Plymouth and Edina, and they live in richer neighborhoods, and they wear polos and they wear suits because they work in office jobs.
Yeah.
And they're like, I never have any issues with the cops. And
Definitely,
so I'm trying to explain to
definitely
them, because they're trying to do the thing that we see a lot too, where we see like Candace Owens. And
They're
we see a lot
talking
of
from
these
their
black...
own experience, so that it applies all.
And they're like, I'm telling you, man, no. And they're like preaching. And I'm like, no, dude, you're fucking wrong. Like, I'm telling you, the cops over here are shady, bro.
It's always the black celebrities who have had everything, or not
it's,
taking away their work, but who then try
just,
to say
to
the
me
experience for everyone else.
Dude. To me, it's suburban wealth privilege. Like, once you're not in it, you don't know.
Yeah.
And I don't need to be black to see the police oppress people who live over north.
Correct.
And I can tell you this because I lived in Northeast.
Yeah.
And when I lived in Northeast, I had one interaction with the cops. When I live over north now, I have a different interaction with the cops. Here's the irony. There's two pieces of irony here. It's the same police department, two different precincts. I was a renter over there, and usually cops treat renters worse than homeowners because you don't pay property taxes.
Yeah.
So seriously, like, if you're a homeowner and you call the cops, you get more pull than if you're a renter. It's fact. It's reality. Here's the point. As a homeowner over north, I have less respect and less pull with the cops even when I call them than when I was a renter over northeast.
Correct.
It's not because of the color of my skin. I'm the same dude. It's not because of the Minneapolis Police Department. It's the same police department. There's something happening with these two different precincts based on the class and the crime level and their perceived threat of the people in said neighborhood. That's the issue.
100%. That's a big aspect. And that's why one of the things that, like, the people that I work with and stuff too, what we push for is having cops be based out of their communities.
I think that is so important
because we have cops, people like Bob Kroll and other people.
If you live in Edina, you shouldn't be over north.
A lot of people who live out in Buffalo, St. Michael, are officers here in our city here.
Think about it. Think about what you're saying. Let's put this into real world. The way I said that sounded really condescending. Let's think about this. Let's put what you're saying into real world context. Think in all the movies when you see the old sheriff shows up in the small town, he knows everybody's name. He knows all the players. Exactly. He knows the guys that are technically breaking the law, but he can't prove it. But he also kind of needs them to run shit in their little meth town. We've all seen this movie. These are the cops we need in North Minneapolis. People that understand certain gangs, certain gang bangers, keep their neighborhoods safer.
And they're less likely to pull the trigger. They're less likely to get scared and kill someone over something. They're less likely to harass people that are in their own community because they'll get to know those people in certain ways.
And the people they harass because they're verified outsiders who have no fucking business being there. It's
more of an actual communal thing.
We talked about this briefly on when you were here last time. So we racially profile people in this neighborhood, but it's white people because we know all the white people in this neighborhood, like all of them. And if you're a single white dude walking down this block, I'm telling you, you will have every single black person come out of their house After you walk past their house, they will come out and they will stand on the front porch and they will watch you walk down the block because they don't recognize you. You don't belong here. And a single white dude walking down the block in this neighborhood is doing one of two things. They're either about to rob somebody or they're coming to buy drugs. And most of us don't want that shit happening on our block.
Yeah.
So last summer, after the riots are still happening, but it's after George Floyd. It's 90 degrees out, and some white dude comes walking down the street dressed in all black, head to toe, carrying an axe over his shoulder and a plastic bag filled with bottles with some sort of clear liquid in them.
Yeah.
I'm mowing my lawn, and I see this kid walk by. And I turn around and I look at Kate, and she goes, what the fuck was that? My wife is white. Right? Like, I'm Jewish, she's white.
Yeah.
And I'm like, something doesn't feel right. So I end the fucking lawnmower. I walk around the yard. I grab my gun, put it in my fucking holster. I walk out, and I wait till he passes the house, and I literally just stand out in front of my house on the sidewalk there, and I watch him walk for like 2 blocks. And as I'm standing there just staring at him, every fucking neighbor from the block comes down. And they go, oh, you noticed him too? And I go, fuck yeah, I did. And they go, yeah, that dude's not here for anything good.
Yeah.
And I had to be the one to go, okay, yeah, it looks like he's definitely going to go burn someone's house down. Right? It looks like that, right?
Yeah.
But how do we know this kid didn't just lose his job? And he's got a DUI. And he lives down the block. And he can't drive. And now he got off the bus. And he's fucking miserable. And then I had to go, you know why that's not legit? Because nobody who works construction and just got done with work on a 95-degree day is wearing all black.
Yeah.
Like, this dude is here to do some dirt.
Yeah.
Like, everything about him is saying some shady shit. We got to throw the possible out there. Yeah. But no, the math doesn't add up. Single white dude walking down the block with an axe.
Yeah.
All black, 90-degree weather. No one recognizes this dude.
Yeah.
No, we called the cops.
Yeah.
We called the fucking... Now, here's my point.
Most likely doesn't have a friend in the neighborhood.
Right. Because otherwise you'd have gotten off that bus and you'd have had somebody come pick you up.
Exactly, yeah.
Like, what white dude is walking through Northside with an axe in the middle of fucking Riot Town, USA?
Yeah.
After George... Come on.
So, quick little thing.
We totally racial profiled a white dude is what I'm saying.
A couple weeks
ago.
Were
you really?
Yeah. We did, so like...
Go on.
The group I work with, Visual Black Justice, we do a lot of like art installments. We do a lot of like, it's in the name, Visual Black Justice.
Tell this story. I can hear you. I'm just going to go pee right there.
Excellent. We make sure we try to like protest with actual visuals. We try to like create art and reach people in that sense because we feel people are more susceptible to perspective shifts when it's not being yelled at them, when it's not being just said the same stuff. Because again, that information is all out there. We kind of just make things to make people think in that sense. But so we were there on the first day of the Chauvin trial. It got to recess halfway through the day because then they were going to do the jury selection. But we did a protest and we did a march through downtown, and there was a guy who tried to mow over some of our people and like purposely tried to run them over, and he then kind of terrorized and came back around as we were finishing, and I did chase him down the block ahead of everyone else. People, that was my bad. I was a little mad about him trying to run people that I care about over, and I ran up and I kicked his door, and as I kicked his door I saw his hand on a handle, and I saw his hand on a handle, so I immediately thought he might have had a gun or something else, and then I took off, and then he ended up yielding an axe and swinging and chasing me down the road in the middle of downtown. Yeah, I know. That's like, I probably should have had a gun. But yeah, I'm just excited. He did not have a gun, and it was just an axe. Had I known that it was an axe, I would have tried to just keep him in his vehicle, because it's not like he can like do much with a long weapon like that in a confined space. But you know, it's kind of neither here nor there at this point.
I'm telling you, if I'm there, if I'm there in that moment, I'm in jail right now because that dude's getting shot in the leg. I'm not murdering people. Like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, like I'm very good at fucking shooting targets.
Yeah,
very good. Like, and I'm able to do it like when my arms are shaking, because I went out of my way a couple times to do a lot of push-ups right before I went in to shoot.
Oh yeah.
You know, I wanted to simulate the shake of the adrenaline.
Yeah.
I'm like, the only way I can do that is rubber arms.
Yeah.
From push-ups, right?
That's funny.
And I'm still accurate enough. And I'm just telling you, like, in the worst possible scenario where I'm shaking like adrenaline style, you come at my boy with an axe, you're losing both legs and your dick. Because like that whole lower pelvis region is getting unloaded with hollow points, dude. For real, dude. Like, and that's the one that really fucks me up, dude. Is like, we know the cops are fucking oppressing people. We can see it front line and center. I don't care what fucking race you are. I don't care what class you are. When George Floyd happened, I have never seen this country more unified.
World. It went around the world.
Was like,
even.
Fuck that cop.
Yep.
That shit is wrong. It didn't. Most people didn't even go, oh, that's racism. They just went, that's police brutality. And that was what was important to me. We had a moment of
should
unity.
Resonate through a lot.
Yeah. And everybody was like, fuck that cop.
Yeah.
And then fucking dumbass fucking Mayor Frey was like, I seen a white cop kill a black man. And it's like, it doesn't matter how true that is. You just lit a fucking fire. You just poured gasoline on the fucking fire, dude. That's not good for any of us right now. Like, no matter how true that is, your job is to keep people calm and civil. And you incited a riot. Like honestly, I think Mayor Frey needs to go on trial. Because like the shit he said is directly responsible for that riot. Like, you could have handled that as a diplomat and said, I seen a government official murder a citizen. I seen the civil rights of another Minnesotan trampled under the foot of the law. I seen fascism. You could have said 100 pieces of rhetoric, but to say those 7 words the way he did, I literally looked at my wife and I go, oh, this isn't going to be well. Like, this is going to go really bad. And she's like, no, I think it'll be fine. And I go, no, honey, the entire city's going to burn. This is going to go big. And literally everybody was like, dude, you're 48 hours. And then it's spread across the world, like you said.
Yeah.
Like, that shit is fucking...
I mean, it's just because I think people will correlate that just because it is overall the system. And when you look at classism and you look at it's irrefutable, there's a racial wealth gap and things like that, and so there are minorities placed in more impoverished areas in those exact areas of town that get faced with that more, and so that ends up being a part of race and their kind of identifier with that. It just ends up happening. Like, I've been pulled over multiple occasions and greeted with a gun before I had any chance to be shown or I could show them any respect or anything.
Yep.
It happened the most in Columbia Heights when I get off work. I was in the middle.
Why?
I was going to college.
You know why, though? Because that's a meth neighborhood.
Yeah.
So everyone, so this is a great example because I lived in Northeast and I had a lot of friends in Columbia Heights.
Yeah.
That also happened to almost every white kid that got pulled over in Columbia Heights because Columbia Heights was a fucking meth neighborhood, and literally the cops didn't know who they were pulling over.
Yeah.
Everyone was a meth dealer or a meth fucking addict.
Yeah.
And like, shit got violent in Columbia Heights for like 7 consecutive years to where they were like, nope, guns are drawn when we pull people over from now on because we don't know. Like, we can pull your plate and everything looks good, and then some fucking 35-year-old woman without a record, no tickets, no nothing, clean record, shoots a guy because she's got 35 ounces of meth in her trunk. This happened. It's real.
Yeah.
Like that's, so again, what I was talking about, it's where you're at.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I notice the biggest thing is. When I'm in Northeast, when I'm in North, I get treated 2 different ways. I'm the same fucking guy. It's the same police department. My color didn't change.
In North, it's been and it's like, it depends. Like, if I'm in smaller towns, I've been stopped. They want to know where I'm going. They want to know what I'm doing. I fit a description. And
that's the one that pisses me off. You fit a that's racism.
Yeah.
You're lying. You're lying. You're being a racist fuck.
Yep.
You're lying. You're lying.
You're just profiling and you're fishing. It's called working backwards that cops do.
Yep.
And they pull the person over, they think, and then they work backwards to figure out what they can convict them of.
Yep. Can we find a crime?
Yeah. And so I've dealt with that.
If you just keep your fucking
times.
mouth shut and you don't ever admit anything, like, that shit will eventually get thrown out of court if they don't have a reason to stop you or question you or suspect you in the first place.
Correct. But the thing for me then is why I understand why people react differently is the times that I've had guns pulled on me it's never been set in my mind. Like police and their brutality and their escalation of things and what they do, their mentalities, they escalate situations beyond where they need to be. And this is why,
You
like,
want to know how to get out of any police situation? I swear to God, I'll give you the secret right now and pass this on to your people, because this is the language. You got to speak cop language. Like when you're working at a company and you have a great idea and you keep pitching it, but no one is buying it. You have to speak the business owner language, which means you need to break it down into numbers on paper and show them, if you do this, we will make more money, and then your bosses will do it. Cop language, paperwork. So you talk a cop off the ledge by paperwork. You go, listen, man, I'm not trying to do shit. You don't want to kill me. We don't need to escalate this. This isn't worth the paperwork. Cops hate paperwork. And as soon as you say paperwork, you immediately stop sounding like a criminal, and they go, wait a minute, because I'm telling you, I've had guns pulled on me too, and that's the only way that shit has ever worked out in my favor or anybody I've ever been around, is going, dude, we don't have to do this. You don't want to do the paperwork. We don't want to go to jail. Like, let's just figure out a way to fucking get, because I swear to God, dude, paperwork is the bane of a cop's existence.
I mean, it works in a sense, but when they've already profiled and made their decision, it sucks with that. But I get that too, how that would.
And you got to customize it for the situation.
Yeah, of course.
You know, you got to customize it.
Honestly, like, because I've been able to remain calm in situations, but there hasn't been a moment of when there's been a cop who's had a gun pointed at my head where I've, like, there's nothing that's been like, it's okay, it's an officer. It's always been, there's someone I don't know that has my life in danger within a moment right now. Like, I feel they escalate situations by doing things like that because it's fight or flight for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. And when you've dealt with generations of people who have been in their families where they've had the dinner talks and they've been harassed by cops multiple times, and they've had family members who have died or been, killed by cops.
All it takes is one bad experience from one racist cop to make an entire black family for the rest of their lives not trust the police.
Correct.
And then the next time they're pulled over, whether they're an actual
I'll never
criminal
call
or not,
cops for anything.
I'm gonna get to that in a minute, right? Right. Like, but then here's the point: is that an entire generation, a mom, a dad, 2 daughters, and a brother, no longer trust the police. So the next time they're pulled over, whether they're actually suspected of a legitimate crime or not, they are paranoid and less likely to be cooperative.
Yep.
That in and of itself escalates the situation. But here's the point. It's not those black people's fault, because we're human. We're animals, right? And when you traumatize an animal, they will not, like, this is why you don't get birds that come up to you or squirrels or any other prey animal. They see a human and they run. Like, you could raise one from a baby and teach it that you're cool. But this is nature that we live in. This is that fight or flight mentality. And this is what happens to the Jewish people when we hear anti-Semitic shit. That's another one that's been pissing me off lately. I don't want to take too big of a wicked left turn, but like when somebody from the Jewish community, or including me, even though I'm not religious as far as the Jewish ways, I am still a Jew. I have a Jewish last name. And I'm really sensitive to that, which is why I know, because like there's something in my DNA that's super sensitive to this racism shit for real. And that's why I get irritated when people throw around the white supremacy thing, but more specifically when somebody goes, that shit's anti-Semitic, and somebody goes, no, it's not. I'm allowed to criticize the Jews or the Jewish community or the Jewish government without being anti-Semitic. And I go, no, you can't. Like, in this example, I'm telling you, like, and the Jewish community is telling you you're being anti-Semitic. But if you turn around and but that's okay. It's okay to hate the Jews lately. But if you're in
QAnon, for sure,
or Israel, I know a lot of white people that rail, and they're like, no, I kind of agree with Palestine. I'm not sure Israel has a right to exist. I'm like, that's the most anti-Semitic shit I've ever heard in my life. And they're like, no, it's not. Like, I have the right to, and I'm like, dude, if you said that about black people, you'd be banned off of Twitter or Facebook. Like you can't say these kind of blanket statements about an entire race, religion, or nation of people and then claim you're not being anti-Semitic. Like, there's a double standard there. So again, when I feel that way about one thing, but then I go, no, that's not white supremacy. Like,
Yeah.
you're being too loose with that. And people go, oh, fuck you. You don't know what you're like, no, you guys don't know what you're talking about. And it seems like virtue signaling. It seems like pandering. It seems like you're just trying to make sure that everybody knows you're the best person on Twitter. You're the best person on Instagram.
And are you there to make change, or like, are you deeply affected yourself? Which I get, because it's usually a lot of white people who then say these things and call other people racist for like just random things.
Usually women. Usually it's white women.
So like white people doing that, it's
Why
like
is that, by the
your
way?
response right there shouldn't be as warranted to lash out, because that should not be a traumatic like for me sometimes, and some people say things like it's like it'll affect me, it'll reach me because I've felt it. But for someone like that who hasn't felt it, they're just saying that for that reason. It's not like a reaction. But everyone should just, not cool it, because it needs to be called out. But you need to have the conversation in a proper way. And just calling someone racist and doing something like that isn't going to change anything at all.
Let me ask you a tough question.
Yeah.
It's a really heavy, tough question. So you're super mixed. We talked last time on the podcast, you're of Japanese descent and...
Canadian and Finnish.
Okay.
Italian.
Okay, so there's a lot of people that think white people in America should pay reparations or apologize. Like, there's that fucking video of that black dude running up to that white woman and making her get on her knees and apologize for her white privilege.
Yeah.
And I got white friends that are like, yeah, man, fucking, we did. And first of all, as a mixed person, I go, okay, so I'm an eighth native, I'm an eighth Jewish, I'm an eighth black, and the rest is white. So which part of me is going to pay and apologize to the other part of me? Because I'm American, motherfucker, right? And I'm mixed. I definitely came from descendants of slaves because I'm mixed.
Yeah.
Like, if you're mixed, and in like, here's what I'm saying. If your dad is black and your mom is white, you may not be a descendant of slaves. However, if your grandparents are mixed, you are probably, in America, a descendant of a slave owner somewhere along the line, because we just know it's common fucking sense.
Or of a slave, then, yep. Yeah.
Right, exactly. However, let's think about this from an immigrant perspective.
Yeah.
You have Japanese descent.
Yeah. Which
Japanese have committed some serious atrocities on other Asian communities. Do you feel responsible for what the Japanese did to China during World War II, or all of the Philippines, or Korea over the last 3,000 years? No.
Yeah.
You weren't there.
But that's the thing. Those are civilizations that have been on. We're dealing with like segregation and things that are still less than 100 years old. Even.
Right, but in a state like Minnesota, where slavery was never legal, and we fought in the Civil War against slavery, like, how are we responsible for slavery? Especially somebody like me who's mixed. Like, do I get a pass? Do I get a waiver?
It's not about being responsible for slavery. It's the fact that we're all in this country then that was built upon the backs of slaves.
Nothing in Minnesota was built on the backs of slaves.
Well, just the country in general, and we're all.
You can't do that, dude.
We're all united.
You can't do that. There was only a handful of states that had slaves ever, and then half that group got rid of their slaves, and that's the group that won. Like, the industrialized, capitalistic North beat the slave-owning, non-freedom-loving South. And then the western half of the country got settled. So you can't say the entire country was built on the backs of slaves. That's simply literally not true.
I mean, in the beginning of it all,
there's like 13 states.
Yeah.
And they're the first ones that abolished slavery. It was the fucks in the South that kept it, and we beat them. We went to a war, and we annihilated them. And then we penalized them for years and years and years. We didn't even give them government representation. Most people don't know this, but after the fucking Civil War, they weren't allowed spots in the federal government.
Yeah.
They weren't allowed senators or congressmen or presidential candidates because you were from the fucking South.
Yeah.
And y'all are treasonous.
Dude, yeah, that's a great point.
Like, this is what I don't understand is, like, why are you holding every American and saying the entire country when it's like, no, it wasn't.
Can we figure out on which states, and then, like, I mean,
and then what
that's
do you do?
how it'd have to be to figure out.
But what do you do? Do you start going after a lineage of wealth? Do you start going after white people? Because now we're going after racial discrimination, right? I just don't see this. I don't see it happening. We have to, and I know this sounds absurd. I know this sounds idealistic, and I hate people who preach idealistic values because it's like, that's not fucking realistic.
Yeah.
But we have to figure out a way to put this behind us and move on. And so far, we've got all the laws. Like, we've got all the laws against racism. We've got all the fucking programs to help impoverish people, from the NAACP to the fucking what's that fucking law organization, the ACLU.
Yeah,
we've got all these things. Is what we need, and this is my big problem with all of government and anything, is they're not fucking effective. The government has never, outside of abolishing slavery and winning wars, they've never actually done shit. Every time we try to give them money to fix our problems,
right,
they just waste it and nothing gets better.
It's my toss up as a progressive, because I try to, but that's because I feel there needs to be different people representing us. The Democrats, the left, if it was progressive, I find that people would be for actual humans, and we'd have a system in government that actually cares about our communities and our families and people in general. But what we have, it's lobbyism.
I think we need more people like you.
Controlled.
I think we need more people like you, because when you talk about the other side, you've never once implied tonight or any other night I've talked to you that the other side is evil.
Correct.
But I see that happen on both sides right now. And there's data to back this up. Pew polls and other research has shown that since like 1990, basically, the two sides have gone farther and farther away to believe more and more that the other side is evil. So Republicans think the Democrats are evil, and liberals think the Republicans are evil.
We even had that switched a few decades ago, too, where they just completely changed values but stayed the different names. Like flip-flop, too. It's funny.
And where I find the biggest disconnect, and I think this is where most people buy in with my philosophy, is that neither party actually represents anywhere close to the majority of the country. Like, look at the numbers. Even this last election, still only about half the country actually voted. There's like 80 million on one guy's side and like 70 million on the other guy's side, approximately, give or take a couple million. That's about half of our country, just less than half of our country. That means the other half isn't voting for either fuckboy. Think about that. That means the vast majority of our country are moderates. That means the majority of America is moderate, which is why I'm not,
well, not only that, but then it also deals with, how many people don't feel voting has any effect, how many people
feel
like
disenfranchised,
how many people don't feel like voting is effective, how many feel that, like, politicians in general don't follow through everything, that they're just like fair weather and things like that. Like, so there's a lot of faith lost in politics that we kind of need to get people that really represent us kind of in control. We need to get out lobbyism. We need to get out the whole corporate kind of control of things is my whole thing. And which is why, like, I'm in between, like, I'm not libertarian at all, really. But I see the way,
what
like...
What does that even mean nowadays?
Yeah. Well,
I was libertarian for a cup of coffee. Like, once I realized they're basically anarchists.
Yeah.
Because, like, this is my biggest argument, and I don't mean to keep interrupting you. You just keep inspiring me to, like, make quick little points or long ranting points. Libertarians don't think we need government for anything, right? And I just go, like, have you ever gone hunting or fishing? Like, you don't think we need the DNR? Every hunter and fisher on the planet believes in their DNR because we understand people are disgusting and they ruin everything. Our fishes, our fisheries, our lakes, our rivers, our hunting grounds. No, we fucking need.
And that's going to happen.
We're gonna
have monopolies. We're gonna have more monopolies under that type of, like,
dude. The
under no rule like that, we would have so many companies and corporations exposing people and exploiting them so much more than they already do in the system.
I know libertarians that I love. Like Jamal. Jamal is one of them. Jamal online versus Jamal on the podcast. Two total online. He seems like a fucking extreme right-wing nut job.
Yeah.
You get him on the podcast and he explains things in context without interruption. He's not limited to characters.
Yeah.
He's not stuck in text, so you hear the tone of his voice, the compassion.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, Jamal's not a bad dude. He's a really great human being, and he just simply believes in protecting the individual, whether you're white, black, man, woman, any of that shit, right?
Yeah.
There's other libertarians that I still respect them because they go, yes, like, our system does create oppression and suffering, but the oppression and suffering that is caused by our system is literally the lesser of the two evils from what the Republicans and Democrats are doing to people with X, Y, and Z.
Correct.
Right? And so I can still understand and respect and like that, but that's not the majority of libertarians. The majority of libertarians are fucking anarchists, and they're insane, and they're completely unstable, and they should not be allowed to ever run for office.
It's all in a self-preservation. They have no...
They burn the whole fucking thing down if you let them.
They have no
start
point...
the zombie apocalypse if you let them.
Yeah. And they have no point dealing with the community in general in that sense, because they're not... It's very like self-centered in those ways, and I get that.
It's like no, we don't need the fire department. We don't need public schools. We don't need the police. We don't need any of these
What about
things.
Infrastructure? Who's going to fix the highways and bridges?
That's the worst. That's the worst example, because those things are literally done by private corporations. Like,
oh yeah, okay,
they are. Like, they're all done by private corporations.
But would they be contracted to do that though? And get paid to do it if
the same way they are now. The only thing that the government does is facilitate the deal for us. So, like, instead of you and I, here's the only thing the government does for roads. This is the only benefit they actually bring on the roads. Because I'm actually with you.
Yeah.
But the roads thing is the worst example to bring up. Yeah. The only thing the government does in any respect when it comes to getting roads built is consistency. So a road doesn't stop at the end of a county or a block or a state. Like, it gets finished. Because you could literally have a county or a block fix their own street. We do it all the time.
Yeah.
Literally, my mom's neighborhood where they live, my parents, all the citizens went to the city council and voted, and they paid the extra tax.
Yeah.
And if you couldn't afford it, they financed it and put it on your property taxes. Like, they had all the options for you, but everybody voted it, and they hired a company, and it was done. That's how all of them are done. There are no government construction employees. So that's not the greatest example, but is where it does matter, though, is the consistency, because they'll make sure that, like, not just your block built that road. They'll make sure the next block actually gets the road built, and so the road goes all the way through and people can actually fucking use it.
Yeah.
That's where they provide consistency, especially across state lines, when Wisconsin doesn't want to fund a highway, but Minnesota needs the highway. Yeah. And the whole country will benefit because a truck or a train or whatever can move through, and the whole country does more commerce. That's where the federal government will come in and manage, like, the interstate highway system. Those are federally funded with state supplements, so on and so forth. Things like that, right?
Yeah.
Outside of that, though, like, the roads example is a terrible one.
Well, I mean, just infrastructure in general, I feel.
Well, and for example, like, here's where I was going with this is, like, I get irritated with the libertarians when they say we don't need all those things, because, like, yes, the roads, we could figure that out. But you know where we're fucked? Is crime, dude. Yeah. Like, you're literally going to privatize and enact classism to who can afford security.
Yep.
Like, this is a feudal state. Like, we did this once. Like, all of these systems, and this is also why I get a little irritated with the progressives and the super far left and the super far right, is because, like, you guys keep wanting to go backwards to, like, communism or socialism or unfettered, unchecked capitalism. And it's like, we did all those things. They all failed. We need to think forward into a new system that no one's tried yet. Like, and we have to do it through democracy, because democracy is best defined as the least shitty political system we've come up with yet. Period. Right. It's not great.
Yeah.
Like, it's not great. You know what the biggest problem with democracy is? I have the same amount of say in who our president is as the village drunken idiot. That's the biggest problem with democracy.
And right now, I mean, it can go both ways, electoral college.
That's also the beauty of democracy. If you guys don't see the irony I'm going for here, like this is the best system anyone's come up with yet. And America has all the laws. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of religion. It's built into the Constitution that outside of being an actual felon in prison, slavery is bona fide illegal. Okay, indentured servitude is bona fide illegal. Now, we have some classist issues that build into that. But
I mean, the prison complex is pretty much...
Oh, don't even get me started on that one. That's a 4-hour podcast on its own. But here's my point, is, like, it's actually not better anywhere else. Because, there's certain nations like Switzerland and some European socialist nations that seem like utopias.
That's why I find it stupid to
But
correlate
dude, they're not
and go to in
America,
between
man.
any of them.
They're not
Yeah.
America. Like, we have real enemies that want us to die.
Mm-hmm.
They hate the idea that you and I are sitting here as somebody who looks Asian and somebody who looks white, and we're sitting here having this conversation, and we have the ability to criticize our own government. Like, dude, we would be done in China.
Yeah.
We'd be done in China. In Russia, we're done. Like, you get fed into a propaganda machine.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on, you guys, man. Like, again, like, you think you guys can criticize the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic? Go watch The Spy on Netflix and fucking talk to me about fucking Iran and Palestine and all those other fucking, and then come talk to me about fucking Israel doing some bad shit, man.
That's why it's hard for me to be so much one way or the other in a lot of ways, like where I can't be full on.
That's
either.
what I love about you is like, and that's what I love about a lot of people I have on this podcast is like, I don't agree with all of you guys politically, and you don't agree with me.
Yeah.
But we sit here and we listen to each other rant.
Yeah.
I think you guys give me sometimes. I appreciate the respect, but sometimes I feel like you guys let me force my opinions down your throats. And as the guests, I wish you guys would kick back a little bit more, or at least express your opinions with as much passion as I do.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes the guests are a little intimidated, but like, dude, we're on equal footing right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like I bring you on. It's not a TV show. I'm not Ben Shapiro. I'm not gonna railroad you, dude. Like, no, like, that's the point of this beautiful podcast is we get to talk about how much we have in common versus how much we have in different. And I think the more we have these uncomfortable conversations about racism and classism, the more we're going to realize we have in common than we have in different. Like, we really don't differ that much on anything. Most people think and feel the same ways. We just disagree on how much the government should step in to fix the problem.
Yeah,
most of us think are good people. Like,
we all have different ways and ideas on how to get there, and it usually deals with our circumstance and our upbringing, like the things we talked about.
I just
before.
don't trust any of you fuckers in the zombie apocalypse. There's like 4 people on the list that are in my crew, and the rest of you, I know you're gonna fucking pick yourself and your family over me and my family, so you're getting shot first. Outside of the zombie apocalypse, though, I think all of you are really good people, and you only do bad things out of desperation. But my point is, apocalypse, everything's out of desperation, and you ain't getting my Oreos, bitch.
And that's how you tie in. That's how you can tie in with the criminality and poverty, and that's how
there was not. I guarantee you, there was not 257 million people that actually voted in that election. I'm 100%. There's no way that many people voted. There's no fucking way.
That's 62%.
There's no way. I'm telling you that it's not possible. It's not possible. Oh, wait. Nope. You know how that is possible? Because that's total. I said who voted for each of those two.
Correct.
Trump versus Biden.
Yeah.
That's what I said. So thank you, Adam/Jamie. You are correct. That actually probably is statistically true. But my point is I guarantee you that 12% to get it over 50, from 50 to 62%, I guarantee you that's all third-party voters. Not for any one, but I mean, who did you have?
There's a lot of latch-on people that voted for actual. That's the thing.
And
that made this election have to be between the left and right. So I feel a lot of people, and that's the other problem. That'll be my biggest part there is. People did have to choose between left and right on a lot of them. And a lot of people, I think, voted for one or the other.
Yeah, the lesser two evils thing.
Yeah.
You know who I voted for? The actual lesser of 3 evils. I voted for Jill Jorgensen, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because as much as I hated her as a fucking actual true libertarian, like, oh, get away with public school, get away with all health. Okay. I actually thought the best thing for the country would be to get her dumb ass in there because she wouldn't get a fucking thing done for 4 years. And I thought that's what was best for our country. 4 years of just nothing happening.
I'll take
nothing.
That.
Just
funny.
Fucking stop doing shit for 4 years. Get this dumb bitch in there and let both parties take a fucking heartbreak and take a look at themselves. Both parties just lost the White House. Yeah. That's what I wanted. I wanted both parties to lose and just some asshole in there who no one one liked, had no loyalty, no equity, and would get nothing done for 4 years. I honestly, I'm smiling and joking about this and having fun with you right now, dude, but I'm actually being 100%
no,
serious, bro.
I see that.
I'm telling you, like, I thought that was what was best for the country. If we're gonna switch presidents, I didn't think going that far left with Biden and Harris, which they're not really that far left, by the way.
Nope, not at all. Yep. Thank you.
Like, we'll get to that in a second.
That did my man Bernie so bad.
We'll get to that in a second. But I honestly just thought just like a 4-year pause. Just like somebody who can't get anything done because
someone
they don't
who's
have
not
cooperation
bought
from
by
anyone.
Yep, correct.
They're not bought by anybody. They have no agenda. They have no hope of being reelected in 2024. No one on the Republican or Democrat side is going to let them get a goddamn thing pushed. That means they're also not going to get rid of anything because this stupid bitch has the ability to veto anything. So when the socialists try to pass some shit, she's like, nope. When the Republicans try to pass some shit, again, she's like, nope, fuck you. That's exactly, we needed a nagging wife. And
but
that's
we
who
do need change at the same
Jill
time.
Jorgensen would have been the nagging wife who would have been cleaning out your closet, going, you don't need this. This is stupid. And then you would have fought and kept that t-shirt for 4 years. And at the end of the 4 years, you would have got a new wife voted in. And that new president might have agreed you could have kept that shirt. But guess what? There was 4 years where we didn't have to deal with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I know how ridiculous that sounds, but I'm being genuine.
I feel like that was the facade of people why they tried to elect Trump. I feel that was why people tried to elect Trump. On the people that thought that he was for the actual working people and things like that.
100%.
They thought, he's not a part of that system. He's
going
to get in there and throw a wrench.
All the way to the end, they were somehow convinced he actually cared about them.
Yeah. It's weird as
That's
hell.
what blew my mind. The moment he fucking said he was going to run, I immediately went at the top of my lungs and said, this is one of the shittiest, most selfish dudes on the planet.
Correct.
He is one of the biggest frauds in business.
Like,
I've
always hated his business
always
methods.
known, like, my buddy Dalton and my buddy Kevin give me shit. I hated Trump before it was cool.
Same. Yep.
Like,
same.
he was always a piece of shit.
Yeah. Fully. That's like the whole hot air business tactics I can't get behind. Like, I am this way and I brand it. So when I say it's this way, that means it's that way. I can't get onto that side of business and things. I'm not into that salesman aspect of things at all. I hate that type. So I've always hated that dude for what he stands for and what he does and everything like that in general.
Also, by the way, I'm thinking about this stat here.
Yeah.
Because he put 2020 and it just said that's how many people voted. Here's what I'm thinking. That's total ballots cast. That's not for the president. Because I'm telling you, there's only 80 or 90 million people that voted for Biden, and he beat Trump by like 10 million votes.
He's still got more.
Right there,
80 million like is still more than any other candidate in history.
We've had more people in our country than any other fucking. Correct. I hate that. I hate that. Stop doing that. Like, yes, of course. That's like that's also why we
people
have more.
Felt more
that's why we have
vote,
more.
Though.
That's why we have more murders every year. That's why we have more mass shootings every year. That's why we have more drunk drivers every year. That's why we have more everything every year because there's more fucking people.
But does it correlate to percentages though? Would the increase of population really correlate to that much more uptick?
This year, I believe there actually was an uptick. And I believe it was because of the polarization of the two candidates and the serious encouragement of mail-in voting.
Correct.
However, typically, barely over a third of the country, and you can cite this, get rid of 2020. So go 2016, go back about 50, 60, 70 years. Correlate that with a Google search and the current population, and approximately 1/3 of the country voted for the two major candidates. The rest of the country either didn't vote or voted third party. This has been true all the way up until, and I think this year it did finally get close to half. But that's what I was saying is like, still, I do believe that 62% of the people voted.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, 62% of the people didn't vote for Trump or Biden, and I don't think 62% of the people voted for president.
Are you familiar with ranked choice voting?
Yes. I think it's a brilliant idea.
Same here.
Explain to people that don't know what that is.
Ranked choice voting means that you would have like a tier of options.
So let's go. So we offend less people.
Yes.
Let's go 2016. So you got Hillary, Trump, and Gary Johnson.
Okay.
How does ranked voting work?
So rank with that would be, you know what? Out of instead of just picking one, I'm gonna pick the order of who I would want to choose.
You have to pick the order.
And I'm gonna
just pick one.
This is my first pick. This is my second. This is my third.
So in your case would have been.
Well, Sanders. Would have been my right.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
Well,
but in general, yeah.
Okay, again, we're not trying to offend anybody because we'll get to that. But we'll get to the Sanders thing because I'm with you, bro. They did him dirty twice. Yep. They did him so nasty.
Well, I knew it was fucked in the beginning on this one too.
That's why I'm surprised he won.
But yeah,
that's why I'm surprised Biden won. But so in that case, because you're stuck.
Yeah,
you're stuck. You didn't get Bernie. He's not on the ticket. So you got Hillary, you got Trump, and you got Gary Johnson. Those were your three plausible candidates.
Yeah.
So in my situation, because I hated Hillary Clinton so much,
I would have gone Gary.
I would have went
Hillary,
Gary, Trump, Hillary.
Yeah, I would have been Gary and then
Hillary, Trump.
Yep.
There's a lot of people that would have done this. This is why I asked you this, because I kind of knew you were going to do this, because no one liked either of them.
Yep.
Like much like this election. That's why nobody actually liked Trump or Biden.
Ranked choice gives us the option to to implement different party systems.
Yeah.
So it's not just left or right. You're not throwing away a vote. You're getting a choice on a third party, and it's not just being thrown away. It could actually play into who actually gets to be, and that opens up our whole government system, the whole GOP, to actually get change.
I also agreed with the third party. I agreed with all of this until this year. And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
It's middle of the fucking riots. You know, because the riots, I don't think most people understood. The riots never really calmed down here until the winter came. Like, we had serious drama all the way through October leading up to the election.
There's more crime even too.
You're right. It was crime. It wasn't really the actual riots.
Yeah.
You're right.
Like
that's shitty on me. I really mischaracterized that. That's fucked up.
No worries. No, there's it's
one thing to have fun and be a little inaccurate. It's another thing to completely mischaracterize a situation. That's what I just
people
did. And I
did
owe everyone an
start
apology.
to riot momentarily when that one dude shot himself.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I was actually on the scene then that night. I got photos of when the National Guard came and everything happened at that time.
People don't know what you're talking about. Explain.
So a man in Minnesota, I forgot what he did.
He shot two people.
Yeah. And the police found out, and finally we're about to chase him. You can see it on the camera. He gets shot. He shoots himself, and that actually the police had to release that footage viral so that way people would stop, because somebody went and said to the news and said it was the cops shot him, and they were wrong.
And they said, I saw it with my own eyes.
Exactly. Yep.
They and they're on record.
Yep.
And you can hear it in the video being released. They release the video. You see the guy. So the camera's on me. Okay. So you see him. He okay, I'm going to try to, for the viewers, if you're on audio, you're fucked right now.
Yeah.
Okay. But you pretend this is the wall. My chair is the wall of a hotel.
Yep.
Okay, it's like the door leading into a hotel. And dude runs up to it like this and literally goes into the corner and goes,
yep.
And he's dead. He's dead. And then the cops run up 5-10 seconds later. A solid 5 or 10 seconds later. They were not on his ass.
No.
He was way ahead of them. And literally in this video, you hear a girl, the cops just murdered this man.
Yep.
I saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah. Pretty much, she should be charged almost. That's that was.
Dude, it was crazy. And then exactly what Steve just said.
Yeah.
That shit got reported, and riots temporarily started to happen.
So what happened?
Had to release that video live, and then here's what's fucked up.
Yeah.
This is how stupid we are. Certain people think that the vaccines secretly carry a 5G nanotechnology that can, you fucking morons, that technology is so fucking far out. Jesus Christ, stop being an idiot. But some people actually went as far to say, and I watched them comment live on the internet. I was there. This video is fake. I watched that cop shoot him in the head. I watched these comments pop up live. So whether these are internet trolls from Russia or China, or these are assholes who are trying to incite shit here, or these are just ignorant assholes who want to be false witnesses
All very
and
possible.
pretend that they were there.
Yep.
Either way, people lost their minds.
Yeah.
For about 24 hours before that shit calmed down.
Yeah. That's so I was there, and it was
Were you
right
there at the shooting?
not when the shooting happened, but when the situation first escalated. When it happened, popped off about within less than an hour, I was there. We actually came just from a very nice, peaceful march that was dealing with.
Yeah,
it was a
somebody
girl's
speak?
birthday. It was a girl's birthday who her father had been killed, and so it was just a nice, peaceful
Wasn't
march.
this the same weekend that Al Sharpton was here, and there was a big speech and movement, peaceful, not protest. It was like a. It's not a protest. There was another word, like not a vigil. Or something, and wasn't it the same weekend Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson came down and spoke?
I mean, that would make sense. But I'm not sure. I guess exactly.
And then it was just like some random act of violence that happened, and boom, it all popped off.
Exactly. Yeah. And so and it was because they had thought that the cops had done it, so people kind of got. And this is what happens. I watched the opportunist criminals come. This is what happens because they get word everything's happening, and then they end up coming down. Because I was there, and there was a bunch of us there. Tensions were rising between police and the people. I'm not a fan of police, but I'm like a people person in general, just everything in general. Like I was there, I was documenting, I was filming. I wasn't trying
I'll
to
be a little bit more blunt. I hate the fucking cops.
Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't for like any side. I was there to just catch what was happening, and I wasn't there to project any certain narrative at all. But like one guy was like, a cop kind of had his hand on his like pepper spray, but he was like talking to the guy and everything. But this guy was just screaming at him, screaming at him. I'm like, dude. He's like, you're fucking hostile. He's like, you're hostile right now. You want to kill me. I'm like, dude, look at you right now. It doesn't matter who anyone is. You're acting in an enraged, hostile
what
way.
You should have said is, dude, it's not worth the paperwork. Calm down. You don't want to do this paperwork. I don't want to kill you.
I spoke up for the cop is what I was doing.
Neither one of us want to do the paperwork.
I spoke up for the cop, and I was like, look, the cop is just bracing himself because you would be doing the same. If a cop was yelling at you right now in that face, you would be gearing up. You'd be somewhat ready. You'd be somewhat defensive, and just at least, in the very least, ready.
Did you find it hard to resist rioting and looting? When it was all going down and you're in the heat of it, was there a part of you that wanted to go in and grab a couple things?
No, I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Liar! I wanted to drive down there, and I'm 4 miles away.
Yeah,
I wanted to go grab some shit. I was so fucking tempted, you lying motherfucker. Be honest, you son of a bitch. You wanted to take something.
It's obviously tempting.
Something. Maybe even a pair of socks, but you were like, them socks are like $12. I could just grab them right now, and no one would notice, and my feet would be super warm.
Oh, God.
Come on.
But yeah, so
admit it. Part of you wanted to go down there. You're there. Part of you wanted, but why didn't you? That's what I'm actually asking. Guys, this in humor.
Yeah.
But why didn't you?
Yeah. Why didn't I? It's not going to perpetuate anything that I want moving forward. It's not going to help what I'm. For someone who does protest, for someone who does those things. So it wasn't fear of getting caught? No. I mean, that's neither one or there.
For me. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
I knew I would get caught. No, I knew I'd end up in jail, and I wouldn't be doing this podcast right now. I'd have been part of a riot, and I'd have probably fucking fought a cop. Shit would have went dark.
But everyone is looting. Everyone's doing all that. So the consequences of having to face are kind of out the window.
You're a better person than I am.
Yeah.
That's what I'm alluding to.
Yeah.
You actually care about the community. I just didn't want to get caught. And I'm kidding. And you guys, come on.
And I wouldn't feel that bad about, the targets and the whole chain, things like that.
They're not covered for rioting and looting.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck though. There's still a giant corporation. Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
But what about all the employees that lost their jobs in those neighborhoods?
They already got it back. It's already up and running. It's all
okay.
It's all there.
So what about the last 9 months where they were unemployed?
Most people were, I guess. But no, I get that.
What about the people that shopped there? That was their main destination.
That was mine. That was mine actually.
Yeah.
I live right by there.
And with your white privilege, you were able to just drive to another neighborhood. Yeah, right. And still
I've
buy
been
groceries.
without vehicles so many different times.
No, but that's the shit we got accused of. It was like, you don't get it because with your white privilege, you can just drive to another neighborhood. And I was like, what? We all live in this neighborhood. Why do you think random rich white people live in this super poor neighborhood?
Yeah.
Where are you getting this from? The reason Kate and I are here, we are not rich. We just decided to buy our house.
I lived in Northside for almost
Cash.
a decade overall too.
Like this is well known. We bought our house cash, but
Yeah.
it was our entire life savings. And we will not be locked in poverty forever. But we are not richer. Like, we all lost our jobs together. Like, we're all, and this is what my block understands. This is why we don't have these issues on this block.
Yeah.
Like you do not bring up racist shit on this block. Like, anybody, if you're white or you're black and you start talking about racism, everyone else is like, stop. You're done. Like, you're done. Stop. We're not doing that here. We don't have those problems here. We're not bringing them up. Keep those conversations 2 blocks down. That's how tight it is here. On this block. Just this block. Not saying the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Just this block.
Where you all know each other, so you
We're
know what
so
you
tight.
know what it is already.
We are
yeah.
so tight. We are so tight on this block. Like, we don't even fuck with it.
Yeah.
Like, we're like, no. That doesn't exist here. Like, we have, what is this? 300 feet long?
Yeah.
By what? 100 feet wide? No, 100 yards wide. Sorry, 300 yards long by 300 yards long by 100 yards wide.
Yeah.
If you go to the alleys.
Yeah. But that's because it's not a problem here.
But this is all
exactly.
No. This is all we know.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the world or the city. We're talking on this block.
Yeah.
Because we can control this block. So we don't allow racism on this block. We also don't allow you to pretend we don't allow you to play that card here. Because we don't allow it to happen in the first place.
On this block alone, then, though. But not overall.
That's all we got.
Yeah.
That's all we got.
So
that's
it's not,
all we can control.
It's not in general. It's just for on your own
Literally
block.
this block.
That makes
and I
sense.
would say it out loud, but we're on the internet, and I don't need people to know exactly where I live unless you've already been here. But, like, it just doesn't happen here. Like, we don't fuck with it. Like, and I walk people out just in case. Because I never know who's going to come down the block and have something to prove that night. Because that's when shit happens in this neighborhood. It's the fucking child under. And when I say child, it's a male under
young adult,
actually, or female under 25.
Yeah.
Like, that's what it is. There's something that happens to that I've noticed. There's something that happens in the black community where when a black dude or a black woman turns 30, there's a wisdom that happens. Like, and it's very similar to white dudes too, but white dudes, it's a way wider window. It's 25 to 35. So some of them get woke at 25. Some of them are so fucking stupid it takes till 35.
I feel like that goes off your initial of losing things, like the.
But right around 30, it's a tighter window for the black community. Like, it's 30.
It's because they've actually had to deal with more things overall a lot of times.
And I'm also speaking on averages. I'm generalizing. So
Correct,
you'll meet a really wise 18-year-old black kid.
Oh, yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, pretty much every black person, by the time they hit 30, they ditch that other life and they start focusing on another thing. With white dudes, it seems to be a much wider window. Like, some of them are as late as 45, really.
Yeah.
Like, how many losers do you know that are white dudes at 40?
Yeah.
And then they get married. And then all of a sudden, by 45, 46, they, like, got their shit together. They got a boat. It's like, what happened? They're like, oh, she saved my life. I owe everything to her.
I think that's a good example of how some of the privileges play out in that sense of where we talked about people just generally, and not even like saying
I was going to go the other way. I was going to go the other way and say it was ignorances.
Yeah.
Is that, again, that suffering, that, like, real
exactly. That's what I'm going
struggle,
back to. Correct.
Like basically by 30, black dudes kind of got to figure it out. They're like, man, they're either all in on the thug life or they're like, man, this shit is not sustainable. But idiot white dudes will live reckless fucking rock star lifestyles till they're 45, 50 years old. Yeah. And I'm not saying that's because of privilege. I'm saying that's because of ignorance.
Yeah,
that's because
that's a basis out of it. You're allowed to be ignorant.
I'm also being
when you
racist.
have privilege. Yeah.
I'm also being racist, and I'm saying, like, literally, if you think about this, I'm literally saying that white people are more reckless and less aware than black people. But I'm not actually saying it's because of the skin color. I'm saying it's because of the lifestyle. It's
Right.
because with the hard lifestyle living in this hood, what I've noticed is by the time a black dude or a black woman turns 30,
Yeah.
they're tired of the bullshit. They're exhausted,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Listen, man, I'm done with that bullshit."
See, I could say, obviously, I say that.
But white
'cause, like,
dudes will be like, "Fuck that, man! Fucking
Yeah.
rocking it, dude."
yeah, it's out of circumstance
I'm
and it's out
getting
of both.
fucked up tonight. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
you might be right though. It might actually have to do with privilege.
Well, so because you can be ignorant when you're privileged, you don't have to face those harsh realities. You don't have to have that suffering. It ties in, and it deals more with impoverished areas. It deals with it is. You're right. It deals with more of like where you're at and where you come from. The only reason why I relate that to race is because they're just you can't. I mean, people like to say that doesn't exist, but there is a racial wealth gap. There is way more white people who own land, own property, own collateral and money than there is at all. And there's a huge racial wealth gap.
There may be truth to that. However, there's no laws. There is no law that allows that to happen. Is what's happening is what I explained earlier, is that I'll tell every single one of my black neighbors who absolutely have more money than me. And I'll tell them how to legitimize that income and get the fuck out of here. Yeah. And they're like, nah.
Which you'll be happy to hear then, like some of the people that I do work with, and there are initiatives, there are a lot of like black mentor, there are because they respect, other people who look like them in their neighborhoods and, who are a part of their own communities. And there are a lot of black men and mentorships that are happening now where they're trying to teach financial stability and long-term longevity in those facets. They're trying to make
I think what you said is key, though. They look like them, and that's the thing. When I explain it, they think it's bullshit. They think I'm trying to pull something on them.
Right.
And I'm like, no, dude, this is like how it works, bro.
So,
again, this is that math shit. Like, no, this is how the system is built. I worked in this industry for 8 years. It's literally this simple. Get a checking account, open up a credit card, get your credit score to 700, and you either buy a cash house or you take out a loan and buy a house. But if you're smart, right, you don't do it this is what I say, you don't do it the white suburban way. You don't buy a single family home and perpetuate your fucking life into debt.
Yeah.
No. You buy a cash flowing rental property like a duplex or a triplex within the city limits, and you get somebody else to pay your fucking mortgage for you.
And then you can do another one and then another one.
When I say this to you, it seems like common sense.
Yeah.
But when I tell this to somebody who doesn't know any better, they think I'm trying to pull one over on them.
Yeah.
This is the problem. This isn't white people condescending or not believing or willing to invest in black people. This is a paranoia of the black community, somehow convinced that this is another white person trying to take advantage of them.
Correct.
And it's like, dude, I don't sign that paperwork.
Which is a trauma.
Like, I don't get anything out of this.
Yeah.
All I do is help you buy a house, bro. Like, this is what friends do. This is what's fucking me up, bro.
Yeah.
Is like, there's only a few people on the block, and most of them already own homes. So they already know the black dude across the street fucking owns a real estate agency. And he's literally trying to tell these same motherfuckers the same thing I'm telling them. So he owns the real estate agency. I'm over here as a white dude or Jew who moved into the neighborhood.
Perceivably.
Right? Yeah. And fucking like, I'm doing the damn thing. Yeah. And then there's another black dude right here and another Asian woman next door. And we all own our own homes, trying to tell these people, like, listen, man. And when I say these people, I'm not saying black people. I'm saying these people on this block, because there's many races on this block.
Yeah.
And we're trying to explain to them how the system works, and they think it's a scam. They think we're trying to get them involved with the government so the government can come audit them, which is exactly true, but also super paranoid, because it's like, no, the system's built as a ladder for you to manipulate it and climb it. But if you're worried about getting up there and having the government look at you, then you can't play the game.
But I think
you're
a lot
forever
of
oppressing yourself.
I think a lot of it is that the way that our system's set, like we touched in the very beginning, where it's like the difference between, how people will actually lose and have less when they're trying to get off of that. Like, it makes it a thing where it's hard to get off of the assistance because you lose so much.
So how do we fix it? How do we get a situation where people aren't afraid to climb the ladder?
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what we're talking about. Like there's a fear of success that comes with this, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of people that want to do a podcast, but they realize how much work goes into it, and they're like, oh, and then and it could become successful and all that, and then they're like, oh, and they get nervous. Same thing with the band, same thing with acting, same thing with starting their own business.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, it's safer this way. I know this system.
Yeah.
To me, that's not a system. That's not a culture of racism. That's a culture of like holding people down. We need to build a culture where we're encouraging people to take risks, invest in themselves, believe in themselves, and not depend on the system, to not depend on other people. Like, yeah, have friends, have a community. Call your neighbor when you need when you hurt your back and you need your shit fucking shoveled or plowed or whatever.
Yeah.
But when the government can come down a year ago and take all our jobs and murder somebody within 3 months, and then riots break out, and we have all this crazy shit happening, and within a year we turn around and we're right back at the gun control argument. It's like, to me, that's one of the most racist arguments out there, period. Because in my neighborhood, if it doesn't matter if I'm white or if I'm black, I call the cops. Unless shots have already been fired, the cops ain't coming.
Yeah.
Like, they're not.
And 9 times out of 10, they're not doing shit. Unless, because the neighborhood you're in.
Or what you said, you will never call the cops.
Yeah.
That's my thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't call the cops because literally, yes, there's a real problem going on. But if we handle it on the block, we can de-escalate it and get everybody out of here alive. If I call the cops, some 16-year-old kid might die tonight.
Yep.
Do I want to live with that guilt on my hands?
Right.
This is the situation we live in.
Yeah.
This is the reality of our world.
Yeah.
Don't fucking take the guns. It's the only reason we have an ability to stand against the gangbangers and prevent some idiot 15-year-old kid from getting shot. It's because I don't have to call the cops. If you take the guns and you make me call the cops, more people are going to die at the hands of the cops.
It's just putting more control in the whole system.
That's the one that fucks me up.
That's why
I feel like you got to pick
I don't
want
to take guns away, but like the whole it's a hard one for me. That's why I don't actually like I can't talk about taking guns away for the fact that I don't know how you could even possibly take them out of the right hands or anything like that at all to begin with, because background checks and things like that.
Wrong hands or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Because background checks, I mean, like I'm like somewhat for that.
How would
there
you
being
even say
more.
that? How do you take them out of the right hands or the wrong hands? Who are the right hands? What do you mean by that?
Exactly.
Are you taking them out of the right hands because you're saying you're taking them out of the hands of the criminal, or are you saying you're taking them out of the wrong hands because you're taking them out of the hands of the criminal? Which you're not doing, by the way. You're only taking them out of. It's like saying we're gonna abolish drunk driving by taking rid of.
Out of the right hands,
drivers.
I mean taking the guns out of the right hands as in like the people who are going to take those guns and mass murder people or murder a bunch of people.
Okay.
Those are taking the guns out of the right hands.
Correct hands.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's like, how do you actually do that? Besides like I get the grace period waiting. Like
Which we already have.
If you buy exactly. And that's why it's like, to me, it's like, what else do we do besides that? And that's why I can't like be against getting rid of guns. I believe in them. I believe in the purpose and for all kinds of reasons.
Well,
so
people go, there's no reason you should have an AR-15. And I go, what about a militarized police force that is running around with AR-15s? That is operating with impunity to murder citizens. That's why I should have an AR-15, because they have one.
Yeah.
That's why I have a handgun, because they have one.
Yes.
If the cops didn't have anything other than hammers, I should be allowed to have a hammer. Because they have hammers.
Yep.
Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
This is why I love you, because you're not, even though you identify as a progressive,
right.
and I identify as a liberal, but I identify as what's called classically liberal, which is an extremely moderate position. So it's all about preserving the civil liberties of the individual. So if a larger group of people are impinging on a smaller group of people, I'm not about that in any way, shape, or form. And we can chase that principle on any analogy if you want to give me an example and go, okay, so how do you reconcile this? It's that simple. Do the formula.
Yep.
Is the greater oppressing the whole? Or I'm sorry, is the whole suppressing the minority? And if it is, then fuck off. Because it just boils down to this very simple constitutional respect. Gender, religion, creed, race, sexual orientation. You don't get to do those things. This is America, motherfucker. like That's where my biggest disconnect has come from. Is like I keep talking about my biggest issue, my biggest irritants, my biggest this, but my biggest disconnect is like, when did my definition of America change from everyone else's? Because my definition of America is about equality and about inclusion and about equality of opportunity specifically.
That's my exact is having economic mobility be equal throughout.
I mean,
having
am
the
I
chance to
wrong?
move throughout.
Am I wrong? Like,
Definitely right.
Like, yeah, we have humans have classism and racism built into them. I think where I have the biggest confusion, so to speak, is when we try to like act like America is the worst example of humanity.
Correct.
Like,
I
don't know about all that, man. Like,
speaking of privilege, that's a privileged point of view. You think that anywhere else is
better?
That America is just the worst. That's privilege. You do not know.
Yeah, look at China, what they're doing to the Uyghurs.
Yeah, exactly, precisely. And that's
even
why
the Christians.
That's
or
why
even the
people.
Christians.
That's why
or
people,
even the Christians. People don't know about the Christian thing that's happening in China. They threatened their government benefits. So if you don't disavow Christianity in China, you lose your government, Social Security, all that. Like what like. So if you're a Muslim, you get put in a slave camp, and if you're a Christian, you get threatened with just starving to death. No big deal.
Re-education camps too.
That's what the Uyghurs are in. So when you see those pictures of Chinese factories with happy laborers, those are slaves. Those are Muslim. Those are Asian Muslims who are slaves, smiling for the camera, so you can feel good about buying your fucking Nikes.
Exactly. That's
the other shit that pisses me off about the capitalism shit. Is like we talk about freedom and fucking all this other shit, and the government not getting involved, so you can just leave and go hire slaves to go make your fucking Nikes to sell it in America for $160 a pair while you pay 3 cents. Go eat shit.
I'll also say that
I will not buy a brand new
that's
pair
one
of
of the things that I find hypocritical
Nikes, they're
about
from
people.
Goodwill.
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself, Nike.
I find people are hypocritical when they're like, that's free market, that's free enterprise, and they're like corporations and blah blah blah.
Slavery is not the free market.
They talk about how like people here in our country are like against immigrants. They don't want to like outsource and things like that. Like they don't want to have people here take jobs, but then they don't get mad at those corporations for outsourcing that. There's not people who are completely boycotting.
Yeah, and I hate to break it to you guys, slavery is not the free market.
Correct.
That is the opposite of a free market.
Yes.
Like, fuck you. Fuck you, man. Like, that's what pissed me off about the Colin Kaepernick shit. I don't care if you want to take a knee. Take a fucking knee. That's your constitutional right. Because forced patriotism, that exactly. NFL shit pissed me off. And, and I was on the wrong side of it for a little bit just because I was irritated. And I'm like, I don't watch sports for political movements. Like, because I never watched the national anthem.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't.
Yep.
You know, I never do.
I feel weird.
I don't give a fuck about it.
I feel everyone's program. I feel like that whole singularity thing where everyone's on the same wavelength on this weird thing, and I'm just like not in it.
Like
I'm
some
like,
church level
shit. Yeah. I'm just like, oh god, they know that I'm not a part of them.
Right. Like, yeah, you're looking around.
Yeah.
It's almost like you're on mushrooms and everyone's fucking, everyone's looking at you. But when I found out that the NFL contractually obligated their players to stand for the national anthem because the NFL signed a contract with the United States military.
Yeah.
It was a sponsorship deal. And I was like, so wait a minute, is what we're talking about is that you go into work. This isn't about Colin Kaepernick kneeling about police oppression. Is what this is really about is me going to my fucking my sheet metal factory and you forcing me to do the Pledge of Allegiance every morning. That's called forced patriotism. That is no longer an American. That's fascism. That's what they did in Nazi Germany. Therefore, immediately, I'm against it. So I quickly did a 180, and I'm like, no, I have Colin Kaepernick's back. Like, not only is it his constitutional right, but you cannot compel someone to be patriotic, even at their job.
Correct. And you're fighting for freedom, and those are the people you're going to talk about.
And then when the president
acknowledge that freedom.
And here's the thing is when the president comes down and says you should be fired That's actually a direct violation of the Constitution because you're threatening government retribution for your political and social opinions. That's a direct violation of the First Amendment. And then I flipped again and went against Colin Kaepernick because he's talking about racial oppression.
Yeah.
And systemic oppression.
Yeah.
And then he's taking a fucking several $100 million deal from Nike, who's making his shoes on the backs of slaves. And then I was like, oh, you're a piece of shit. And fuck you, LeBron, too, who wants to talk about America's racist. But then you support Colin for kneeling during the American national anthem, but you refuse to kneel against the Chinese national anthem because there's too much money at stake for you to make.
Correct.
And compromise your deal with Nike. So LeBron James and Colin Kaepernick are the idea of pandering.
Yeah.
It's virtue signaling and pandering at the top level of the game.
That's why when he quit, I could get with that.
They're literally making money off the backs of slaves and oppression while preaching against America, American democracy, and claiming our system is built on the backs of slaves while they're literally making money on the backs of slaves. Go fuck yourself. And I will fight either one of them in an alley over this. And I'll probably win because they're both soft and they're both worried about being pretty. I got more fake teeth from being in fights than both them motherfuckers. I will beat LeBron James in a fucking fist fight. He'll dominate me in basketball, but he doesn't know how to fight. Nah, fuck that. He's never been in a real fight. He's too pretty. He's got all his original teeth. They're too white.
Maybe they're non-original teeth then.
Let's take some questions. Throw some questions in here. I'm having a blast with you, buddy.
Yeah.
This is crazy. This is like such a deep, uncomfortable conversation, but I don't feel uncomfortable with you at all talking about this shit. It feels like we're just like both lamenting about how everyone we believe in is an idiot in the government, and they're all fucking bored. So throw your guys' questions in here. I'm gonna put the post chat up too. If you guys are watching on subtitles, I found out we have a hearing impaired fan. So, they read the subtitles a lot. It's pretty cool. But that Bernie Sanders shit.
Yeah.
So I got a bunch of friends who are hardcore lefties, and a couple of them don't agree that Bernie was fucked over twice. They only think he got fucked the first time. They think that the party consolidated to Joe Biden because the party got less progressive. And I'm trying to explain to him, like, no. They strategically fucked him this time instead of just outright fucking him. They timed it to make it look better because they waited until after certain primaries to take votes from Bernie and then had certain candidates endorse Biden over and over again to build and consolidate votes to mathematically, this is where 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4, to mathematically make it look like Biden was the actual popular candidate, but he wasn't again.
Correct.
And the numbers again showed
grassroots donations, everything would show otherwise.
But the DNC
he didn't have to do any of that.
The DNC does not care about minorities. They don't care about black people. They don't care about the poor. They are the best people at pandering because they do all this virtue signaling shit, and then you get Biden and Kamala Harris when you have Kamala Harris laughing about keeping black people in jail past their sentences on petty marijuana charges. She is the worst. And then you have Biden, who is literally directly responsible for the 1994 crime bill and the 98 omnibus bill, which are the reason we have these actual serious fascist problems with our current police force.
Correct.
It's actually because of Joe Biden. So that goes back to what you said 30 years ago when the party suddenly flipped beliefs but kept the names.
And that's because the Democrats were getting elected. It was all Republican being elected. The Democrats had to get that ideology, and it was the whole tough on crime mentality with, like, it was Nixon or whoever else at that time, or Reagan, Reagan had been pushing heavily that like America felt it was a thing needed. So that's like what they all went for. They tried
because
to
Reagan
be
came out of Jimmy Carter.
exactly.
Jimmy Carter
So they're
was
like,
soft.
well, we'll be tougher on crime than they will be even. Like, you know, so it was like a pissing match of who would be tougher on crime would actually get elected. Then they like go into that, whether they play into that, and that's where I I made the moral decision in myself to be able to vote for Biden instead of Trump was the fact that I'm like, okay, he's kind of fair weather, not like fair weather and like he's trying to get like elected wise, but he's fair weather in like a populist sense in which that like he assesses what everyone's trying to feel and he's like trying to please everyone. And in that sense, I feel like maybe this time in the future, he can recuse kind of the bullshit that he's done in the past and see where we're at as a society right now and be able to make those changes. He could reprise things that he's done wrong.
Do you think he's going to do that?
I lose faith every day. I lose faith every day. A little bit more that he will. Same with Kamala Harris. It's like she has a chance, then she could recreationalize marijuana and federally and all kinds of things to help and get people out of those prisons. I remember.
But what does she do?
Yeah.
She fires. You know she's responsible for those people. It wasn't Biden. She got those staffers fired.
That makes sense. Yeah.
She's the most anti-weed person in the federal government. She is like, and she's a descendant of Jamaican slave owners. A direct descendant, by the way. Like, how ironic is that? She wants to tell me I'm a descendant of slave owners, even though I'm not. If anything, I'm a descendant of slaves. But she actually comes from direct slave owners from Jamaica.
Yeah.
But because she's darker than I am, she has a higher moral, equitable share in deciding who's racist, who's not, and who's more responsible.
That's a very hard conversation. That's a very hard for most of society taking that.
I get the bill. I get the bill, but she's actually a descendant of a slave owner. This is the world we live in.
Yeah.
And now I'm able to say this with you humorously because we're sitting on this podcast as equals.
Yeah.
And you know I'm a mixed person. But if I were to go online and make this argument, people would look at my profile and immediately think I'm a white supremacist. Yeah. As a Jew, I would be accused of being a white supremacist. That's how fast that turns on you.
Yeah.
And that's where the problem is we're not having enough of these conversations on podcasts like this. We're having too many of these conversations on Twitter. You got 280 characters.
And a lot of it's
make your argument. Go.
Yeah.
And then it's a popularity contest. It's not even who's right. It's who gets the most likes.
That's the thing about online that sucks in general with discourse. Like, it's one thing. You should message people when you have that. And you can, once you see that they can, like, they're open a little bit in the slightest, quit having the dialogue on a post. Message that person and talk to them because it'll be very different.
I would go farther and say call them.
Yeah.
Call them so they can hear the tone in your voice. So when you go, dude, take that fucking post down. It doesn't make you look good. You seem like a pandering, virtue signaling fuck. Take it down. You go, really? Because like I thought it was really cool, and you go, no, dude, take that fucking post down. But if I text you that, you go, fuck you.
Yeah.
Who the fuck are you to private message me and tell me what to do on my own fucking thread? This has actually happened.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah.
But when I call somebody, I go, dude, take that.
I've had my life threatened. I've gotten death threats for being a progressive. Just for being a progressive and saying that I want health care to be more open for people and education to be more available for everyone. I've gotten death threats on how I'm a direct problem. I'm a direct threat
wrong with this country.
I'm a direct threat to America and that I need to be hung or shot. It's always hung or shot. It's really weird. But it's happened multiple times, and I get called a Marxist communist because of it. The only thing that I find that I wish Bernie Sanders wouldn't do is come out and say so much about socialist and being a democratic socialist, because half the things that we're going for and that he wants isn't really even that much of a communist socialist thing. It's literally just adding in more public programs like we already fucking have in this country.
You know what's interesting is I don't actually have a problem with him on any of the socialist aspect shit.
Yeah.
I had a problem.
I just wish he wouldn't identify.
I had a problem with him is fucking going after guns. Like, because again, we have a fire department.
Yeah.
We have public schools. Those are socialist programs.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
We have
Social Security.
We have
Social Security.
We have we have the cops, the state police.
Yep.
Which is the state police are actually a communistic thing. Then you have the democratic version of the cops, okay, which are your sheriffs, which are elected positions, and then he appoints his deputies. Okay, and then you have the capitalistic version in America, which is your private security force, like what the Kardashians have and shit like that, right? It's this blend of these three things, so everyone has an option. And if you make money, you can get something better. But everyone has minimum standards met, all the way down through education. We have fucking public school for a goddamn reason, because everyone in this country acknowledges that when everyone can read and do basic math,
we can progress.
They have the ability to contribute to society, yes, and make the world a better place.
And with being
even
healthy,
if they're just a worker bee. Exactly. That is 100% true with being healthy. Yeah. Like going and getting basic dental care starting at 9 years old when you start losing your teeth, yeah, and you get your adult teeth. Yeah. And having that as an option without getting a bill. Like I don't get a bill after I graduate first grade.
Yeah.
Like let's get the minimum shit met on the healthcare deal.
Correct.
Let's do this.
Which is because we have lobbyists in big pharma spending millions.
That's the issue.
Against getting that to not be a thing. They don't want that because that's their biggest money maker right there. And big pharma funds tons of lobbyism in our country, which is why I said we need true representation of our communities and people and not of corporations.
You know what I want? I want to stop. I think just insurance in general is one of the biggest scams on the planet because the entire business model is built around denying you coverage and figuring out a way to fuck you over. However, that is also because a lot of people commit insurance fraud.
Yeah,
it's the truth.
Yeah.
But it bothers me that an insurance company or a medical company. So we got to get actually to the core here. The medical companies, manufacturers, administrators, so like actual people, physicians, yeah, anesthesiologists, they've built up such an insane cost into what they do because they just bill your insurance. Like it's not just for profit.
Yeah.
It's for pillage.
Yeah.
Like it's so above and beyond profit. It's for pillage. And so I want a situation, because the reason I was for healthcare to begin with when I was younger is because we were denying people based on pre-existing conditions. They were willing to pay for healthcare coverage. They were like, I'll pay $200 to $400 a month. I have no problem with that. Shouldn't be free. Nothing's free. Even they understood that.
Yeah, I mean, how you going to have any material or any knowledge without something?
So instead of Obamacare, because Obamacare, where it made things worse, even though I'm for it, where the problem came in is in order to get it passed, they had to underwrite it through private insurance companies. And exactly what the Republicans warned against, as soon as medical providers knew it was underwritten by private insurance companies, there was no competition. So it didn't drive costs down because they didn't have to charge any less. Because what should have happened is we need to have an actual nationalized healthcare that you and I can opt into for a monthly fee, a monthly tax that just comes out of our paycheck. Yep. You know, it's just a tax, $200 a month, $400 a month, whatever it is. And that creates a secondary industry that makes the insurance companies compete.
That's what I liked about Pete Buttigieg.
And that's what capitalism is about competition. Yep. So who can make the best product that costs the least and maximize their sales base? And if you have a monopoly, which is what you have, where private insurance companies pay for all the medical bills, or you're fucked, then the medical companies who are creating the medications, the actual products,
yep,
the machines, Everything, down to the gauze and the needles.
Yep.
Everything. They can charge whatever the fuck they want. It's like when we pay private contractors to install shit at government buildings, and we do an audit and we realize we're paying $300 for a toilet seat that costs $13 because it's paid for by the government. This is why I have an issue with the government, and this is the same reason I have an issue with private insurance, because you have giant corporations, private corporations, that take advantage of these government projects.
That's where I'm torn as a progressive at sides of things. That's where, like, because you can't deny.
That's where I'm torn as a capitalist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, on both sides of it, I get that both. It's hard.
We are feeling the same pain.
Yeah.
Even though you're a progressive and I'm a capitalist.
Yeah.
Like, we actually are literally agreeing that we have the same problem, which is money being wasted by greedy people who figured out a way to game the system. That's where, and this is where most Americans lie, dude. This is where most of us lay. I said lie, but I think lie is the correct word, but it sounds like I'm saying being false.
Yeah.
When we have a lot of the international listeners. But this is where we lay in our bed. Most Americans are normal, reasonable, and we agree, and we have a lot in common. We all bleed the same blood. We all trying to raise families. We're all trying to make a little bit of money. We're all trying to stop a little bit of suffering in our lives or our neighbors' lives or our community's lives. The disconnect comes in is, where should the decisions be made? I have serious problems when we start going, let the federal government decide.
Yep.
Because they don't fucking know what it's like to live in North Minneapolis.
Yep.
You have Ilhan Omar, who is my actual senator, my representative from this neighborhood.
Yep.
She's not a senator, she's a rep, sorry. But my congresswoman. She's super pro gun control, wants to get rid of guns. And she's super pro defund the police. And everything is racism.
Yeah.
She actually made a speech right after George Floyd that capitalism and democracy are racist in their core, and the entire system needs to be torn down and rebuilt from within. That is the words of anarchy. That is not America, and that is not true.
Well, she's on the progressive side of it, where
she's
it's like
too far.
It's just
She's not progressive, dude. She's a goddamn communist. That's what she is. She does not make progressives look good, dude. I know a lot of credible and talented and good progressives, including yourself. And Ilhan Omar makes you look bad. Like, the fact that you claim to be a progressive and she is on the title.
Yeah.
Like, dude, no. Like, she's got to go, dude. She's making you like Mitch McConnell has to go.
For real,
he makes conservatives look bad. Ted Cruz, he's got to go. He makes conservatives look bad. He makes the Republicans. There's certain figureheads that got Trump had to go.
Yep.
Like, even if they're right, the way they go about their business causes more problems than it solves, and they're not the right person for the job.
The different job.
Mayor Frey, gotta go. I'm back to 50-50 on Walz.
Yeah.
I was super pro Walz at the beginning of the pandemic.
Yeah.
By like August or September of last year, I was like, fuck this idiot.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, okay, you're starting to make the right decisions again.
Yeah.
Like, he's dialing shit back quickly.
Yeah. I feel a lot of that too was purposely placed on Trump's. Like, he obviously, the rhetoric, the whole virus, the whole pandemic was all politicized.
He's such an idiot, though.
Yeah.
He was such a moron.
But it made people
even
react.
when he was right, he still sounded like an idiot who didn't know what he was talking about. Like, there was a couple things I agreed. I'm not going to go into specifics. There was a couple times where I was like, I actually agree with him on his decision, but when he tries to explain this, he makes it sound so bad. This dude needs to just go away. Like, let someone else talk.
My biggest problem with Trump was the environmental issues and just the pushing of xenophobia. To me, it was a big case. He like emboldened nationalism in that sense, and I feel in the wrong sense of it. Like, the whole American thing, I felt was pushing that.
This is a great question. Do you think? Do you believe racism is a thing as a society or a person? I don't think it's ingrained into our society. I don't think that's possible, because society isn't a living being with thoughts or feelings. It's an amalgamation of people. So for me, I would say that racism is baked into our DNA as the fight or flight, and it's based in, oh, you're not from my tribe, you don't look like me, you're from across the river, you're a threat. I think this goes back to like millions of years ago, caveman DNA.
I would think that, but I also feel like everyone's heavily affected by the information they're fed and where they're living and the information that they get and what they experience through that. And that's a like systemic, like societal impact then at that sense too.
But it's almost saying like guns,
because I wish that we
kill
would be
people. Like,
all
guns don't do anything.
No, yeah, for sure. But
like media, what we call society, those are
Right.
people. So therefore, in my definition, the bias racism, if there is something in us inherently, it's in the people. So it can't be in, like, it's not in a building.
Well, I don't think that guy who went
It's
and
not
killed,
in our laws.
who went and killed the 6 Asian women and went to those places was out of like the instinct of it. I felt like it was a societal like grooming that he experienced, mainly religious wise. That
Yeah, that wasn't racially driven.
No,
that was that he thought they were infidels and running a sex parlor.
But that also
And he was
comes down.
Iranian.
It comes down to racism for the fact that then it was to those parlors that thinks that those are sex workers because they are Asian massagers, and then it's an Asian massage parlor. Therefore, it must be a prostitution ring.
I could see how you could try to look at it that way. I just that wasn't my thought because like.
But that's why I totally agree with you though. On that same time though, that it was all motivated. Like that's just the way that it becomes.
It was a moral
racism
thing,
in that sense and that's where we draw the line because people think that certain races and other things are perpetuated to have the different moral standing on that. Half society will think, oh, it's an Asian massage parlor, like they must do prostitution there and that's a societal thing more than it is like an instinctual, I guess, thing on that because that's what we've been projected and fed and taught and like had thought.
And most of the illegal massage parlors are Asian run.
Yeah,
I mean, there's like this is another thing that people have reminded me about. They're like, dude, stereotypes exist for a reason. Like it's because like it was built. People didn't just make up stereotypes.
Right.
Like yes, they're based out of ignorance, but
it was
at
the
the
profession.
same time, they're also based out of like a reasonable expectation.
But
like,
it was the fact of them being women though and
like
being there
mayonnaise.
Like
That's a stereotype, but it's also fucking true. White people like mayonnaise.
Yeah.
That's real. Like, if I go into any of you fucking white people's houses, I will find mayo in your fridge. Guaranteed. One fucking white person, I dare you to look in your fridge and tell me you don't have a fucking jar of mayonnaise. I'll tell you what. If one of you
I like Chipotle mayo.
In fact, I don't even trust you. I don't even trust you fucks because I was just going to say if one of you can take a video showing me there's no mayo in your fridge, I'll send you $5. But I know a bunch of you motherfuckers are just going to take the mayo out and then start the fucking film. So fuck you. I'm not buying that. But all you white people have mayo in your fridge. There's a stereotype.
Quick joke.
It's also true.
Yeah.
You guys didn't like that one, did you? Because you all felt personally attacked because you all got 2 jars of mayo in your fucking fridge, you white motherfuckers.
So quick tangent on going, like, pulling back out of that where they'd be, like, pulling the mayo out and then taking the picture. I find this funny because we just did, like, a cleanup. Like, we went and cleaned up around the city earlier today. I went and we picked up garbage and did, like, some cleaning up. But I saw like a life hack thing that's pretty funny on how to get like influencers and like how to get online viral is take the picture like and reverse them. So you find all the garbage and then you take a picture of the bags and then you go and dump them everywhere. And then you take that picture and then you reverse the pictures and it makes it look like you just picked up all that garbage.
I get it. Instead of doing a time lapse.
It's funny. Yeah.
Instead of fuck, man. You know, there's something going on with backwards videos going viral lately. Have you seen this?
No.
You just reminded me of this. So there's a video on TikTok, and I'm not on TikTok, but TikTok videos get uploaded to Instagram Reels and the YouTube Shorts. So I see all the TikTok videos, but I'm not giving the Chinese government any of my data. None of it. I'm not
on TikTok, but I know TikTok.
I don't download from Epic Games either.
I just don't get. To
I
play
know
games.
there's malware in those programs. Go fuck yourself, China. But anyways, so they film everything in reverse. It's like there's this weird thing where guys have noticed there's an uncanny correlation between videos that are shot in reverse and posted to TikTok going viral versus the same type of videos being uploaded to TikTok and not going viral. There's something about people see, there's something in your brain that awkward, it almost looks like you're jumping a frame rate.
Yeah.
You get what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
For the viewers and listeners, I apologize if I'm really losing you here for a second. I'll try to get you back in a second. So like where it's really
y'all need to learn more about TikTok.
It's really gone video is guys will start the video where a guy's like planking but hanging on a pole, and then he'll slide down the pole, and then he'll get off the pole, and he'll walk backwards. And then they'll reverse it so it looks like he's walking up to the pole and floating up the pole.
Yeah.
That's a terrible example, but it's weird because I just read an article about how there's a bunch of shit like this that's happening, and there's a weird correlation between videos that are shot in reverse going viral on TikTok versus videos that are shot organically. And nobody's really sure what it means, but it's a noticeable thing. If you know anything about video editing and then noticing viral trends, and people are like, they kind of have their hands up. They're like, why would this work?
Yeah.
Like everything about the human conscious and everything we think we know about sensory observation and this shouldn't, this data should be random. There shouldn't be a direct curve. You know anything about this? Have you heard anything about this?
No.
I just read about this today. Like literally, I was on the shitter and I was reading an article about it. I'm like, and then you brought that up about the other thing.
That's just that's like a hack thing where if you want to just like make it seem like you cleaned up everything, you would just like reverse it and then just dump the garbage everywhere and then flip the two photos, and it would look like this is how it looked when I got here, and it's everywhere. And then you put the first photo second and be like, I just cleaned all this up.
Yeah. I think that leads into, that's why it reminded me of it, because I think it leads into the same psychology. I think it leads into that same thing.
Yeah.
Like there's something to that we fuck with our own brains. Like the before and after. Like almost like when you watch HGTV.
That's probably why the reverse videos have gotten popular in that sense, because it's like they can't tell right away, and then it's like, oh, okay. And it's like that reverse sensory trick that people are pulling.
That's
like,
what I'm thinking too.
Yeah.
And
So
something
like,
with that reverse frame rate, it almost seems like you're jumping the frames in. It almost seems maybe more artistic or something.
Yeah.
Like it takes something basic and makes it seem almost like something as silly as like a time lapse.
Definitely. Yeah.
You know, like time lapses are extremely captivating as well. And maybe we're just stumbling on something, because it's pretty obvious why time lapses are captivating. You and I watched a guy build a hotel in a fucking in a jungle.
Yeah.
He dug into the ground and basically built a 2-man hotel.
Well, that was just a nice way to digest what he was doing.
And it was gorgeous.
Yeah.
When he was
But I mean,
done.
that's why we were inspired, or like watching it. It was what he was doing more so than the time lapse. Time lapse was just a good way to digest what he was doing and be able to see it all happen.
Come hang out. Jesus Christ, quit parking up there.
So there's a bathroom down here?
There's a sink if you want to piss in it. You want to piss in it? All right, let's take a break. Guys, throw more questions in. We're coming towards the back end of this thing, so we're gonna open this up. Everything you guys want. I'll start hitting up any of these questions or comments that you've hit. We're gonna tie back in. This is why I love having the Jamies in the chat, because you guys can legitimately help us tie things back together. So I'm gonna go back up to something we talked about a while ago, where I asked the Jamies to jump in. Okay, so check this out. We mentioned earlier how I've talked about between races, between all that shit, I've seen the same type of person over and over again, and I asked the Jamies to look up how many archetypes there are, because I know I've seen this, and I know it's debatable. We got 2 answers right off the bat. Adam CD, thank you for checking in. He says 16 is what I found, but he's still researching, and then he found something. This sounds a little bit more concrete, but I know this is still debatable, so I'm not presenting this as fact. This is all theoretical. There's 12 archetypes, which have been appearing in stories and myths all over the world since the beginning of time. Now, I believe when you get into psychology, there's a belief that there's like up to 18. The numbers I remember off the top of my head are 12, 15, and 18. Long story short is like if you travel around the world, my wife's mom is a big proponent of this as well. She was in the military. She literally lived everywhere around the world, everywhere. And same thing with her dad. They were both stationed around the world. They lived around the world. My wife lived across the globe. My wife has lived all across this country. I have friends in the military, and as a musician, I can speak to this as well. You attract a certain type of people, and you will meet the same type of people anywhere you go, because people are people, and it really doesn't matter how rich or poor they are, race, religion, none of that shit matters. Like, people are people. But thank you for that, Adam. We went from a colony, Sean Rush, we went from a colony of people here. We don't know our neighbors to one person. What the fuck? We went from a colony of people here to we don't know our neighbor. Oh, I see what you're trying to say. Commas are important. We went from a colony of people here to we don't know our neighbors to one person can speak. Oh, I see what you're commas. God damn it, Sean. We went to a colony of people here to we don't know our neighbors to one person can speak for a whole race or community. That doesn't add up. I agree with you, by the way. Sean Rush is talking about he was caught that night of the riots for curfew. They dropped charges. That's a little old. Vigilantism. Mental illness is an issue, in my opinion, or the jackass that posted on Nextdoor that had video of 2 guys stealing a pistol out of his truck that he left unlocked. Yeah, that kind of shit, right? Let's see. There's a lot of shit here. We're like way behind. Thank you guys for checking in and hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. You guys are a blast. We love you guys so much.
Hey, go up one moment. One more. What do you say there?
It's all about neighborhoods putting their foot down and saying no more, just not playing the role of judge and jury and executioner. I agree with that 100%.
Correct. That's
like,
the same
we have
way
the
with
ability
police.
to do citizen arrests.
Yeah.
And that's what's alarming is like it almost seems like you and I could arrest a guy at gunpoint and keep him alive better than the cops sometimes.
Definitely. 100%.
But that's, somebody else mentioned this earlier, vigilantism. That's the scary thing is like we don't want to promote that.
No.
Because then guys get overzealous.
Yep. Exactly.
And the whole point is cops are supposed to be held accountable to a certain letter of the law to a higher standard than human beings. But if you and I start getting the idea in our head that we can do a better job than the cops, we get vigilantes. We get guys that want to be real life Batman. This is not how we create a stable society. We know this because we've already gone through this. That's what I was mentioning earlier. Communism, unfettered capitalism, all of these other ideas that we've already tried that have failed in the past.
Yeah.
Why do we keep looking backwards and going, oh, I want to go back to the way it was? You know why we don't go back to the way it was? Because there was major fucking issues with the way it was.
Well, the police inception was for like slave catching originally to the very beginning. I know it also has developed way different from that, but it's just how to use it's a classist tactic. It's a tool, and for my eyes, at least the way I think of it. And I'm not for like getting rid of the police altogether, but I am for defunding them in ways, as in like demilitarizing. There's certain things that could be they don't really need to have and be making money off of and taking our money for.
Matt, aka Stereo Sympathy, wants to know if he can have your ATV hoodie.
I can't because it's my friend Carlos's.
Yeah, so eat
originally.
shit, Matt. All right,
What
Adam
are
CD has a question, and I refused to read the first word of his question.
Mr. Steven.
Nope, don't do it again. Start over and skip that first word. Steve. In fact, we're gonna
It's a period.
we're gonna make it more casual because Adam doesn't know how to be normal. He's too formal. So Adam CD says, Steve, what are your inspirational bands? I was actually gonna ask you this earlier, but we got sidetracked. And I knew this was going to happen, which is why I didn't try to double back. But now we're in the final thing. So, right.
We've talked a lot about politics. We get back
bands?
to music.
Well, and I hope people understand, like, that's why you came on, is because, like, you're more than just a musician. Man.
Yeah, exactly. That's,
Like musician, music is super important to you.
Correct.
And it may be the number one thing that's important to you.
Yeah.
But
I got many passions.
Let's say there's 3 things that are important to you.
Yeah.
Music is only 34%.
Yeah.
There's still 60.
And they're all essential to each other.
Right. Yeah. There's still 66% other things you care about.
The inspiration bands.
So Steve.
Yes.
We're not reading that first word. Adam, you need to stop this shit and just start hanging out. Steve, what are your inspirational bands? What bands did you see or hear that made you want to become a musician? Though he's not trying to change the political conversation, he's just curious.
I like that. I mean, that's also another reason why people chime in and tuned in, I'm sure.
100%.
Is for our music. Kind of taste the things too.
It's really more about getting to know you as a human, so
exactly.
they can become a fan of you. So if someday you leave Reaping or Reaping breaks up, people still understand and can identify with you, and they can follow you from project to project and whatever you do. That's what this podcast is about. It's about really highlighting. That's why I talked about on your podcast. That's probably the last time I'm gonna have a full band on. Because it's just too. Like, we'll do that shit for specials.
It's good if the topic's going to be about the band the whole time.
Which is impossible.
Yeah.
You can't do 3 hours on your band.
Oh, yeah.
It's not possible.
Well, you all individually talk a little bit about, shit, but I know exactly what you're saying.
It's too hard. It's too hard. Like, if we had enough commercial
It's
breaks,
just like how you got a chance to dive in a little bit and know a little bit more about me, but now we're going into more brass tacks, more, like, fundamentally down to the root of things. Like, instead of just, like, knowing a little bit.
Yeah.
For me,
especially watching fucking Dan's vein pop out of his head while he was sitting to my left, literally watching his fucking chest muscle expand as I'm watching him try to hesitate punching me in the face as I ask certain questions or bring up certain topics. That fucking vein coming out of Dan's head was fucking cracking me up. All right, so answer this question: bands that inspired you to become a musician, or no, I said that again.
Oh,
no, I said that right.
Let's see here. So for live aspect right away, I guess. I'll keep it more. I won't start at the beginning quite yet, but I'll just go right to one of the most amazing things.
Dude, let's do this. Let's make it super fun. Yeah. Go current to the beginning.
Okay, yeah.
So, like, currently, who are you super into? Let's do this in reverse.
Yeah, I like it.
And then let's go back to the beginning of why you started. And while you start this first band, I'm going to take a leak.
Cool, yeah. I like Fit for an Autopsy a lot. 2013 specifically. They just had a really good metal album that I felt was a good blend.
You're a big fan of those guys, right?
Which one?
Huge band. You don't know them?
No.
6 Gay Dudes?
No.
Oh, dude, man. Fucking amateur hour. I just totally made that up. That's not a real band.
Okay, then there we go.
I just wanted to say on record that you're a big fan of 6 Gay Dudes.
I am. I can think of 6 Gay Dudes that I am a fan of.
I got more than 6, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
I got at least 69, dude.
Yeah. Bands for me, let's see. Currently, I've been really into Signs of the Swarm. I guess I like more tech melodic death core in a way. I'm still a big deathcore fan. It gets a bad rap, but I really like the blend of the hardcore elements, the off-timing things, the technicality, but also the songwriting all as one. I find just one style of metal to be kind of bland to me, and that's like we bring that into our band a lot, where I try to write my vocal parts and my techniques, whether I'm doing a guttural or doing more of like a witchy black metalish high, or if I'm doing just something more inaudible and it's like a like a reed like type thing, or if it's more of like a yelly straight thing, I try to implement different dynamics in our music by using different styles of metal vocals too. So naturally, I like more metal genres that will mix in all types of metal. There, that's the camera I'm looking at. I will say honestly, it's been harder to get into a lot of bands these days. I find myself being less enthused about a lot, but the ones that I do, like Beneath the Massacre's new album, it really hit in a good spot for me that I really like. Jared's yelling. He's
Okay.
about to. He's running back.
I'm on my way back, but I heard you just say so. Okay, because dude, that hit me so hard as you just said that.
Yeah.
You're finding yourself less and less inspired, and finding it. Okay, me too, bro.
Yeah.
What is it? Have we heard it all? Is there less original shit coming out? Are people being less creative? Why is it? Because I feel like what you just said.
Yeah.
Even though you listed a lot of hard, heavy bands, I feel like that transcends
I equally
genres.
listen to not too at the same time.
And I want to get to that.
Yeah.
I want to get to that. But why do you think that is? Because you and I think I'm glad you said that just then, because it transcends whether you're in a metal band or not. And it transcends what we listen to. Why are we getting less interested? Are people getting less talented? Is music getting less creative and original? Or have we just heard it all and it's harder to impress us? Or are we just getting to the level of creativity, like when we hear music, we go, I would have written that differently. Are we getting arrogant?
I mean, I don't know about arrogance in the way. I understand that.
Let me just... Before you answer this, because here's the reason I say the arrogant thing.
Yeah.
Is because when you listen to like Prince talk about shit like that in interviews, when he hears music, the reason I say arrogant is because I actually think the same way Prince does. So every song I hear, I go, ooh, I would have written that a little differently. I would have gone a different direction.
Yeah.
But I will still go, ooh, that's really interesting. I wouldn't have done that. I would have went a different direction. But I like what you did there, and that inspires me.
Right.
But that has happened less often, and the former is happening more. That's why I bring it, because I feel arrogant when I say it.
Yeah.
I feel arrogant when I think it, but that's why I bring up the Prince thing.
I think it might be a progression in time then. And it might be the progression in having heard it before and things like that, where, I mean, half the things I find I listen to are like watered down versions of things that were better before in ways, I guess.
Sure.
I don't know. And that's a good question. I don't know if it's because I've already experienced that and gone through that to where then like it's not really thrilling to me anymore, or if it's literally just not as actually good. Maybe. Yeah, that's a hard one.
So do you, when you listen to music, it's a coin flip in this analogy. Bear with me.
Yeah.
You and I are on vacation.
Yeah.
It's me, my wife, you. Are you married?
No.
Girlfriend?
Divorced.
Date?
Divorced.
Date?
I don't even.
Date?
I date. I have a woman I like, but
so we're whatever.
Yeah.
You like a girl enough. We're all four hanging out.
I'm
The bars have closed.
I'm not in the best situations to be dating.
The bars have closed.
Yeah.
It's me, my wife.
Yeah.
It's you and a girl. We're not going to get into a weird swinger orgy thing. Like, that's not what's happening. But we're going to hang out. You know, the bars have closed. You know, we're in another country. We're traveling.
Yeah.
What do you put on? What's the music you put on?
Well, I always feel out the vibe, I guess, with that person. I like so many different genres.
No,
of
you
things.
get the choice this time because I do that too.
Yeah.
So you go, what do you want? And I'm going to tell you whatever you want. And you go, Kate, what do you want? And my wife is going to go, whatever you want.
I'm like, well,
so what is your go-to?
You want to chill or are you looking
what
for...
What is your go-to? It's the four of us.
Yeah.
The bar, I'm giving you the situation.
Yeah.
The bar is closed.
Okay.
We got a great buzz like we got going on right now.
Yeah.
But the four of us are there.
Yeah.
We're not ready to dial it down.
Yeah.
Right? We're not necessarily trying to amp it up. We're not necessarily trying to hold the vibe. We're willing to ride this wave wherever it goes.
Okay.
It's the four of us. It's our own little private after party. And I give you my iPhone on the Bluetooth with an iTunes subscription. So literally anything you want. What is your go-to? What is your jam?
Well, I would have to ask because it's just hard for me.
Fuck, you're not cooperating.
If you gave me the option, I would. This is what I would do, though.
Whatever you want.
This is exactly what I would do.
This would happen tonight. Like if this would happen tonight, if your girl was here, and it was a different night, and my wife was hanging out, like this would happen. This happens all the time. I give you my phone. It's on the Bluetooth,
and I would be like, "Do you guys like hip hop, or do you like rock, or do you like
whatever
what do
you
you
want.
like?
Play what you want." I want to know what you want to listen to.
Okay.
Play what you want. Go to your go-to.
My go-to.
This is almost actually happening now.
Yeah.
Like this is almost actually happening. Like this is no longer a role-playing scenario. This is really happening.
Yeah.
Play your go-to.
I'm right away with Denzel Curry for myself. He's a hip-hop artist that is somewhat in the new age, but just has a lot of elements that have.
Is he signed?
Came over.
Is he like a legit big time artist, or is he on the underground?
Yeah. He's I guess, but you would not call him like major label, but he's definitely not like underground at all at the same time.
So we can't play it.
I'll
definitely get flagged if I play it.
Probably. Okay. But he's like one of my favorites. He's intellectually intelligent. He's got the charisma at the same time as well. So like, but he's also he will implement and talk in certain ways that are more geared towards his hood and other things like that, and just like where he's from. And I just find he just kind of rides that fine line of not being ignorant, but also being like playful and charismatic at the same time.
What other kind of hip hop are you into?
I mean, that's
I understand that's a loaded question. But, but
so for hip hop, for me, what I listen to a lot of is Earth Gang from Atlanta is a big one for me that I like.
Earth
a lot.
Gang?
Yeah. They also that's my common trait between.
What drives you to them? What?
It's two
what
dudes.
Is the gravitational pull?
Yeah.
That as a metal musician from Minnesota.
Yeah.
There's a hip hop act from Atlanta.
Yeah.
That there's something that pulls your essence, your soul, your integrity,
lyrics,
what you are. What is it about them?
The lyrics, the character, the rhythm, the flows, the originality is a big part. Like being original, not catering, not fitting to any other mold. It's a big part of it. Yeah.
So they don't sound like anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
And even if they did, they don't vibe like anybody.
And it ain't like the same. Yeah. It's that certain blend of that mixture that makes them who they are for me. And that is often where
they're probably heavily inspired by Outkast then.
Totally are.
Because like if you're inspired by Outkast, the idea is to be original.
I describe them as like a modern day. Yes, totally. It's one guy does more of the rapping, the other guy does more of the singing too in ways, but they both do it and everything too. And it's a really good blend. It's intelligible but also playful.
All right,
same
fuck
way
boys. I talk shit about a lot of hip hop, but I just pulled that analogy out of thin air, and he agreed 100%. You got to give me some fucking props, because that's how much I know about music. Because I even knew. Because here's the point. The analogy I actually drove was originality, not sound,
right?
Not style, not formula. So formula, what I mean by that, because we talked about, what I mean by that is rapping versus singing. No, it's not what I was talking about. I was talking about the inspiration of originality. Because if you're in Atlanta and you're original, you probably were inspired by Outkast, who literally went out of their way to do the opposite of what was popular.
Yep. Yeah.
They were like, "Oh, this is popular. Turn that on its head, and then we're gonna do it better than everybody else."
Yep.
Like, dude,
it's implements, and that's the way I like my metal too.
Big Boy.
That's the way I like my metal too. I think I find ways of what I like in that category, and that band does it for me, and that side of it, and a lot of people then don't of that genre. Then, like it's like I said, where most things get watered down to me.
I think the problem is though, and the reason I've gotten burnt out on metal is because. maybe your scream can be a little original, like the tone.
Yeah.
But like, it's already been done.
Yeah.
In every way.
That's
why I've gone back to what I would call real music. What I mean by real music is it's no longer about anything other than the notes and the rhythm. Like, I really like the gent shit and like even that weird progression. Do you know about the like when dubstep happened?
Yeah.
And then like it fucked with gent in hardcore.
Yeah.
And there's this new thing where they're like very hard to explain, but it's like this. I'm going to find a couple links. I probably won't find them tonight, but I'm going to find a couple links and I'm going to send you a couple bands. And you're going to go, I know exactly why you tried to explain it that way.
Yeah.
It's because like you can clearly hear like that dubstep fucking Skrillex influence.
Yeah.
That started dipping into the like the hardcore and the gent style. And then there's this new wave over the last 2 to 3 years of guitar players that are coming in, and they're not doing it through crazy pedals and post effects. Like they're playing guitar that way. Yeah. And they have a certain group of pedals that are setting them up to get these wild tones. Yeah. And if there's going to be a new push, it's going to be this.
Yeah.
It's going to be this, because I'm telling you, the way they're writing this shit.
So that's another metal band that I like a lot lately is Humanity's Last Breath. And that's like
nice.
And that is Buster does that with the guitar. Like one of his playthroughs that he does on guitar, he literally shows it, and he has his like whammy pedal like next to him, and it shows through. He automates it with the music as it plays, so it does the pitch shifting, it does the stuff that's on the album, it does live on the pedal when he's playing it, because he has a MIDI controlled that does it and makes the change.
Adam's finally getting drunk and getting sarcastic, which I enjoy more than ever. I greatly apologize, but could you please accept me for the police fucker I am, sir? My grandmother will rise from the grave and beat the shit out of me if I don't behave as I was raised. That's your best line of the night, Adam. All right, let's see if we can take some more of these. Susan G. Komen spends more on marketing than they do on cancer research.
Yeah, a lot of things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't even want to go back there. That shit's exhausting. Sean says, "Talk to Jared, talk to me. I'll clean with others."
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea what the fuck that.
I believe that was with the the cleanups that I do and stuff and everything too.
Oh yeah.
And actually, we do have cleanups going every Sunday for the month of April to make it Earth Month instead of Earth Day.
Here's why
every day should be motherfucking Earth Day.
Here's why I didn't do any of the cleaning, because I was out till 4 a.m. every single morning, armed, patrolling the neighborhoods, making sure more shit didn't get burned down.
Did this currently, like
no, I paid my dues.
Yeah.
No, I did my job. No, like I soldiered on.
Yeah,
I did my job. You didn't. You go do your job. You don't get to guilt me into come doing cleanup later. Nope. I put my life on the line.
Yeah.
End of story. You all sat in your houses and cleaned up the next day, and I risked my life every night. That's what the trade-off is. I'm not guilting you. I'm telling you, you don't get to guilt me into go doing anything more. Yeah. I did my job. I put my life on the line.
I don't find it to be guilting people to tell them to come do those
things. Some
things,
people do, though. But some people do.
Yeah.
Is where I guilt people is like my own family.
Yeah.
Where I go, don't fucking talk to me about this shit. And they go, it's my city too. And I go, really? Did you come clean up? Were you out here till 4 a.m. patrolling?
Yeah.
What did you do? Do you live in Minneapolis? Are your property taxes going to be raised? The answer is no to all of these questions. Do not sit here and tell me this was your city while you watched from your suburban apartment. There's people in my family.
Oh, yeah.
That, like, when they said that shit, I'm telling you, dude, like, I fucking, like, slammed the table and was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? We are not the same. Do not put yourself in the same boat as me. You do not know what you're talking about right now." Like, it took me everything in my power to not say the words white privilege.
Oh yeah,
because that's what it felt like,
and
that's why I understand how easy it is to say that. I had to correct
which is why I
myself
monitor
and say
myself to not do it.
Suburban privilege,
Yeah.
rich privilege.
Correct. That's what it really comes down to in the end.
Yeah,
and my whole tie,
man.
and why I say it
that
comes
white
to
privilege shit is insulting because it really implies that white people didn't earn what they got.
See, but that's
super.
That's
which
attack
is
on
true
your. That's
if
your
you're
own
rich.
idea attack on your own character. That's
It's
like
true
what
if
people
you're
think
rich.
that.
It's true if you're rich.
Yeah.
It's true if you're rich. Like, you might have white privilege, but it's really like rich privilege.
Yeah.
It's really like suburban privilege.
It's a class.
Exactly. It's classism.
Yeah.
But to just say that because someone's white, they have privilege, it's like, that is so disingenuous to the life that person lived. Because when they live with other white people and they're also like they live in a trailer park and they're also brutalized and oppressed by the police, their whiteness gives them zero privilege. They actually live the exact same life as a poor black person being oppressed in North Minneapolis. I know because I've lived in trailer parks.
Yeah.
I've actually seen the same atrocities happen to both people because they're in the same income stream. They have no say. Yeah. So just to imply that because that person's white and they live in the fucking trailer park, they have some privilege, that's super disingenuous to their life experience. Like, come on, dude, that's not fair. But when you start talking about like rich privilege or suburban privilege,
well, because people still do
some real shit.
People have gotten jobs, things in
we
the
used
way.
to call that sheltered, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, you lived a sheltered life. It must be nice to think that way. We never called it privileged when I grew up. It was called sheltered. Yeah. Like, you're a prude. I think you lived a safe and sheltered life.
People are just pointing out more so that there is like systemic ways that it's like there are racial, like it is, you will find more minorities in impoverished areas in general, no matter what. It's just like verbatim that way. And the racial wealth gap that I run back to a lot is that it does exist. And that's the sense of why stuff gets tied into racism in that sense, but is exactly how you say it is.
Because we have laws against forcing poor and minority communities in Minnesota, not national. Yeah. In Minnesota, we have laws preventing poor and minority communities from only being isolated into one spot. It's because we have a big Jewish community here, and they were super sensitive post-World War II in preventing Jewish ghettos.
Yeah.
This is why this happened. There's laws on the books that you can prove this walk. Minnesota is one of the most progressive states in the nation, that they required every single county in the state to have low-income neighborhoods. Every single county in this fucking state has low-income neighborhoods. Not true across the country.
Yeah.
Not. Just factually untrue. There's many states that allow you to only keep low-income neighborhoods in certain areas.
Right.
However...
and then they do gerrymandering around it.
Yep.
To help the political...
Which is less of an issue in Minnesota than anywhere else in the country, but still an issue.
But it's still a fucking
issue.
Yes.
Gerrymandering is a real thing. But is what I've noticed, though... Here you go, buddy. Is what I've noticed, though, is what I find really interesting is that even though you have direct laws in Minnesota and the nation, but specifically Minnesota, that prevent racial segregation per housing loans, per rental, like we have all the laws. Like, you literally can't pass any more laws.
Yeah.
You can't. Like, every law has been invented at this point. There seems to be a cultural thing where people of a like mind, color, religion, or way of thinking, political beliefs, seem to want to congregate together. So we've noticed, if you go back to the 80s, we did experiments where we took random black families and we just shipped them out to the suburbs. And that was way worse because they felt isolated. They had no one to identify with.
Yeah.
So is what we found, things like Chinatown in Chicago, New York, and L.A., Little Korea, Germantown. I mean, shit, there's a Germantown in Minnesota here. Yeah. Where literally, if you go to Germantown, they actually still speak German. Literally. Like, they speak English too, but if you walk into a bar in Germantown, Minnesota, like, you can order a beer and they speak fluent fucking German. There's something, again, about that survive, flight or flight instinct where regardless of how many opportunities we give,
Hardware disconnect.
Oh,
there it is. Yep.
Back. Yeah. It's the hardware disconnect, and I'm pretty sure it's because in one of these lines over here, I know that one does it. That outlet does it because when the fridge kicks on, there's not a ground in that line, so you'll see these lights dim every once in a while.
You'll hear it audibly too. You'll hear the little crackle for the moment because it's going all through the power.
But every once in a while, since one of the updates, it's either in the Scarlet or the Mac update, there's something that happens where it has to like reset and resync. And then sometimes it'll even happen where we go to play one of your audio clips on the show, and I can tell that the audience can hear it, but you and I can't. So I got to go over here and do a resync in my fucking thing, and I do like a little doot 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 right here, and it takes a blip, and then all of a sudden the audio kicks back on for you and I, and we're rocking and rolling again. It's the dumbest shit ever.
Yeah.
It makes no fucking sense. And it only started happening since I moved into this studio. So there was an update, and then the power difference. I don't fucking get it, dude. This is why we need a producer and we need more Patreon subscribers, so we can get to a clean fucking place where we have clean fucking power.
It'll be more enjoyable for everyone.
And it will be so much better. So much better. Like, you guys, these cameras will get better.
This is on y'all. If y'all just would put in, you'd be having more fun.
I was going to say we can't do this without you. But
I can say that because I'm at the host, so I'll just call it.
For real, though, you guys. Like, I get it. But come on, it's $3 a month. And you don't have to do it forever. Once we get to 1,000 subscribers, we already have the watch time. Like, this is what I'm trying to explain, dude. Like I'm almost at 3,000 hours watch time.
Yeah.
In less than a year. Like, by the time we get to 1,000 subs, I will be monetized, and y'all can leave the fucking Patreon. Be awesome if you stayed, but gear's gonna start breaking down soon. Like, we got, you know what I mean? Like, shit needs to be maintained, and I don't think people understand. Like, it gets expensive quick.
I'm like having to revamp through my cables at this point. I've been.
How
using
much
them.
money have you spent in the last 10 years? Just not even acquiring new gear. Just maintaining in the last 10 years. How
Not
much
even that maintaining, because then I end up having to just buy a new one most of the time.
That's what I mean by maintaining.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, like
God.
replacing
More than anything else I've spent money on in my life. I'll say that much already.
I don't think a lot of people understand. Like, we were joking with my buddy, and he was hanging out the other night. He's never been on the podcast or anything. He doesn't want to be on the podcast, but
my speakers are more than my car. I have a shit car though, so it doesn't say much. But
he goes. I mean, come on, dude, it can't be that expensive. I'll tell you what. He's drunk. He's feeling generous. He's like, I'll buy you mics. I was like, no, dude, you're not. I need 4 of them. And he goes, okay, how much is it? And I go, minimum $1,600 plus tax. And honestly, if we want to make them sound good, we're most likely going to need a 4-channel cloud lifter. So that's another $400. So you're talking $2,000 plus tax. And he goes, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
I'm like, no.
No kidding.
No, we're not kidding.
That's life in this tech industry of music and art and entertainment.
And this dude was rich. Like, rich. And he was thinking like $500.
Yeah.
And when I was like $2,000 plus tax, he's like, wait, what? Like, you didn't believe me.
That's just audio.
You didn't believe me.
That's just input of audios.
That's literally 4 microphones. So for all the guests.
Yep.
And then a proper preamp to clean up the signal and get it to the computer in a good condition, in a proper condition.
You're obviously talking about SM7Bs then?
Yeah.
With the cloud lifters, yep.
7Bs with a 4-channel cloud lifter and a rack mount so I can put it behind the computer.
I didn't know that they made a 4-channel cloud lift. That's cool. Like that.
Yeah, they make it in a rack mount. So it's
sick.
It's 4 of them in one. And it's the same price as buying 4 of them by themselves. So why?
Yeah.
Why? You're not paying any more.
Yeah.
You can buy 4 and just leave them on the floor
Yeah.
Or you could buy one 4-channel and throw it in a rack.
Yep.
I'm buying the rack.
Racks are nice.
I can't wait, dude. I can't wait. All right, let's get some more of these questions, buddy. Sean Rush says, fuck commas. And no, you misspelled fuck commies. Who is your first tech death influence? Matt asks. I believe he's from... Matt, I'm sorry, dude. I know I keep asking you this, dude. I think he's from Dead Hands. Stereo Sympathy. His name is Matt, and I think he's from Dead Hands. I think he plays bass for Dead Hands right now. Maybe drums. Who's your biggest tech metal?
Well, Dead Hands, I'll say right away, was also a big inspiration for me. That's one right away. But
that's a good answer. They really, honestly, were one of my first.
It's as far as
like,
what
I'm
they
not
were
even
doing
into that genre very much, but like that's a great answer because they were kind of like even on an underground level, kind of at the front of that.
Yeah,
I mean, who before that do you even talk about?
Well, that was the whole come up. That was like, so I moved to Minnesota for college and for like music school and everything, and I went on MySpace.
Where'd you come from?
In Green Bay, Wisconsin.
No,
yeah,
so over.
Yeah,
to a much less successful city.
Yeah. So I came here and then I looked up on MySpace for shows and I found this band After the Burial, like I'm wearing right now, and they were putting out that they had like the EP out and they were about to come out with their first full length, Fortune Future Self, and that's when I'd seen like Vela Maya and Carnivale and that whole era of bands, and that was just like a huge inspiration for me. Totally. I loved After the Burial, but then like Dead Hands Rising had this whole tech aspect to them that I also just loved too. That was like something even darker and grittier and like what I wanted in my metal because I liked that whole drive element of it, and that was just something that was inspirational to me, I guess.
They really did change the way I approached writing music.
Yeah.
How did they affect you? Because when I discovered After the Burial, I was a vocalist, but I was
a guitar player still.
Okay,
doing backup vocals.
This is great. This is great because we flipped now.
Yeah.
So I was a vocalist, but I started as a guitar player. Now I'm a guitar player, and where they really fucked with my head, wasn't from a vocal perspective. It was the way the music was being written, their approaches to transitions. Oh my God, is my dog making love to your butt?
Been right here in the seat ever since I got back from pissing.
So that's because that's her seat.
Oh, okay.
She thinks that's hers. Peanut, come here. Peanut, come here.
He's good. She's chilling.
No, that's my baby. Now I'm getting a little jealous. Peanut, come here. Come here. Peanut, come here. See how she's getting in? Yeah. She's like, oh, shit.
She was conflicted. You see that back and forth?
Come here. Come on, baby. Come here. Oh, my poopy.
Yeah.
Oh, good girl.
Beneath the Massacre was another one. Despised Icon.
Go. She's on the podcast for the first time ever. She finally made it on the podcast. She likes you enough. You're the first guest. She's liked enough to actually be down here and not become such a barking bitch. She's like 10, 11 years old now. And she's so irritable that she can't chill out on a podcast without losing her shit on a guest.
Dog's got the biggest bark, right?
You're the first guest since like episode 5 or 6 where she's been able to be down here and not ruin the podcast by barking. Because she doesn't just bark, she barks at my guests. And she'll like nip at their heels and shit because she thinks they're attacking me every time we have fun and we get worked out.
Yeah.
You're the first guest, and I don't even know how long, where she's just kicking it.
Nice.
Huge honor to you,
Thanks
bro.
Yeah.
She's the most judgmental bitch on the planet. This dog, I love this dog, and this dog loves me more than anything I've ever known other than my wife. Sorry, parents. You can suck it. This dog loves me way more than you.
As he was saying, make your own sound and stuff too. And he's talking about 90X3 being different and how we just talked about there being a lot of replicas and people doing similar things. That is one thing that I try to do in my band currently because we are all of different influences is like a big thing.
Adam CD, He says he greatly apologizes, but can you please accept me for the polite fucker I am, sir? My grandmother will rise from the grave and beat the shit out of me if I don't behave as I was raised. Here's the thing. Your grandma's going to beat the shit out of you if you don't start listening to me when I start telling you to stop being so respectful, because your grandmother's going to be like, listen, little boy, he's telling you you're being too respectful, which
now
means
you're being
disrespectful.
disrespectful.
So you need to loosen it up there, Adam. You need to relax.
Yeah, what you're not being is tolerant of others and considerate of their decisions, and you must therefore act upon that.
There's actually a reason that I decided to go this route after Corona hit, because the first two times I lost my job, the first time I lost my job was because I was young and I was highly successful and profitable, and I got a really big ego, and I wasn't willing to fucking deal. So I left the industry entirely, started my career over, went to another industry. When I lost that job, it was literally 100% because it was like being an athlete where all of a sudden you're killing it and you're the shit, and then a new GM comes in and he hires a new head coach, and that new head coach decides you don't fit his scheme anymore. You're no longer part of his culture. And
I was at UPS for a decade.
And my entire career got taken from me. So I'm like, motherfucker. So finally, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna really dedicate myself to this music thing. But in order for me to do this, I'm gonna need to like figure out a second or a tertiary career at this point. So I go into the manufacturing industry. I get a job with my grandpa. My grandpa starts getting old. Things aren't going well, but I still work there, very, very part-time. His companies, I don't even know if they're around anymore post-pandemic. But long story short, I get a second job right by my house, making killer money, part-time, and they flex with my stomach issues. So like, I work technically 4 days a week, anywhere between 16 and 30 hours.
Yeah.
Understand that.
Yeah.
That's the deal we made. I work 4 days a week, somewhere between 16 and 30 hours. No less than 16. I have a guaranteed 16 hours.
Yeah.
Not even willing to mention how much money I got paid per hour because it was very good.
Nice.
But they would never allow me to work more than 30 hours, and that would change. But if I called in one day and I'm like, listen, I'm having some serious fucking problems this morning because I got some real digestive issues. Like it's a thing. When adrenaline's on the line, like if I'm excited, there's something weird and hormonal where it's not an issue. So when I go on tour, when I play shows, all these things, but like my regular mundane day-to-day life, it fucks me really bad. But they always believed me because when big projects were on the line, I was never late. I never had stomach issues because my adrenaline's pumping. Like I was excited to get.
My mom's got neuropathy from chemo treatment, and it's the same way for her. You play with my daughter for hours, but like most normal things she has to do, it'll be more painful.
It's super weird.
Yeah,
it's super weird. But they were awesome. So I'd call in and be like, "Listen, here's the deal. I'm either going to be late." And they're like, so when do you think you're going to make it in? And I'm like, somewhere between I'm going to be 5 minutes and 40 minutes late. And if I don't make it in by 40 minutes, I'm not coming today because it's that bad.
Yeah.
And they'd go, okay. And then I'd go to work the next day and everything would be fine. It was beautiful. Everything was great. I had literally just gotten married, found this perfect job. And it was part-time. I never worked more than 30 hours a week, making killer dollars because I was a press brake operator. So I was a skilled laborer. Very few people could do my job.
Yeah.
Between the math, like literally being able to do the actual math.
You're in between.
And program the machine to do the job.
You're in between 35 to 55, essentially.
Not willing to confirm or deny that.
Yeah.
But, dude, it was a dream job. Yeah. It was a dream job for me.
Yeah.
And then Corona happened.
Mm-hmm.
Corona took my life from me.
Same.
And so when people where I started this when people ask me, and the reason I'm going so hard in the paint with this, because I can't lose this job. This job is pandemic proof.
Right.
But I need that love. I need that support. If you guys don't want to join the Patreon, that's fine. I'm not going to guilt you, but just hit the red subscribe button. Because all you guys watch the podcast, you already show the love, you already support. Hit that fucking red subscribe button so YouTube will pay me.
Yep.
Like, we're already doing it, you guys.
Most people don't understand what that actually means. Like, they don't understand because it's such a minuscule thing to do on their end to just hit subscribe.
It means
but
so
it actually
much
means
to
a
me.
munch in the algorithm to make it so you're monetized.
To me, because once I get solidly to 1,000 and above 1,000, YouTube pays me. They're already showing you commercials. They're already doing it. And the only difference is once I get to 1,000 subscribers, I get paid. And guess what? Once I get paid, and once I start really getting paid, so like what that means is like now I'm being paid more per episode than it cost me to do this. Not only can I pay my fucking mortgage and insurance and take care of my family, but eventually I can pay travel expenses for these guys. So when we move down to Texas, and I'm like, I don't care that you're in Minnesota. I'm not coming up to Texas. Just let me give you $1,500, buy a plane ticket. Here's a hotel room for 3 days. Come down to fucking Texas, do a podcast, because it makes more sense for you to come down here and promote your album on my podcast and then fly back home and then do your tour instead of me coming up to fucking. But right now, it's the exact opposite. Right now, I'm going down to Texas on April 9th. I'm going down to interview Mike Singletary, Hall of Fame linebacker from the 1985 Chicago Bears. We're not doing it this weekend, but I'm going down to scout podcasts locations and figure out how and where I'm going to set up a temporary studio. So I'm going back to Dallas, and I'm going to do 6 or 7 or 8 remote podcasts while I'm there.
Yeah.
And we're going to bang them out, and then I'm going to L.A., and I got Tesla, Deftones, and Papa Roach lined up out there.
Nice.
So, like, we're really doing this, you guys. But here's the thing. I'm not Joe Rogan. I can't fund everything on my own.
Yeah.
I need some support. And you guys are already watching the podcast. So the fastest and easiest way to do it is just hit that red subscribe button. You want to go a step further and you're feeling extra fisky, like I say in my ad read, go to the Patreon, dude. And this month in April, we're going to do the 420 special.
Nice.
And when we do the 420 special, it's going to be pre-recorded. People can pay like $1 or $2 and watch it live if they want. If they don't want to watch it live, that's fine. They don't have to pay for it.
Yeah.
They can see it debuted on 420 at 420 for free. But if you want to watch it pre-recorded on the 17th, then you can pay $1 and join the Patreon. That's simple.
Yeah.
Or $2 or whatever the fuck. Come on. You guys get the point. All right, let's catch up on some more of these questions. We're almost caught up all the way to the front. Carpenter Brute. What was that? Carpenter Brute?
I think that was his right.
Carpenter Brute would be my third choice. Oh, we were talking about ranked choice voting.
Good conversation to have in between metal. Ranked choice voting.
Starcadian.
So I will.
Starcadian.
I'm gonna comment on that really quick though with the ranked choice voting. The whole electoral college. There's a good reason and a bad reason. I have a hard time wanting to dismantle it.
Something. Keep going.
Perfect. I have a hard time wanting dismantling the electoral college for the fact that people in the inner cities of California do not have the, it's just inherently this way, do not have the best interest for the farmers out in Kansas and things like that. So electoral college is good for that, but at the same time, the electoral college makes it so someone in Wyoming has 9 times the amount of pull and say in their vote than a Californian does in general than too. So there's it's another things that I don't know how to situate and go against other than being more state driven than federal driven.
Okay, so let's break this down for a second.
Yeah.
Because this is a big issue that people don't. I think a lot of people are smart enough to understand this issue, but I think a lot of us are too young and unwise.
Yeah.
And we don't understand the greater implications of the things we're arguing about here. So the reason we have an electoral college and the reason we have a constitution and the reason we're a democracy and not a republic is to actually protect against the simple majority, so the 51%. So if you get rid of the Electoral College, number one, and you go to a popular vote, first of all, this country isn't majority rule. This country is the largest minority rules. That's actually what this country is built on. Because, again, what we talked about with Biden and shit, right? Like, the majority of the country didn't vote for either of those fucks.
Yeah.
They didn't.
Yeah.
You're right? So, like, that's just not how it works. But way more important than any of the shit I just mentioned, we are not a country of 330 or 50 a million Americans. It's not what we are. We are a country of 50 individual states.
Yes. Yeah.
And if you look at the definition of state, it's actually country. So we're 50 countries operating as one country, like the European Union, on a much larger scale.
Correct. Yep.
For the first time in human history.
We just call them states.
However, it would be grossly unfair to give each state one vote, because then Iowa, Wyoming, Nebraska would never have a say. Right. So it's not built on equality. It's built on equity. So the reason a Wyoming person's vote counts for 3 times the vote of a Californian, because of equity, not equality. It is to protect against the simple majority of large states or cities simply monopolizing the vote based on their own personal beliefs.
Right.
That's your answer.
Yep. Yeah.
It's not about equality.
That's why it's
That's
nice.
actually the point.
That's why it's still there.
It's not equal.
That's why
It's
I have a hard
equitable.
time getting rid of it, even though I find sometimes that it is kind of against the whole like that. But that's very
it's
good point.
counterintuitive, but that's actually
Yeah.
the point. And these motherfuckers, this is why I said,
Like
you and I aren't too stupid.
Yeah.
That's not an issue. Intelligence is not the issue. It's wisdom. Because you have to understand the forefathers. They came from an actually oppressive government that did all the fucked up shit already.
Yep.
So we did this shit to prevent corruption. They thought all of this through, not through just imagination and tripping mushrooms and being idealistic, through generations of oppression and actual tyranny where men, white men, would come into the homes of other white men and rape their wives because they were less than you. This is why I think people need to understand white dudes in America who hate the government and are Republican have way more in common with poor black Americans than either one of them realize. Because they both are terrified of the government doing whatever the fuck they want. We need to unify on that shit.
That's why I find, like, as funny as I find libertarianism, I'm sure you can find.
You ever done a pickleback, by the way, buddy?
No.
Never done a pickleback? Oh, well, you just keep sipping that whiskey.
That's why I find, like, I feel like
keep
the
sipping
government,
that whiskey and then do a little
government should not be between the left and right. I feel like it should be more between libertarian and progressive, because that represents two different sides split, but more geared towards the actual people.
I don't know. I feel like I can't tell you you're wrong, but I feel like the libertarians are the ones that irritate me the most.
Yeah.
I feel like Republicans and specifically not conservatives and Democrats. I'm saying this very specifically. Not Republicans, or I'm sorry, let me rephrase. Not conservatives and Democrats. Saying Republicans and liberals. See what I did there? Have way more in common than they want to admit. Real liberals and real Republicans are one party, but they have been convinced that the other group is evil. And so they chose a side that doesn't actually align with their real beliefs. So people like you and I can sit here in this conversation and in this podcast as somebody who says they're progressive and somebody who says I'm liberal, right?
Yeah.
But after this conversation, I don't know that either one of us actually fit either one of those descriptions. I sound more progressive now after talking to you. You sound way more conservative
Yeah.
Like, honestly, because you've actually
Yeah.
expressed fears about big government and government overreach.
Yep.
Those are not the signs of a progressive.
Yeah.
Those are not the fucking testaments of a progressive. Like, you've expressed, I'm actually, that's why I'm torn, because, like, that shit gets a little scary.
Yeah.
But I've also sat here and said things for pro-national health care.
Yep. Yeah.
What are we doing? Oh, my God. You know what's
It's
happening
the common
right now?
ground.
Yeah, exactly. It's either that or the world is burning down around us because we're not deciding we're going to start a holy war.
Yep.
And that's the problem, man. Like, none of this has to be, like, every single one of these political conversations should go this way. If more people could just do this is what Joe Rogan preaches all the time.
Yeah.
This is one of the reasons I wanted to start a podcast. Because I was like, he's fucking right, dude. And here in Minnesota, like, we're all serious friends. And, like, a lot of us would live and die for each other. And a lot of us have given each other or gotten opportunities from each other in this industry.
Yeah.
And we don't agree on anything politically. But it really doesn't matter because we all agree humanely. Does that make sense?
Yep. Correct.
I know that sounds a little preachy and a little...
No, yeah. No, definitely. That's the humility in it. That's what correlates. That's why you can even say with the progressive side of things that each of us like feeling, and the liberal side of things and conservative even, there's that element that is still, it's not just for yourself. People are still looking out for family, but a lot of people I find, kind of get lost in just only caring about them and theirs without really just being considerate that this
not only that,
state isn't just you.
Not only that, dude, but the fucking the conservatives and the Republicans have gone so far above and beyond what my parents were. Like, they're not about just small government and giving the little guy an opportunity without government intervention. Now they're talking about passing laws that allow the police to charge you for insulting them.
Yeah.
Like, that is
filming
actual. That is and this is real, by the way. If people think I'm making this shit up, just go look at my fucking Facebook page. I'm citing articles and bills that are passed. This is actual fascism. This is Nazi Germany. Like, I have a First Amendment right to criticize the government without fear of retribution from the government. Okay, so not only do I have and people get this conflated too, because I actually got too specific. Let me rephrase this. I have the right to say whatever I want about anyone with freedom of speech or expression. And you can come after me, but the government can't. That's the difference.
Yes.
Okay, so if I say some fucked up shit about Stephen Lane, you can sue me in civil court. I don't have freedom of speech on that level. But the government can never bring charges against me, whether I talk shit about you, your religion, your race, or them.
Yep.
They can't come for me. So when Kentucky or any of these other fucking southern states pass these laws, this is actual fascism. This is the shit that we left Germany for. My people.
Yeah.
This is the shit we're talking about. So when to go back to earlier, when white supremacy or racism are thrown around too loosely,
yes,
that's one thing. We already talked about that.
Yep.
What scares me is when people I know actually defend laws like what I just described. And I'm going, do you have any idea what you're saying? So as soon as you only think this law is okay because you currently disagree with the people who are insulting the police. But someday if those police turn on you and you insult them, you're going to jail. And then you're going to claim that is you being a fucking short-sighted hypocrite. This is what I meant when I said I don't think our population lacks the intelligence.
Yeah.
I think we lack the wisdom because we don't understand how an atrocity can be extrapolated against you. Like, do not pass laws that impede your enemy's rights if they could ever be turned around and impeded on your rights? Because if your rights can be impeded on, that means it's unethical, right? That also means it's unethical if your enemy's rights are impeded on.
Yep.
Like we have to be the better people. We have to be the better culture. So it scares me when I see the left going this far progressive where they want to get rid of guns again already within 1 year of George Floyd. Within 1 year of defunding the police, the fucking left wants to immediately, they pretend none of it happened. Get rid of all the guns. Trust the government. Are you kidding me? But then, same thing. The right is going so fucking far on the other side.
Yeah.
It's like, are none of you fucking paying attention, or are all of you collecting checks that are, you just don't care anymore?
I think it's the information machine and everyone being divided.
And that's all I can do at this point is ask questions, because all I see are holes in logic. I don't know if I can actually tell you how to solve it without The Walking Dead happening in real life.
Yeah.
Like, at some point in time, I feel like we're Babylon. And like, dude, and I don't just think it's us. I think it's the world. I think all the world governments have reached maximum corruption. And it's either going to take some Ronald Reagan level shit where he talked about an alien invasion. This is why I don't rail on Reagan. Everyone talks about Reagan being evil.
Yeah.
And setting us up for this.
I'm definitely guilty for that. Yes.
Go back and watch some of his speeches. Go back. Put yourself in go study the economy of 1970 through 1984. And then watch the fucking campaign from 1978 to 1980. Be honest. Be wise.
Yeah.
Truly transport yourself to that time and tell me you wouldn't have fucking voted for Reagan.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'd have voted for Reagan because he's talked about shit like, I fear for us as a humanity because I fear that we will never be able to unify unless we get some invasion from an outside alien force, like a literal alien invasion, because I fear that we have gotten too caught up in our own personal religious and political beliefs for us to unify for a whole humanity. That's the shit Reagan actually talked about on stage. You can YouTube it right fucking now if you don't believe me. Like, I would have
counteracted that shit with the Reaganomics stuff, but
right or wrong.
But like, yeah.
Right or wrong.
But of course, with that, what you're saying, I would
voted
have got that. Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
I would have been like, this is because, especially in retrospect,
most people didn't know then either, too.
Well,
It's
and
like-
in retrospect, like, he was also right. Like, he was super right. Like, here's the thing: is like, the economy wasn't doing well. The taxes were too high. Like, nobody could spend anything. Nobody could invest anything. Like we were in a bogged down spot. He also admitted it was a Band-Aid. He also admitted, like, this is how we get out of this, but we need a greater vision for the future to preserve our grandchildren and great-grand. Dude, I'm telling you, Reagan had 4 years of, like, sheer actual brilliant leadership, and then he got shot, and no one gives him any props for that. Somebody tried to kill him, and then he developed dementia, and his wife ran the country for the next 4 years, and then we elected Bush. That's where shit went downhill. Somebody killed Reagan. Like, you know, he wanted to demonetize the central bank. Did you know, up until Reagan, did you know every single president who had ever talked about demonetizing the Federal Reserve or United States Bank or central bank in any version, including Lincoln and Kennedy and Reagan, every single one of them were either assassinated or attempted assassination. In fact, Kennedy went so far as to print his own silver 50-cent pieces that were not currency of the Federal Reserve, but were currency of the United States government. Like, that shit ain't no joke, man.
Yeah.
That's real. And they went after his ass. And no one, and here's the point why I brought this up is because of the Reaganomics thing. He's talked about that. He said this is a temporary Band-Aid that'll get us out of this problem, but we need to look towards the long-term solution.
So it was never meant to be.
But guess who came in after him?
Fucking Bush.
Yeah, his vice president. His own vice president. So Bush wasn't going to change anything. He's riding the waves of his predecessor.
Yeah.
And then guess who came in after him? Clinton. Which he probably would have dealt with it, but guess what happened right after Clinton got in office? The original .com boom. He's not changing anything with a surging economy, while he can leave office as the first president to balance the budget in United States history. Why would he fuck with anything? He has no incentive to do anything. He gets to preserve his legacy. And then who comes in right after that? George W. Bush.
Little Bush.
Yeah, Little Bush.
Yeah.
Little Bush. He's certainly not going to change anything. Why would he change anything? He's riding his fucking dad's president's legacy, plus the end of the dot-com boom. So you get the birth of Amazon, eBay, all that other shit.
Yeah.
And then 9/11 happens. That's definitely not time to restructure the tax economy, and we've had literal travesty ever since. Right after that, you had the fucking real estate collapse, right?
Yeah.
And then you had several other things. Dude.
Which a lot of that was enforced.
Including Obama, every single president we've had since 1980 has literally avoided fixing the fucking economy. That's why we're in this situation right now. This is factual. This is not just my opinion. You can actually track this back to quotes and policies that were passed where they knew this wasn't going to be a long-term solution, and they didn't, because you got to look at it, man. As soon as you get elected, your only concern is getting reelected. And when you're president, you know you only have 8 years. You only have to fucking give a shit for 4. Because once you get reelected, you're done. Who gives a fuck? You just ride out your legacy. You just do whatever you want. I think that's also a problem, too. We got to figure out a way to make our presidents more accountable.
You have to ask yourself.
There's a lot of people commenting and agreeing with us. Not a lot of shit talking.
Let's see what that one is there.
Which one? This one?
Yeah. Richard. Rich? Yeah, right.
Where is it?
We were just at the top there. Yep. Got to ask yourself the question: would you rather be a poor black or a white person?
Would I rather be a poor black person or a white person? I think that's super fucked up specific. I think you should either say a poor white person or a poor black person, or say a black person or white. I don't think it's fair to go that specific, because that's like saying, would you rather be a poor native person or a black person? Would you rather be a poor native person or an Asian person? I think he means
both poor.
But you're adding two. Okay, if you're saying both,
would you rather be a poor black person or a poor white person?
Then I'd rather be a poor black person, because they have a way greater sense of community than poor white people. I've been in both communities, and poor black people have a way stronger community, way stronger, and it's not even close.
But what about the economic climb?
As far as I've seen in my life,
social mobility.
It's the same. In fact, in Minnesota, white people have less access to public services because they're not a minority. So and if you're black, you're most likely, in my experience, probably better looking, more charismatic, and better at something. White people are so fucking average, it's ridiculous.
It is.
Yeah, that's again why anybody who's a white supremacist is a fucking delusional prick. It's black people are awesome at literally anything they decide to do. Who the fuck are you kidding? Maybe you could talk shit about them being able to play quarterback in the NFL, but even that's highly debatable.
Oh God, I had a huge debate with
highly
people
debatable.
About that.
I got, honestly, the only people I've ever heard in my life argue against black quarterbacks are other black people. My black friends are like, yeah, I don't bet on black quarterbacks. I'm like, what? Are you serious? And they're like, yeah, for sure. White boys always win in the clutch. And I'm like, what are you talking about right there? Every other position is irrelevant except quarterback. This is arguments made to me by my black friends. And I'm like, this is insane. And they're like, I don't care. That's where I put my money. I bet on Tom Brady. I was like, wow.
I wonder if that's because there's been a lack thereof.
There hasn't been. They just, when they're in those spots, that's, black dudes have won the Super Bowl, and there's been plenty of black quarterbacks now.
Yeah,
but this is just their thing. I think it's going to change in the long term, but you know what they've been saying? This is super fucked up. Is they go, yeah, because those black dudes are mixed. because I brought up Russell Wilson and I brought up Pat Mahomes, and they were like, "Those dudes ain't black." I was like, "Do you know how racist that is?" And they were like, "No, I'm black." They're like, "You don't get to tell me." I was like, "They're like, that dude ain't black." They're like, "That motherfucker's mixed. He ain't one of us. Russell Wilson don't count. He ain't black enough."
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, so how far do we got to go back to like fucking the Redskins when they won the Super Bowl with fucking Doug Wilson or whatever his fucking name was when he came in and fucking beat John Elway? Like, what are you even talking about right now? But this is a real thing. This is a real argument that I hear quite often. They don't bet on black quarterbacks.
Crazy.
I'm not joking, and this is totally anecdotal. I know like 30 black dudes, and 7 of them bet on sports, and 4 of them have this opinion. You know what I mean? This is so anecdotal, but it's the only time I've ever heard this argument. I've never heard this argument from a white person. They don't bet on black quarterbacks. They're like, no, I bet on Tom Brady. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? What does that even mean? They're like, I bet on Tom Brady.
I mean, I think most people
I'd like to think that's
betting
not a race issue. I'd like to think that's just because you believe in Tom Brady as a competitor.
Yeah.
But they're like, nope, I don't bet on black quarterbacks. I'm like, I don't know, man. That makes me uncomfortable, and I'm not even black, bro.
I just wonder if that plays into. I mean, now there has been more black quarterbacks, but there wasn't for the longest time. Now
and a bunch of them have won.
Are. Yeah, exactly.
And a bunch of them have won too.
Yeah. But for the longest time, it was definitely like, you can't be the leader of the team. Like, you can't be the spokesperson of the team.
Right, because you're black, you can't lead people.
And then there was always the prejudice.
That was real racism. That shit went out in the 50s and 60s, man. Did you know, by the way, university, this goes back to our Minnesota not being a racist community, and I'm getting really tired of hearing this. Yeah. The University of Minnesota is the first college in NCAA history to start a black quarterback. And it was the year after we won the national championship.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. No one fucking knows this. And this is why I get tired of hearing that Minnesota is one of the most racist states in America. Fuck you. No, it is not. And we have continuously gone out of our way and done everything we can to not just virtue signal and show we're not racist, but to give actual equity and prove we're not racist by eliminating every option across the board.
I see that, but I also see on all these Crime Watch pages and everything in our state of people of MN Crime Watch and the citizens that are fucking fully on racist. That it spouts. Yeah. It's not even like trying. It's just second nature of it.
I believe that, and I agree. It's fucked up.
I wouldn't say that we're the most or anything like that. Yeah.
Not only do I believe that, and not only do I agree that that's fucked up, but I'm trying to explain that is such a minority.
Well, yeah, like you're Twitter. Talking about the type of people who would comment on these sections of things.
Yeah, it's like Twitter. I read an article one time that said like, and I'm going to grossly punch up these numbers, but it's something like you got 300 million people in America, right? 30 million of them are on Twitter. 3 million people of those 30 million make the majority of the comments. Of those 3 million, 300,000 make the majority of those posts. And of those 300,000, 30,000 of them make the most amount of those posts. And of those 3,000, 300 of them are responsible for the majority of the hashtags that go viral. So in other words, when you look at the metadata, the amount of shit that goes viral on social media like Twitter and other things, hashtags and all the kind of viral cancellation campaigns, you're actually literally pandering to like 0.3% of the American population. And you're actually alienating the vast majority of us because the people on social media with the loudest voices usually represent the smallest group of us. And other foreign governments like China and Russia see that and program their troll farms to go after and incite those things. So if you see a group of people online that are doing a Black Lives Matter protest, and it's driving you a little nuts, it's pissing you off a little too much, I'm just going to be honest, it's probably not even a real Black Lives Matter protest. because a real Black Lives Matter protest shouldn't piss you off. Like the people that I know that ran Black Lives Matter, they were cool.
Yeah.
Like they never got insulted if you said all lives matter. They'd be like, hell yeah, all lives matter.
I don't know.
No. I'm telling you. They'd be like, fuck yeah, all lives matter. That's why we're saying Black Lives Matter, because all lives matter.
Exactly.
It was the online groups that were going, if you say all lives matter, you're saying Black lives don't matter. I don't know anybody in real personal life that was like, no, all lives don't matter. Black lives matter.
So this is
that
the problem,
wasn't a real
yeah,
thing
yeah.
that was happening until like 3, 4, 5 months later. And I'm telling you, that shit was seeded by troll farms. They would set up an all lives matter across the street from a Black Lives Matter, across the fucking street from a Blue Lives Matter. And they would set these things up to set off controversy. This is proven. This is documented. I'm not making this up.
Well, I'll say
These
for
were
the
Russian and Chinese
for
troll
the
farms
all,
that were doing these things.
And I get the troll farm. The All Lives Matter people. The thing is when you say all lives matter as your rebuttal, as your quip to hearing Black Lives Matter, to me, it's like, well, then you
seems disingenuous.
Well, and it is though, in that sense, it is, because you can, if you believe all lives matter, then you can just fucking agree, and not have to be like, well, no, this also matters, like that too. Like, no, you should just be able to understand this matters, and you can be fine with that. But that's not now where you're gonna say like, no, all lives matter. It's like going against, and it makes you hypocritical in that sense of when you're saying all lives matter as your rebuttal to hearing Black Lives Matter. That's why you should be like, hell yeah, Black Lives Matter. All lives, that'd be one thing.
You know what's crazy though is like where I heard all lives matter being chanted the most wasn't from white people. It was from people who just weren't black. Because they were going, we're also being brutalized by the police.
Yeah, all lives matter. Yeah.
Yeah, they were like, hey, it's not just black people. Yeah. Like, it's also Asians.
Well,
it's also natives.
When we go protest,
it's also
we
Latinos.
Say Asian lives matter. We say Native lives matter.
Yeah. Now you're just creating a bunch of different algorithms. But this is the problem.
Yeah.
This is the problem I heard, and this is what I identified with, is now you just create a bunch of fucking groups that go Asian lives matter, Native lives matter, Black lives matter, Latino lives matter. But guess what group's missing? White lives.
Yeah.
You've said every life matters except the white life.
And that's only because...
And what you're inferringly saying is everyone gets to fucking protest except white people, because white people aren't oppressed, which is not true. There's plenty of white people killed by cops too, and it was ironic to me, because to me, as a mixed person, it didn't make sense for us to have a Latino lives matter, Black lives matter, Asian lives matter, all these other lives matter. Just all lives matter. Police brutality is fucking bad. Right. American lives matter. Like, but, I would have.
But Black lives still get killed at more rate.
That's actually statistically not true.
It is.
No, they proved that. What is statistically proven is that Black people have a way higher propensity to be brutalized by police. But the new polls have shown statistically the deaths are like your color, your skin. You're not more prone to die because you're black, but you are more prone to have your civil rights violated. So again, this is where it comes down to.
Is that just pure number, or is that based upon statistical, like percentage wise? Percentage wise is the big case here. Because there's only 14% of African Americans in our country. So when Black people are being killed, not quite as many as white people, but there's that much more percentage of white people, then that means at a greater ratio, Black people are being killed at more of a greater rate.
But then you also have to go with concentrations, right? So, like, because there's more white people spread out over a greater period of distance, and you have a greater concentration of blacks in a certain area, the statistics are going to be distorted to make it look one way. So when they graduated those, and this is I think Jamie's pulled this up. I think it was either a Pew poll. It's one of the very, very most respected polls. The data shows Black people are not more prone to die at the hands of police, but they are more prone to have their civil rights violated and be subject to police brutality. So to me, irrelevant. To me, that means your argument becomes right, because death is not worse than having your civil rights impinged. Does that make sense? Like, if you're black and you're getting any treatment that's different from a white dude, it's as equally fucked up as if you got shot. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So is what I'm saying is the stats don't show you're more likely to die, but that doesn't mean you're wrong when it comes to a racial discrepancy in policing. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah.
So therefore, I agree with you that we have a problem.
Yeah.
But again, like I mentioned, the Rhodes thing with the libertarian argument, deaths, don't cite that anymore because somebody like a Ben Shapiro is going to be able to fact check you and show you you're wrong. And then that's going to deflate your entire argument. So instead of us going, because 3 years ago, that was what the data showed because it was skewed data. And then once enough data came out, they were like, actually, black people are getting fucked with, but it's not on a death rate.
Yeah.
Because a lot of those dudes do have felonies. A lot of them are violent criminals, right? And so you got to weight those things equitably. Because if you're a rapist or a pedophile or you have a warrant for armed burglary, I'm not fucking approaching you as if you're just some dude like George Floyd.
Yeah.
You're a big dude who passed a $20 counterfeit bill.
Which ended up being a real one.
Yeah, but I also seen that video. That's fucked up, man. Like I feel so bad for him. I feel bad for those cops, except for Derek Chauvin. Derek Chauvin. I think I just said George Chauvin. I think I almost said George Chauvin.
Yeah.
I think I did. I think I almost said George Chauvin.
People, I will say right away, people mess up that trial name, though, because people will be like, it's the George Floyd trial. They'll be like, George Floyd trials. No,
it's the Derek Chauvin trial. Yeah,
George didn't get a trial.
George was the victim. Yep. No, and I agree with you there. That's why, again, we started this podcast off when we got onto this. Like, I never saw people more unified because everyone agreed. Everyone agreed. I did not meet a single person online or in person who said George Floyd should have died that day. Everyone agreed he deserved the right to go to jail and stand in front of a fucking judge or a jury and get a voice, man. And that's what our problem is.
That's what our system's supposed to be built upon.
And that's why I think the racial shit pisses a lot of people off now because, like, white people felt that problem too. And they didn't feel that problem because he was black. They felt that because we seen a government official killing a citizen. They didn't look at it like a black dude died. They looked at it as their fellow American died. And we need to appreciate that instead of condemning that. And that's what I keep trying to get at tonight is like people go, oh, no. You see, you're racist because you didn't see a black man die. And I'm trying to explain as a mixed dude, like, no. When I go, I didn't see a black dude die. I saw a fellow American die. That is literally transcending the racism aspect. Because I don't care if he was black or not. He was me. He was me. That could have been me that day. That could have been my brother. That could have been my best friend. That could have been my dad. Because we all lost our jobs because of COVID. This is the tragedy of America, is we have a fucking police system that runs around and does whatever they want, when they want. And even if we want to hold them accountable, this goes with what you were saying, defunding the police. As much as I don't like this idea, there's validity here because we have a private company called the Minneapolis Police Department that takes taxpayer dollars on a contract and is running around murdering people. And then when we want a cop fired, there's a union behind them and that we can't do anything about.
That we're paying.
Our mayor can't stop them. Our police chiefs can't stop them. No one can. They're a gang.
Yeah.
They are literally a fucking gang. These are not above and beyond protect and serve good people. No, this is a fucking gang with impunity.
Dogs with badges.
It is not America.
Oh.
We need to figure out a way to get around this. Here's the problem. The only way to do it right now, legally, according to the laws at hand, you have to abolish unions. Anti-American. You're abolishing the ability for workers to collectively bargain. So how do you fix one American injustice without creating another one? Because you would have to literally make it illegal for an entire industry to even have the right to unionize in order to abolish the police
takes more
union.
community involvement. There's a whole big thing being pushed right now, actually, which is like community, like police, like being in the cut. Like there would be certain community members and people that are verified of the community who would have access to files and things that allow them to be overseen and have other oversight, so they're not policing the police.
But when that union has the ability to just go, nope, guess what? Fuck you. Don't care what that jury said. That murdering cop, he's back on the force.
And that's when some changes need to be made to that and how that's ran. But
that means
not unions as an overall, though.
But that's the only legal solution right now on the table.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so unions, we got to get rid of unions.
Well,
but then once we get rid of unions, now we've just alienated workers' rights.
Well, that's why we need to involve the community, like I said, with the members and having them be involved in the oversight, having them have other says.
The answer is already on the table. Defund the fucking police. And that's what we're talking about. Is we're not talking about getting rid of cops. We're talking about taking our fucking contract away from a private corporation who's extorting us and murdering our own people and giving it to an elected official called the fucking sheriff's department. The problem is St. Paul, because they're also wanting to defund the police. Guess what's St. Paul? Guess what happened? City council gets involved. They propose. Sheriff, we're going to pass a little law. Not an elected position anymore. We're going to make it appointed. Go ahead, defund the police. Turn around and give that money back to back to the sheriff's department. So the point, people are going, what do you say? What do you, Jared, you're not making it. No. Here's the point. We want to defund the Minneapolis Police Department and give that money to the Hennepin County Sheriff, because if the Hennepin County Sheriff starts to do some dirt, we can vote him out. He's gone. And then the next sheriff comes in. He appoints new deputies. If you eliminate the democratic position of the sheriff elected position and you make it an appointed spot, the citizens lose their ability for a voice in the police force, and you end up with two autonomous police forces that can never be circumvented.
Let alone the sheriffs are very important because they are the ones that choose their deputies and how things are enforced to begin with. Like they choose how that police is ran, what their core like beliefs and what they're gonna enforce are determined by that person.
This is scary territory we're venturing into, because we're talking about undermining American democracy, and we're talking about undermining the voice of the people and giving power to private corporations. And that's what I don't think people understand. The Minneapolis Police Department is a private company that is funded by a contract by Minneapolis taxpayers. They're not government employees. That's why we say defund the police. That's why that was put on the place. As much as I'm against this idea, that's why there's legitimacy.
Oh, yeah.
That's why it's a good idea.
And that's why
it's because it's the only fucking leverage we have.
And that's why people try to circumvent that and try to make this rhetoric on that defund means abolish. And they try to push that, but it's not the fucking
foolishness.
Case. Yep.
That's foolishness.
But that's what they try to do. The same way that they do with like socialism and communism and things like that it's the same thing with.
I don't know. That communism shit's pure evil.
Yeah.
But socialism, socialism can be extremely healthy.
That's exactly what I'm saying, though. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Communism is evil.
That's what I'm saying. They try to correlate them as the same. People on the right try to make them the same. That's the same way what people do with defunding and abolishing.
I see what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Brilliant point.
Yeah.
Brilliant point.
That's the same type of thing and they purposely do that.
Brilliant point.
It's purposely brought up.
That is fucking brilliant, dude. That is a brilliant point, because you're right. Socialism can be healthy. Communism is evil.
Yeah.
Like no communistic government has ever existed without dramatically oppressing human rights.
And that's why anyone on the right will try to make it sound like socialism is communism altogether.
You know what pisses me off the most about that one is when they go, nationalized healthcare is akin to slavery. Because you're implying that you can go into someone's house and force them by government will to give health care. And I was like, man, I didn't realize we were kidnapping teachers. I didn't realize that for 150 years, we've been kidnapping elementary school teachers and forcing them to go to high school and elementary school and teach our youth. Oh my gosh. You're so right.
Yeah.
Idiots. You fucking dicks. What the fuck? Where the fuck did you pull that one out of your ass? Really? No. That's dude, I can't even come up with another punchline. Like, it's so preposterous. Like, I'm just speechless. Like, man, I feel bad for all those teachers who've been forced into servitude. I agree they're all underpaid, but I didn't realize they're all being forced against their will at gunpoint to go to school and teach people. You idiots. You fucking morons.
Underpaid.
How about we stop being pure capitalists about everything and start paying teachers what they're worth, and maybe we'll have more of them.
Yep.
You dicks. And actually, here's the problem, is it's not even a lack of school. This, again, where it's like, as soon as I say something, I realize how short-sighted I am. Dude, we have all the school funding. Like, schools are plenty well-funded. They don't make it past the administration boards. They don't make it to the classroom because we have city councils and administration boards that continuously vote themselves ridiculous rages. Eat shit. This is why I don't want to pay my property. This is why you get Republicans. This is why you get libertarians.
Correct.
Because they go, you motherfuckers have been taking thousands of dollars from me and you don't spend it where it's supposed to go. You give yourself the money.
Yep. And that's where I am as progressive, though, where it's like, no, I just want the right people who actually represent us
to get the money.
To do that with the money. Like, I believe in the system that we currently have. I just want the correct people to be in charge and not corporations.
And this is why I said Republicans and not conservatives.
Yeah.
Because Republicans understand art is important.
Yeah.
They understand the fire department is important. They have a problem when the federal government wants to come and take that money and redistribute it nationally.
Yep.
The real Republicans go, no. We want to just give that money to our county so we can decide how that money's spent, because you in Washington, D.C. don't understand how much funding northwestern Minnesota needs to fight bears. You don't.
Right.
Because you're in Washington, D.C. and you don't fucking understand bears are a real fucking threat.
Yeah. Washington, D.C., statehood, please. Statehood. They have more citizens than some of our other states, and they want statehood. They should be a state.
No, they shouldn't.
You don't think so?
Nope.
No different.
I'll tell you exactly why they shouldn't. It's the same reason they decided they shouldn't in the first place. And I can't get into the details because I can't, with my memory, recall it. But I know I remember understanding why this decision was made, and it's because politicians legally reside in Washington, D.C. It's a town full of representatives and politicians, and if you give them full statehood and you give them a full vote, they have an unequitable, because of the amount of politicians and lobbyists in that town.
What about getting representation for the people in that?
They have local representation. They get state reps. They get senators. They get all that. They're part of Maryland. They get all of that. They just don't get a fucking presidential vote. Get over it. That's where the capital is. There's a reason we did that, and it's to fight corruption. And I can't get into the exact details on how that balance of power was figured out, but they're like, again, it's not an intelligence issue, it's a wisdom issue. It's because we are so privileged, we have not seen our current government monopolize this power. And the reason we haven't seen it is because our forefathers were so wise to put these checks and balances in place to not allow it to happen in the first place, that years later we actually think we have a problem we don't have. Isn't that pickleback good? That pickleback is something else. Not only does it make it easier, but for me, it makes it like a beer. Like, I can really just actually like enjoy it. Like, otherwise, dude, we started off with this much at the beginning of the podcast.
Yeah.
Jamie, tell me if I'm wrong. I've only poured one more of these, but the second one's going a lot faster with this pickle juice because we ran out of beer. By the way, just in case people don't know, I am going alcohol free for the entire month of April. The entire month of April. So this is the last podcast I'm going to be drinking on for an entire calendar month, including while I travel to Texas, the Scout Podcast locations, and hang out with some people that we're going to be doing shit with down there. It's going to be a fucking blast, dude. I'm going down there completely alone. I was trying to bring a couple people with me, so we travel down there with a little group.
Yeah.
But it's going to be fun, man. It's going to be the first time in my life. Now, actually, that's not true. That's not true at all. That is not true at all. My grandmother, when I was 12 years old, sent me to space camp by myself. Ended up getting molested. That's not her fault.
That's not what I was laughing at.
That's not her fault. I got molested at space camp, but that wasn't her fault. And then
out of this world.
And then I went back a few years later to Space Academy because that's how wise my family is. He got molested. Let's send him back. The fuck, dude? What the fuck? I have such a weird life. But I did both those trips on my own. I was 12 and 14, or 11 and 14 on each of those trips, and this is gonna be the first one.
Well, I hope
every trip I've been on has been with people. Think about this. Like, have you ever been on a trip 100% by yourself? Even in this country?
I mean, to go do work and then be alone?
No, because if you went for work, you had coworkers.
No. A lot of times I've traveled by myself a lot.
You have?
To then the destination to work, like out of state and everything. And then.
But when you got there,
by myself.
You were with workers?
Well, like momentarily for like part of a day, and then other than that, by myself.
Okay, yeah, that's by as far as I'm concerned, that's by yourself. Then.
Yeah.
So like when you're done for the night, there's no friends,
correct,
no family,
other than being at the place of job, no one else.
I'm excited because literally, I've only done this once since I got molested. I'm just gonna keep hammering this home.
I hope you don't get molested this time.
Oh, it's definitely not happening. Here's the deal. I got a couple friends in Texas, so when I get to Texas, I'm gonna have pre-printed paperwork with a pre-printed background check on it, and I'm gonna buy in a gun for $1. I got a buddy down there. I'm gonna be like, I'm buying this gun from you for $1, and then at the end of my trip, I'm gonna I'm gonna buy it for $20. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy it for $20, and then at the end of my trip, I'm gonna sell it back to you for $1, because I have a CNC permit that is honored in Texas.
Of course,
Minnesota CNC is it's called reciprocation laws. Texas honors my CNC permit.
Fucking bet.
I just can't get there. I just can't fly with a weapon.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get to Texas. I got a buddy. I'm gonna be like, sell me your gun for $20. I'll sell it back to you in 3 days for $1. You're gonna make $19.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna shoot anyone.
Yeah, and plus you'll be the owner of it.
Yeah.
So neither here nor there.
Dude, it's gonna be great. I'm super excited. It's gonna be the first time as an adult, or second time.
Nice.
First time as an adult, second time in my life traveling since I've been molested. I'm beating this horse to death. I'm beating this horse to death. I didn't really get molested. I got fondled.
Okay.
I was at space camp. I was passed out. I was sleeping in my bunk. The night before I heard some kid wake up. It freaked me out when I heard him. Like, I woke up to this kid yelling. And then I heard him say, "You're fine, go to bed." And it fucking freaked me out. And I told a bunch of kids about it, right? Because something like all the red flags were raised, even as an 11-year-old kid.
Yeah,
Hair back, hair, everything. So he comes back the next night, and I wake up. I have this dream. I'm in space camp, right? So your subconscious is filled with shit that's going on. So I have this dream where we're in the space shuttle, and it's 0G, right? Because they put you in 0G simulators, even as a child in space camp. You experience 0G, so your actual equilibrium starts like understanding what this feels like. And we're doing this mission that we'd been training for all week. This is real. They train you for space missions and shit. So we'd been going through this protocol, and I'm sitting in the fucking co-pilot chair, and my science officer is way too close to me, breathing on my neck. I'm getting really uncomfortable. I'm trying to complete my mission in my dream. So I start shrugging him off. I'm like, dude, get the fuck off of me. As an 11-year-old, I'm actually saying, get the fuck off of me in my dream.
Yeah.
Like, I'm irritated. I'm like angry because I was not a sheltered kid. Like, I swore. I got in a lot of fights. Yeah. You know, I'm your classic blue collar fucking rough 'em up kid.
Yeah.
I probably don't even belong in this intellect, but I had high IQ. But I really don't. I really don't belong in this intellectual nerd. But my grandma wanted to give me a great life. And while I'm doing this mission and I'm trying to complete my tasks, I'm getting more and more irritated, this kid. And so finally, I hit him with everything I got in my dream. And because we're in 0G in my dream, he floats all the way back to the back of the shuttle. And he hits the back fucking control panel. Only I still feel the rubbing and the breathing on my neck. Very sexual. And I wake up and there's a grown man on me. It's my counselor. It's the guy who's supposed to be. And, oh, by the way, I also forgot to mention, I feel humping, a real grinding on my back hip. A real grinding. Plus the really uncomfortable breathing and rubbing on my neck. And I wake up. And this dude's leaning on me. And I look at him and I'm like, what the fuck? And I say it super loud. He's like, oh, you're fine. You're fine. I was just checking in. Go to bed. So I tell everyone in my fucking cubby. There's like 4 of us in our little... It's hard to explain what space camp's like, but... Dude, the next day... Not the next night, 2 nights later. So we go through another night and another kid wakes up. Another fucking kid. So the first thing I told you about, right? And then me. And then the third night, another fucking kid wakes up. And we hear the same thing. And I swear to God, the following day, I get pulled into an office. One of the other kids told my story. Because 2 other kids told the same story. About the same fucking guy.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, that shit.
Yeah.
It was not my imagination.
Oh,
it was not me misunderstanding anything. Like, multiple kids reported the same guy doing similar shit to them. Like, you weren't leaning over and making sure I was sleeping, dude. You were fucking trying to hump me. Yeah. Like, you were dry humping me while I was asleep. A child. Like, what the fuck, dude? So, why I'm talking about this? Because I'm super excited to go on my first trip since being molested all by myself at 35, 36, 37 years old. Now, I've been on one before that, but...
That's good.
But it's hilarious, though, because, like, the next trip I went on was back to space camp by myself. Nothing happened. Great trip.
That's.
However,
yeah.
Every trip I've ever been on in my entire life has been with people.
Yeah.
Never once gone on a trip by myself until this trip. And I know people down there.
Yeah.
But that entire experience, and even every night once I go to my fucking hotel, I'm going to be all alone. It's going to be fucking weird, dude. It's going to be super weird. Like, every day I have people I know and I'm going to meet and I'm going to hang out with. We're going to have lunch. We're going to do shit. But every night when I go to bed, staying at home, I don't know where I am.
You're going to get some great introspection.
My buddy told me, don't stay in downtown Dallas. Like, don't.
Yeah.
He's like, don't do it, dude. He's like, you're white. You're obviously from out of town. You don't sound like us. He's like, stay out of downtown. Go north. Go to Plano. Go to Frisco. He's like, don't come downtown, dude. Just
as a white guy,
you can come hang out, but don't sleep down here. I was like, what is going on in Dallas, dude? He's like, oh, nothing. It's fine. I'm like, what do you mean? you just fucking scared the shit out of me. What do you mean it's fine? How much time have you spent in Texas?
More than I've ever wanted to, I guess.
You don't like Texas?
I have a pending thing going on there. I got stopped in early Texas, which I knew was ironic in name. I knew it'd make us late to the show.
Oh, the town's called Early?
Yep.
That's like a town being called Heaven.
Yeah.
You know you're going downhill that night.
Yeah. We like GPS messed up. It glitched out, so then we had to like do a U-turn to go back onto the highway. But sure enough, cop pulled us over then with the group that I was with. Not in Reaping, but I was on the road with another band doing sound and such and everything. And we had just gotten from Colorado too, so we had some goodies with us. And
damn, we got a lot of comments, bro. Let's see if we can catch up with some of these.
Yeah, let's do it.
Thank you guys so much. I hope you guys have been having fun hanging out with us. Please hit subscribe and share and like and all that shit. We're still grinding to 1,000. I made a speech about it earlier. I'm not going to go over it again, even if you guys just are tuning in now. Oh, Sean, you hook people you meet. I think he was talking about some shit earlier. Yeah, I do have this like weird, uncanny ability. Like, I'll be in a group of people. My buddy Jesse, which we're not in good contact with anymore, but he gave me a great compliment when I was younger. He's like, dude, you're an organizer, bro. Like, because we'd be in the bathroom at a bar, and him and I would be in a debate. And, like, we'd get done pissing, and we wouldn't have settled it. So I would, like, literally summon the entire bathroom, and I'd get everyone to vote and settle our argument. And he would walk out of that fucking bathroom like, dude, I've never met anyone like you that can do that. And for me, it's like, it is what it is, man. Like, it's a fearlessness. Like, I just see me and all these people. Like, we're all just a bunch of dudes hanging out.
Yeah.
Like, you look at it as there's something extra. That's the problem.
Just
like,
a correlation relation that allows you. Yeah,
I'm not doing anything special. I'm just shouting and relating to a fucking bunch of dudes who are drunk in a bathroom. It's me. There's 9 of me in here. You're acting like it's something special, you fucking weirdo. But Sean, thank you for that, man, because I've heard that a lot, dude. I have the ability to grab people. I think I do a lot better at that in real life than I do on the podcast, but I hope you guys resonated with that as well. I hope we're able to draw you in and keep you guys engaged. Zack Snyder is apparently from Green Bay. Snyder cut. Zack Snyder? You're from Green Bay. Did you know?
Grew up there.
Did you know Zack Snyder's from Green Bay?
No.
Probably a fucking Packer fan. He can't be a Packer fan. You know what? He might be from Green Bay, but I bet you he's a Vikings fan, and I'll tell you why. Because I watched the Snyder Cut. Did you watch the Snyder Cut? The Justice League Snyder Cut? It's out on HBO.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Here's why. Even if he's from Green Bay, he's not a Packer fan. And even if he is a Packer fan, he's definitely not a Badger fan. Because I will tell you why he's not a Badger fan. Because in the Snyder Cut, he went super far out of his way to make sure that the character, what's his name? I forget his name off the top of my head. The machine dude. What's his fucking name? Either way, he plays as when they went and told his human side of the story. Yeah. He was the starting quarterback for Gotham City University. And when they did the championship football game, he beat Wisconsin at the buzzer beater. So you may be from Green Bay, but you definitely ain't no Badgers fan. That's for fuck sure. Because you don't go out of your way to film Wisconsin losing a football game in your own movie unless you desperately hate that football team. That's like if I ever film a football game, if I ever a movie where there's a football scene in it, which will never happen, obviously, because I'm a podcaster and a musician, I'll never film a movie, but maybe I do someday.
Yeah. Hypothetical.
That team's definitely whoever loses. It's the Packers.
Your shit team. Yeah.
It's the Packers. Like the Packers are losing. However I write that scene, the Packers are the ones losing that game.
Yeah, I agree.
Whether it's the Super Bowl, it's the Super Bowl, and I make a fictitious team that wins the Super Bowl, or it's just a regular game and we beat the Packers to get to the Super Bowl, then it's definitely the Vikings. Every single script.
Yeah.
Packers are losing that game. That's how you know I'm not a Packer. So maybe Zack Snyder's from Green Bay. All right, let's Biden's a puppet. Yeah, we kind of know that.
I think we can agree that he's very much on the right and not really much of a left in the end of things, and just isn't really his own entity at that fact, the things that he's saying and pushing. It's all
holy shit, Matt, Stereo Sympathy. Thank you, brother. That's our first. Oh shit. You know what? You know who the first Patreon subscriber was?
Huh.
My mom. However, she doesn't count because she's supposed to love me and support me, especially after that whole molestation thing.
Oh, you owe me.
I'm telling you, I'm beating this horse to death. Stereo Sympathy, Matt. Dead hands right. Thank you, brother. He says he's the actual. Well, he didn't say this. He said he just signed up. He's been watching the podcast for months, and he's never signed up for the Patreon, but he just signed up. Thank you so much, brother. You signed up early. You didn't have to do that tonight, but you did, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It really means a lot, man. Like, I get it. It sounds
and he was
so
the bass
stupid.
player in Dead Hands, he says. So thank you for what you've done inspiring me, even.
Let's take a minute and just celebrate Matt for a second, seriously, because he's part of a legendary local band here that I don't think people realize. Like, when it comes to the metal community, Dead Hands is sort of like, they're sort of like the Yardbirds of the Minnesota metal community. So there are literally probably, what would you say, half dozen, if not a full dozen, prolific level musicians that have come in and out of Dead Hands.
Yeah.
Like, that band is so good and has always been good, no matter who goes in and who leaves.
Oh, yeah.
It is the Yardbirds of Minnesota metal.
That's why, yeah. That's why, like I said,
they're so
I showed
good.
that the other time, but that's right there. It's hard to see in camera.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate you, buddy.
I have a Dead Hands tattoo.
I appreciate you. Oh, shit. Show that to the camera. Talk, and I won't talk.
Check. What's
this is your camera.
Look at this one.
Hold on. Let me bring it up. There you go. That looked good. Nice. All right. Give me a talk so I can set the camera again.
Yes. Talk in.
There you go. Well, that's
like you said, when I came to Minnesota, that was like a big thing. I started music school and I found After the Burial, and that's what introduced me into Dead Hands and Carnivale and Veil of Maya and all those types of bands like that, and that totally shaped my whole perspective in music at that point then too.
And you're a huge hip-hop fan. We talked about that earlier. You mentioned if I put you on the spot, gun to your head.
It's going to usually be what I'm going to go to right away. That's my spot.
What other music's a genre, or what other genres of music really get you going?
Get me going.
Like not just like it inspires me, I like this artist, like no, like what gets you going, man? Like what if I were gonna put something on that's not metal and it's not hip hop?
Yeah.
What other genre of music gets you going?
Gets me going. Not really pop, but like more of like and not indie either, but like there's like a group I like called Fang Suave. It's from like Amsterdam area, and I don't know, it's like a surfer rock infused type kind of thing in a way. I don't know. It just speaks to me. I don't know. I really like it.
Matt says Ronald Reagan was a moderate of his time. I think he was too. I think he really was too. Like now we think of him as like the pinnacle of the Republican Party, but like at the time, he just dude the way he dominated elections. Like I don't think people understand how popular he was. He was very hated, and he said and did a lot of fucked up shit. Like especially that fucking mental health shit he did in California before he became president, but. Like I just don't think people understand how popular he was because the country was seriously fucked.
Yeah.
Like we were not against
going through some growing pains.
No, Sean, I agree. Shout out to Sean Rush. Politics is not about the people anymore. I'm not sure it ever has been either.
It started out.
I think
the whole point of democracy is supposed to be for the people.
Uh-oh. Matt asks a heavy question. Where does QAnon sit in your mind? Apparently, they're way outside my thought process.
Yes. That's a good thing because any sensible person I feel wouldn't be a Q follower. Essentially, they're like the people that are so blind that they call everyone else blind. To me,
I feel like
sense.
if you would ask me this question 3 years ago, I'd have said they're legit.
Yeah.
And now I would say that you need to be very careful about anything that they say because it's probably disinformation.
Yeah. It's hard for me to say that QAnon's not apart from like that it's not stemmed from another country's interference of like trying to intellectually, cognitively shift our thoughts.
Okay, so what you just said right now, I agree with 100%, and I will say this. That's exactly how people are going to be talking about Antifa 2 to 3 years from now. Yeah. Just what I said. 2-3 years ago, I would have been like, QAnon, yeah, they're legit. Everything they're saying is legit, and it's real, and it's true. But within 2 to 3 years, an organization can be taken over, perverted, their game plan and motive operandi can switch so completely that it is no longer anything that you signed up for in the beginning, and that's where I believe Antifa will be within a very short period of time. I believe we're seeing BLM. So as much as I believe in that statement, the movement in the organization is heading in a bad direction.
I get the movement, but I guess you're saying organization. That's where I'm. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, like there's a difference between.
I'll say that in my community.
There's a difference between a message, a movement, and an organization. Right. Those are stages.
They purposely America has purposely tried to tie it all together so you could dispute one without the other, no matter what.
Yep, and they'll grossly inflate things.
But you will see that like all the protest things I go to, all the organizations I work with and talk to, none of them back BLM, the organization, at all.
Well, listen, man, we've been going for a while. Let's end this on a high note. Let's do some fun questions. I want you guys to start putting some fun, quirky, weird stuff in here. This has been a blast. I have had so much fun with you tonight, even though we've gotten heavy. It's been easy.
Yeah.
I feel like we made everyone feel like they're part of this. I don't feel like we alienated anyone, which I think we need more of this shit.
Correct.
But let's do some fun shit. Throw in some more conversations. Throw in some more questions. We got a little bit of whiskey here to finish and some pickle juice. Isn't that pickle juice the bomb?
It's something. I'll say that. It's better for it. Yeah, I'm not a typical drinker, so like everything's like weird to me in that
sense. Here's
the
thing. When I first gave that to you, you took a sip and you were like, oh, I'm not sure how I felt about it. And then before I noticed it, that pickle juice was gone faster than that whiskey.
It's the whole chase bag, I think. Now it's like
so
I gotta incrementalize where I'm like, well, if I'm drinking half this, I gotta do
You sip both. You go like a little sip like this. Ooh, you get that back burn.
Take the bite.
Yep, and then you just do a similar sip. It gives you that tartness. Ooh, on that front side, and then you're like, good to go.
I went too heavy on the pickle on the second time.
You probably shot the pickle, didn't you?
Did.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. That's the way it was originally done. Is you do a whiskey shot and a pickle shot.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what?
Ooh.
That's dumb.
Yeah, that's too much.
No, I'm gonna do a sip of good whiskey, and then I'm gonna do a sip of the fucking pickle. And it's like it makes it feel like for me, it's like drinking beer. So like we've been able to do this all night, and I feel like we're both pretty still I mean, we got a little buzz, but
Yeah.
like, we haven't gotten like crazy.
No, yeah.
But dude, if without this pickleback, once we ran out of beer, if we would have just been doing this podcast, would have ended 2 hours ago with me blacked out on the fucking table. It would have been fucking done so. All right, Sean Russ.
This is why you can't drink on the next
This
podcast
was the
coming up.
first full podcast he says he's watched. Thanks for the coolness
Nice.
to both of you.
Thanks for.
I would say that as well, man.
Yeah.
I would say thank you for the coolness as well, dude.
Appreciate you. Definitely. Yeah, and especially you, Sean, too. You've chimed in with questions. You've added to the dialogue. You've helped put in the direction of this, too. So I hope you would like.
Honestly, I'm going to give a shout out to a bunch of people. I'm going to give a shout out to Sean Rush, Matt, Stereo Sympathy. I'm going to give a shout out to Anthony Foley, who says Jared timestamp. Yeah, I don't know what that means. You're going to have to tell me what that means tomorrow when we talk on the phone. Let's see. There's a bunch more people in here, too. Richard Schultz. Shout out to Richard Schultz. Adam CD. These are just the people in the live chat. Let's see here. And my computer's glitching. Ooh, yep. Danielle D. Ooh, that's Adam's wife. She says, I'm legit confused. Who doesn't need mayo from time to time?
I do the Chipotle mayo, like I said. I yeah.
That's the whitest.
Like the spice.
That's the whitest.
Spice it.
That is the whitest defense ever.
Who doesn't
when
need
I say all white people have fucking mayo in their fridge, and she goes, "Wait, I'm confused. Who doesn't need mayo from time to time?" That's the most white girl response on the planet to the mayo accusation. Shout out to Danielle D.
I believe it was half satire, her part on that.
Of course, everything's satire.
Love it.
Shout out. Oh, by the
it.
way, I want to give a big plug. I'm going to give a bunch of plugs as we wrap this up and you guys get your final questions in here. Big shout out to Thrash Metal Studio, which is my boy Andrew Oltmans. He's been on the podcast multiple times.
I'd like to say a shout out to him as well.
He does great gear reviews, sits down, chats with people, goes through guitar setups, amp setups, guitar repairs, so on and so forth. Very good guy.
He's also one that we've had this course online together, but still have been able to be respectful of each other.
Exactly.
And at the same time, which is nice.
And he's the kind of guy who will tell you you're a fucking idiot to your face, and you still won't be offended.
Yeah.
He'll be like, listen, dude, I think you're being a fucking idiot. And you'll be like, yeah, you're probably right. That's Andy. He'll criticize you and you're not offended. That's how you know somebody's a good person.
And I could give it back to him, and he would also still be understandable too at the same time.
Yeah, and you'll be like,
we still respect each other regardless of blows or regardless of discourse, regardless of difference in opinions.
You'll be like, I
views.
may be an idiot, but you're being an asshole. And he'll be like, yep, you're right. Shout out to Adam if I didn't already say that out earlier. Also, let me give a big shout out to the four dorkmen of the Podcalypse. The four dorkmen of the Apocalypse. That is me with the Jared Singer Extravaganza. Obviously, I'm not the leader, not even close, but I'm part of it. We also have Greg Chilton from the Ritual Extravaganza, Ritual Madness podcast. We're doing a thing together called the Ritual Extravaganza. His podcast is called the Ritual Madness Podcast. And then obviously Andy on Thrash Metal Studio, and then John Wheeler from Screaming Monkey Boner, Screaming Mechanical Brain. He has his own channel called the El Chemical Cocktail Lounge. It is a podcast / very much in the vein of all things comedy. So there's 4 different programs happening on his channel.
Yeah.
He's got a vlog thing. He's got a podcast. He's got a thing where he does essentially, I guess you would say, stand-up comedy bits.
Yeah.
All 4 of us are really focusing on trying to do our shit real, get the highlights on the scene, build this community. Make sure you guys, if you want to subscribe and support the scene and the channel and all this shit, go to my page, go to the very bottom of my page, and they're featured channels. And then a final shout out to my boy Jason Reed, who does Sub-Zero Gaming. He has a YouTube gaming channel with his kid. Actually, his kids. Really cool idea. He's already monetized, and Andy's about to monetize. That's why I'm not fucking telling you guys to fucking panic and subscribe to them. They're already fucking doing their damn thing. But the three of us, Alchemical Cocktail Lounge, my channel, and Ritual Madness, we're still on our grind. We're new. We're babies. These other guys have been doing it for a while. They know what they're doing. And the other one I want to give a big shout out to is Waffle Stomping Podcast up in Canada. So these are guys that started following me recently. And I'm one of those guys where if you follow me on Instagram, I'm probably, unless it's in a day where I get like 30 new followers, because I gain and lose followers so fucking fast. I only have like a couple hundred, but I swear to God, I get 12 a day.
Yeah.
Which means I'm losing them as fast as I'm getting them. And, but if you add me, and I think your shit is actually good, the odds are I'm going to check out who you are.
Yeah.
And if your shit's really good, I'll follow you back. Well, here's the thing. They followed me. I was like, what the fuck? So I hit play. I started listening to it, and immediately this dude's talking about how fucking... I'm not even going to... Fucking links in the description. Go check it out, boys. That's what I'm going to tell you. So big shout out to all those guys. Like, subscribe, and let's get to these final bit of questions. Oh, and by the way, follow Stephen Lane. His links are also in the description. Reaping Asmodeia. I put that link in the description if you want to follow him on Facebook. You can follow Stephen Lane on Instagram. I put that link in the description. So this is both for the viewers and for the listeners.
And I will also say, if what I said, or you want to get involved with more community things, or you are wanting to be more involved with the equality and justice side of things, and you want to be involved at all, the main group I work with is called Visual Black Justice, and we are always accepting people who want to help out.
Hold on, let's throw that in here real quick.
VisualBlackJustice.com is how you can see. Right there, you can see our pillars on what what our mission is, what we go for, what we believe in. It's all right there. And you can either donate time or money, whatever you would like.
Hold on, I'm putting the link in right now.
Excellent.
Because I don't want to forget this one. Say it again.
Visual,
www.
Visual Black Justice. We are, and like I said in the very beginning,
is there a visual white justice?
I don't think so.
I had to, guys. Come on, I'm Jewish. We're controversial people. That's what we do. That's why all comedians and TV entertainers are Jewish. Is that legit, by the way?
Yep.
That good?
Yeah, that's perfect. We are heavily set.
Now in the description, so you guys can just simply hit refresh, look in the description, and you can click on that link as of right now.
And like I said, we're heavily set on making, we do a lot of outreach, community focus based things on feeding homeless and giving supplies and doing activities to educate community and being involved in our community, as well as trying to push and make art installations and do things that protest in a way that help people. Art helps people. It's a whole subjective aspect, and that's how we feel we really reach people, is making a perspective out of art pieces and visuals. That's why it's Visual Black Justice, is because with optics and seeing something, you can interpret for your own self, and you can kind of relate in different ways, instead of hearing the same information being spat over and over again and being yelled at and ridiculed the way we have talked about, the way people talk about things, and just the
stereotypes
the discourse that everyone presents online. We try to make things presented in an artful way that helps actually shape different perspectives.
Even not just even online, but even our own ignorant asses in what we do in our day-to-day lives.
Correct.
Like even somebody like me, like even all those people we joked about earlier, where it's like even my black friends are like, oh, we're tired of hearing white people say just because you have a black friend, you ain't racist. Like, what are white people supposed to do? Like, if you're my friend, that's all you can do. Like, I don't expect anything more from you as a white person than to just be my friend. Like, that's all you can do. So, like, we're getting irritated. But here's the thing is, like,
and standing up, if you do
that shit, if you're getting sick of all that shit, you can, like, just get to the actual grassroots of it.
Yeah.
Like, help support this organization.
Exactly.
And, like, literally get above and beyond all this fucking online rhetoric where nobody knows what they're talking about, and build those same relationships. So, like, you have people that are, like, on your side going, hey, fucking stop this shit, because we're seeing the evidence These white people got our back.
And that's basically this thing too. It's standing up for, and that's the other thing, being a friend, and then also just standing up when you do see injustice or anything. Just actually standing up in both ways.
I think that's the biggest thing. Is like, I don't think you need to pander. I don't think you need to virtue signal. I just think you need to just act on a daily basis, like you're not an asshole.
Yeah. And the things I preach too, like I can't be virtue signal in that sense. Maybe I can, whatever. But like in the same sense, like everything I say, I actively put my time, energy, and effort into.
You know, and let me ask you this.
Yeah.
As we get towards the tail end of this, you know, because I've been railing on virtue signaling and pandering quite a bit. But what are some of the things people can and should do that even if they're accused of pandering or virtue signaling, that maybe whether they are or aren't is irrelevant, are still worth doing?
Yeah. Oh.
Like, what is something an average human being can do on just a normal, without like donating large amounts of time or money?
Look into things more that don't pertain to you.
So not online posts.
I mean, yeah,
not sharing artists
for the most,
or articles.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, but have open dialogue in the sense. Like the best thing you do is be open and like be understanding to things that aren't your exact experience. Is the biggest.
So does that mean asking questions, or does that mean just more listening?
Both, I guess, in that sense. It's that fine line of like when to ask the questions, but knowing when to fucking listen to at the same time.
Which I'm just going to give you guys a little heads up from personal experience. Listen more online and ask questions less, because online everything is construed as you being a piece of shit, no matter how genuine your intent is.
Yeah, like we said,
when you're online,
people
you're a
get into
person.
It's like a soapbox in a way online. So people are not really open to, they don't want to be told how wrong they are. And they're not really acceptable to like be wrong. They find it to be a vulnerable thing. One of the best things people can do is drop the whole vulnerability of being wrong. Like we've talked about things that I'll say something, and then like the same way with you two, I'll say something too to you, and like we'll be like, oh well, wait, that like immediately we've been like 180. Like that kind of I could see that, and that changes my way of thinking in a slight way. People need to do that more.
I've asked so many times on this podcast, like, am I being an idiot right now? Like, seriously, because I'll present an idea and I'll be like, am I being insane? Like, am I just being an ignorant asshole? Because, like, this doesn't make sense. My favorite one was last podcast, Jen Dean's like, well, you're you. My guitar player Dalton jumped on that shit like a rabid wolf to a fucking fresh kill. He's like, am I insane? Jen Dean, well, you're you. Yes, it's like there's how she said it, and then the way he rephrased it was two totally different experiences. But,
that's funny.
But nonetheless, it's all still fun.
Just being open to being wrong in general. Like, it's not a point of you being looked upon as any lower or that you know any less. People need to stop looking at it as like a vulnerability thing, as in like you're wrong, so it's a bad thing. Being wrong is a great thing. It means that you now have a chance to get to a clear perspective of actual truth. And like, so everyone should be open to being wrong and should be welcoming the point of when they are wrong. Also, everyone in this time of division and misinformation, everyone really needs to question their own information that affirms their opinions and narratives the same way that they do to any opposition. And that should be universal for everyone on every side.
So in other words, if you read something and you agree with it, you should immediately go on the internet and Google the opposite. That's what you're saying. And so if you believe climate change is fake, and you see an article that shows climate change is fake, is what I want you to do, is what I'm asking you to do, is go into Google and type in climate change is real, hit enter, and read those articles. Right. If you're on the other side of things and you see whatever,
in the same way that
like
you do,
literally go out of your way to try to prove yourself wrong. This is how
you're right.
This is how
critical thinking.
This is and literally, if you took debate class in high school, because we're old enough, you're barely old enough, but we're old enough to where we had real debate class in high school. So we were forced. I was forced to go make arguments and try to win an argument I didn't believe in.
Yeah,
that's how you got to the bottom of a truth. Is when you could literally win an argument you didn't even believe in. Because you understood all the facts and the bullshit, and you knew how to spin them. The problem is when motherfuckers got paid to do that shit.
Yeah.
That's the issue. That, for me, that's the Fairness and Equality Act, or whatever the fuck it's called, where the press no longer had to report both sides in order to remain fair and unbiased. They were able to claim they were entertainment and sensationalize things.
It's all op-eds. There's no actual news. It's all opinion pieces.
100%.
You can't. And anyone who tries to be like, no, not CNN, Fox, like you're an idiot. And if you tout CNN, but discredit Fox, you're also a fucking idiot. It goes both ways.
Sean says he's the man on the street at night. He'll try to help how he can. This does include blowjobs, by the way. You have no idea how many people.
He didn't say corner. He said street.
He said, you have no idea how many people I try to help get jobs and shelter. That's where his money goes. But where his money comes from is all them free not free blowjobs, because his blowjobs aren't free.
Common sense should be, common sense should be universal, but we're also in a system, and we're in an age of information that is built upon misinformation at this point too. Like, we reached the age of information, and then we passed that, and now we have that whole fake truth type of shit.
Sean's an amazing dude. I've told this story a few times on the podcast, but I'm going to say it again. Randy Uncarlo, a comedian friend of mine, came on the podcast. He's been on several times.
Yeah.
Him and I had a great podcast, an absolutely great podcast, but he had a set that night. So we were like, all right, we're wrapping it up, and we dipped out of the house. We got an Uber. We went downtown. We went to a comedy club. This was just a month or two ago. And he did this little set in this underground club. There's way too many people in there that what was legal capacity, but it was still dead.
Yeah.
That's what was sad. Like, it's depressing. Like, they doubled capacity legally, and it was still a dead club, and everyone was 12 feet apart from each other. But the governor was like, if somebody would have come in and inspected that club, they'd have gotten in a lot of trouble. But it's like, eat shit, government. Yeah. Like, this is fine. Trust me.
Yeah.
You could open this wide open right now, and everyone's so scared no one's coming anyways.
That's like the pandemic. I just came back from St. Louis over the weekend working there, and it was March 12th, my birthday last year, that we drove to St. Louis as my drive day, and then we were eating breakfast the next morning, which we tried to check in our hotel late at night, and the guy at the front desk was sleeping, passed out at the desk, so we were just stuck looking at him while he's sleeping, while we sat outside for another half hour before we finally got let in. Neither here nor there. But
no, keep going.
Yeah, so we went to go eat in the morning.
Dude,
then
don't feel rushed.
So we went to go eat in the morning, and then like as we're eating, we get the call that pandemic, there's regulations about to happen, and it's becoming an issue, and that the parents of the events and stuff that we were going to be doing would be protesting if we continued. So that was the day that we stopped working. And I have not had my sound job back ever since. It's been over a year now. So that's why I'm like, it doesn't fall on deaf ears, but when people are all like, oh, well, like, I want to go back to serving again, it's like, you've had your job at multiple times. It's like a whole thing too.
Right.
But my job's been gone ever since. And
yeah, me too.
And not only that, but I worked.
Hashtag me too, motherfucker.
Yeah. But I worked so hard. I sacrificed so much of my life. I've turned down salary jobs and other things so I can tour, so I can be a musician, so I can work with stage. And I grew to that point.
Yeah, you put yourself in a fucking position.
Exactly, yeah.
To have the ability to do these things.
Then all gone.
You set your life up in a way
to
give yourself to do these things. And then now the economy collapses, the government takes your job away from you, they decide you're not essential, and then society tells you should have had a backup plan.
Oh my God!
Bitch.
You don't know how bad I wanted.
This is the backup plan.
Yeah.
There's only NFL players go to college but there's still only one plan. Actors,
You should have
go
had
to
backup.
Hollywood and
It'd be
have
like you
one
should have had
plan.
backup money to been saved up for in case there was a problem.
And you should stop trying to fucking go to concerts for free and pay your fucking way so I can have a fucking savings account.
Yes.
But instead, concert promoters barely break even most shows
Yep.
and have a hard time hiring professionals like me.
Yeah.
So we were barely making it to begin with.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize. I'm speaking for you.
Oh yeah, no.
But I feel like I'm way more aggressive and I can make your argument better than you can.
Yeah, no, I mean, like
you
I said,
pieces of shit.
I've worked so much in my life to get to that point, and like I had my first European tour canceled. We had our album we worked our asses off during the wintertime of 2019 to finish our album up in time, and then we handed that album over in February of 2020, and they were like, "Cool, it'll come out next year." We were like, "Fuck yeah, okay." I mean, and then like I said,
when I had your boys on,
yeah,
I had Alex on first, then I had Dan on,
yeah,
and we had conversations in private,
yeah,
before and after the podcast.
Yeah,
we couldn't talk about those things on the podcast. Legal reasons.
I'm probably not supposed to.
We haven't. Trust me, we haven't crossed any boundaries as far as your record label shit goes. But they were terrified.
Yeah.
Dan and Alex were terrified of saying anything as far as timelines, plans, what was happening, what was being released. Like I could see it in their eyes. Like I'm sitting just like you now.
Yeah.
Like you look relaxed and comfortable and you're leaning forward and having fun.
Yeah.
It was as if I had two demons hanging over me, staring at them into their soul. I've never seen that much fear in someone's eyes.
Yeah.
As when those two came on the podcast individually. It was like, you guys, I don't know what you're doing, but you got to fucking relax. Because it's also coming across in your other YouTube interviews, by the way. I've looked at your other YouTube videos, and you two are way too serious. You two need to loosen the fuck up. Because in real life, you guys are awesome, but when you get on camera, you act like you're fucking... I don't know what to say.
Well, that's what... I mean, we all have our different personality traits in our band, and that's also like...
You realize I'm very close with those two.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying this arbitrarily.
Oh, yeah.
You're two band members.
Yeah.
I'm extremely close with both of them.
Yeah.
I'm looking into the camera and telling you to relax. Because when you're on camera, you guys are stiff as boards. It's not a good look. You guys gotta fucking relax. Seriously, I don't know what it is, man. Like, they need to let you do more interviews. And they need to stop trying to be James Hetfield and Lars Ulrich. like it's not working. Like Alex, you're not James Hetfield, and Dan, no offense, you're way more talented than Lars Ulrich, but you're a good interview. But let Steven do more talking. I love you guys, but you really need to like understand what's going on right now. Oh, by the way, I just realized this light behind me. It's been on this entire time. Hold on. We're about to wrap this up, but I'm still going to fix this. Hold on. This is hilarious.
Hi, Mom. Love you.
It only took me 4 hours to realize that backlight was on behind that curtain. That looks much better.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect timing to start wrapping this up.
Yeah,
Steven,
in the dynamic,
your mom says she's so proud of you.
She's watching.
She's so proud
just
of
like
you.
your mom chipping on your Patreon. Yes,
She
mom.
was
Look at
my
us.
first Patreon subscriber, which is honestly expected. Let's be honest. Who should be your first Patreon? Definitely your parents. Like, if anyone's gonna subscribe to your shit first, it should definitely be them. Right?
No, my mom's been very encouraging through my whole life. It's why I feel like I am empathetic as I am and as open as I am, is because of her upbringing in that sense. So
let's give a
been
big
very
shout out to
encouraging.
Kat Soland.
yes.
So how do you have a different last name than your mom?
My dad is different.
Your dad.
My dad is different. Yeah.
My dad. My dad, he's different.
Different,
That's
yeah,
such
yeah.
a cute response. Like that's adorable. Like you just had you suddenly stopped being a grown man and just became a little kid. And you were like, my dad. My dad, he's different.
Different last names.
Like, that's so adorable, dude.
They divorced when I was like 3, so
I feel that.
yeah.
My mom got pregnant and I didn't meet my real dad until I was 16.
Yeah, I was more of like where I talked to my dad, but didn't actually like spend time with him till like 8 or 9. I think it was 8.
My dad and I have an odd relationship.
But that was my dad's passed now at this point and everything too. But he that's like a big that side of the family is totally the music side where he was just a amazing guitar player and he played like hair metal stuff and speed metal stuff. And my grandma was a pianist. She worked at the NPR station. She had classical music playing through the entire house 24/7 at all times. She taught me piano, and that's how I started getting into music even more. And like that's the whole side that then like became
none of that from your mom's side?
encouragement and everything on that side, like personality wise.
None of the talent. None of, like so the love and the
none
support.
of the musical talent.
So the
looks
love
though.
and the
My mom's a looker. She's been
Well, okay, so you got your looks from your mom.
Yeah.
Because we talked about that on the last podcast.
Yeah.
You haven't.
Yeah.
I think you're obligated. By the way, on the last podcast, you dropped the locks.
Yeah.
I think on this podcast, I think we need to end this. You need to drop these
I'll
locks.
pop them down. Hold on.
Because my man here is gorgeous. Like I don't think you realize my man here is beautiful. Like these locks are devastating. Like women, I hope you got clean panties on. Because I don't know.
Hello.
Oh my God.
It's very long. Actually, I really do need a haircut because it's past a couple feet now. It's getting down to my butt almost soon.
Gorgeous.
So we're getting there.
Jesus Christ. And it's like not overly curly.
No, yeah. Not at all. It's pretty straight. The Japanese straight hair. It's just the whole waviness of it being up. It never tangles. It's pretty thick at the same time. It'll probably grow white soon. I'm actually looking forward to the time when it becomes all white. And I feel like I'm obligated to that type to grow the Fu Manchu at that point.
At this camera, people can hear me yelling in the background. I'm trying to reset this camera.
Hello.
Ah,
Single but emotionally unavailable.
we're gonna do the hand thing so we can bring the focus back. Oh, hold on. Talk. You got to say something.
Hey, there's the hand, and there I am.
Oh my God! Look at those blocks. See if I talk soft enough, they can hear me, but I don't take the camera.
They become even more sensual. With
Oh
the
my
lower
God!
voice.
Yeah, you gotta do that proximity effect.
The proximity effect.
For real though,
Actually, I'm about to go record a voiceover after this.
I used to have really long hair.
Yeah.
Like yours.
Yeah.
And at the bottom it got wavy like that.
Yeah.
And I used to get so many girls just because of the hair. And then I hit 16 and the psoriasis in my scalp took such a dramatic hold that even now I have to like worry and like wipe my shoulders and like do some of this.
Yeah.
You know? Like especially in public, you'll see me do that shit a lot. The psoriasis are so fucking bad. If I scratch the back of my neck, like this whole thing will get coated in white and it's disgusting. Embarrassing. Even as a married man, I don't want to be in public looking like that. So I had to cut my fucking hair. My gorgeous locks. And I'm not jealous.
Yeah.
I'm not jealous.
I'm about to donate half this.
I'm not jealous, but I'm saying right now, if I had the ability to do that again,
Yeah.
which I do technically.
Yeah.
But then I'd have to deal with the shadow of dandruff that comes
That's
with it.
another thing I inherited from my mom is my skin complexion, and I do have. That's like women will compliment
This
my,
is why I
my
don't believe in
skin
white
and from my
supremacy, by
hair.
the way. This is why I don't believe in white supremacy. Because
It's
everyone,
a power construct, though, not just out of looks.
everyone wants to be darker. Like, all the white people go get tans.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, nobody wants to be white.
that's actually how I emotionally deal with that stuff. Growing up was like I grew up with like
they hate you because
if
they're
you
jealous.
if you weren't white and you didn't fit their description of American, like it would be a thing, and I was like made to feel like I could never be like an all of American person. But then I grew up and I realized that like I'm almost as American as you could possibly be with a
you're
mixture of
as-
everything.
No, get rid of that almost.
Yeah.
No, get rid of the
As.
almost.
Yeah.
You're as American.
Yeah.
There-
Very true.
Here's a, and
Yeah.
in fact, you're not as American.
Yeah.
Get rid of that too.
Yeah.
You're American. End of story.
See, even at 34, just turned 34, and I'm still like fighting these
Yeah,
type of things that have been there since
that
the beginning.
positive reinforcement. I
Yeah,
saw that.
yeah.
That just fucked
Yeah,
with
yeah.
you a little bit.
Yeah.
No, you're not almost as.
Yeah.
You're not as. You're American.
Hey, Sean, I'll say reach out to me on Facebook if you'd like, or Instagram, Stephen Lane, as the name appears. Reach out to me there. If you want to come out, I'll be out every Sunday for the rest of this month.
Absolutely.
And I'd love to have you come with, and I'd love to talk to you more since you were so active in all this too.
Sean's a sweet dude. I was gonna tell this story about him. He's peacing out, but that's fine. He knows the story. I've told this about him before.
I would hope he would know his own story.
So we I mentioned this earlier. Me and Randy did this podcast.
Yeah.
We went and did that show, and hanging out in the back room, and Randy does a set, hang out. Crowd is very low, even though we're at way over what the legal capacity was. We leave, we go hang out. There's a brutal windstorm happening in downtown Minneapolis while it's sub-zero. So I go from 75% battery, and I watch him go from 75% battery on our phones. Both of us right around 75 to 0 within like 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Faster than we can get an Uber to our location. We're fucking freezing our asses off. We're panicked because he's so drunk he can't figure out which direction he lives. And all of a sudden, this kid Sean comes walking around the corner. And me being me, I grab him by his chest and pull him into this little cavern we had found. And I'm like, where are we? Yeah. He has no idea. He's equally as drunk. And he's like, I don't know, but I got cinnamon schnapps. And we're like, fuck yeah. So we just start drinking his booze. And then we steal an Uber. I literally see an Uber sitting across the street. I run up and I'm like, bro, you're here for us? And he's like, yeah, jump in. Wait, where's Stephanie? And I was like, I don't know who Stephanie is. Clearly the system got things wrong because I called for you.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, you're going to South Minneapolis? I was like, no, we're going to North Minneapolis, 35th and Emerson. And he's like, well, that's not what the system says. And I was like, well, the system's wrong, bro. And I will pay you cash because it's too cold for any of us to deal with this right now. Yeah. And he's like, you're right.
Yeah.
So me and Randy and Sean jump in this fucking random Uber dude's cab, and we hijack and steal this fucking poor little white girl's cab. She was like 3 blocks away waiting for this cab because everyone was confused because it's a fucking snowstorm. And me and my boys steal this fucking Uber. We pay him cash. That poor little white girl, I seen her picture on the fucking screen waiting for her Uber. She was hot. Her and her gorgeous girlfriends were fucked that night. Well, sorry, bitch. Enjoy your fucking life. Like, I need to get home. Like, I have no sympathy for a white girl in Northeast Minneapolis.
They just involuntarily participated in communal.
I'm sorry, bitch. Like, you didn't know where you were. You put the wrong address in. I happened to be standing next to him. Everyone was frustrated.
Yeah.
I got a ride home. He got paid, and you probably got a different cab.
I don't even go out.
Sorry, Brittany.
Yeah.
Sorry, not sorry. So that's the story of how we met Sean Rush. Is we literally attacked him. Me and Randy. We assaulted him. And then we came here and we did the first ever shit show, which is an impromptu live podcast after something. There's no preamble. No one knows it's happening. They start at like midnight.
Yeah.
We do them.
Yeah.
Stereo Sympathy saw this podcast, by the way. If Matt's still watching, he can chime in. He saw this podcast. And yeah, they never stay up. They're called shit shows. They go up, we go live, they go unlisted, and no one ever knows they happen.
Nice.
All right, let's wrap this up, bud. Make sure you guys follow him. All the links are in the description. You got anything else you want to plug last minute? I think you did everything. We even threw that last plug in there.
We got the album rolling out, coming this summer. New stuff coming along.
Nothing. You got any links you can airdrop me that we should play on our way out? Anything?
I don't know if we're allowed to play any of the stuff.
Suck it, Prosthetic Records. Just kidding. We love you guys. For real though, like, subscribe, share. That's the biggest way to help do this deal. We're trying to just continue to bring light on the best musicians and comedians and everyone in this town. So Joe
we
Rogan
also had
style.
a very good open dialogue tonight. We went through very different things. Like I said, we kind of touched on a lot of different perspectives.
And I feel like
overall.
you kind of called me out and confronted me on some of my shit, which I had to kind of think through, and I think I did that for
same
you
way
too.
in the same way for me too, where it made me question some things as well.
Yeah,
So
like it's not
it's
all.
a great conversation. These are the conversations that people should be having.
It's so much easier to do this than it is to think about doing this, isn't this?
Yeah.
Like you think about like, oh, what are we gonna talk about?
Yeah.
And here we are 4 hours later, like, oh, we should probably wrap this up, bro.
And half the things we talk about, we still only like halfway went into.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, right?
We just allowed Tangent to go into each tangent and freely flow while we also never touch back on some of the things.
This was an absolute
Which we
blast,
will.
dude. I'll tell you what.
Definitely.
We killed the regular Centauri Toki. So
Hey.
the only way we can end this properly is we gotta do a little do a dab of that Habiki. We have to. Like it's unacceptable if we end this on anything else than that. And by the way, the rest of you peasants aren't allowed to have the Habiki.
It's also part of my culture. I'm gonna
See
claim
how
it.
I didn't
I'm gonna
laugh
claim
there?
it.
I didn't laugh. It's not a joke. The rest of you peasants don't get to just. I'm just kidding. Jesus Christ.
Best form of joke is when you don't make it sound like a joke.
You're peasants. Me too. I'm also a peasant. So I don't get to drink. What did I just do? I just painted myself into a box. Son of a bitch. All right, hold on.
All right. We're learning.
The reason this is significant, the reason no one's allowed to drink.
Japanese harmony.
Okay, so the reason this is significant, the reason no one's allowed to drink this is not because it's actually expensive. Yes, it's expensive. It's like $100 for a bottle of tequila or for a bottle of this whiskey. That's not that big of a deal, though.
Japanese whiskey.
The reason it matters is because it's impossible to fucking find. Like, I'm not joking.
Yeah.
I searched for 4 months. Tim Java from
a good dude, for sure.
Tim Java from Dead to Fall bought me a bottle of this, brought it.
And Dead Hands now, I think.
Yeah, I think he's back in Dead Hands.
Yeah.
He's in like 30 bands now.
Yes.
He's a whore.
Busy man.
He bought this bottle as a gift to the podcast. And him and I drank about this much on one podcast. And then I cashed the bottle within like a week or two. And was like, I have to replace it. I have to replace it. I have to replace it. It took me like 4 months.
Yeah.
So it's really not about the money. It's just how fucking hard it is for me to find this whiskey. That's why we don't share this every time. And there's another reason we're going to do this. This is the last podcast I'm allowed to drink on.
Oh, yeah.
Thursday, we're doing a podcast with Lee Underwood. female drummer from Fool Fighters, and several other very good bands, including a band called Portentum. And it looks like trying to do one finger each.
Pretty good pour.
Extremely talented. And it's not one of those things where it's like, oh, she's talented for a girl. Like, no, she's just really good.
I hate putting on that with it.
Like,
yeah,
she'll
I like
run
it.
fucking circles around the rest of you dudes.
The one thing I hate about the metal stuff like that is having there be a literal category of like female vocalists. Like, it shouldn't be a whole different thing.
It shouldn't be, but oftentimes it is, because it becomes like a... What's the word I'm looking for? A gimmick. It becomes a gimmick.
Do you think it's played upon the band's part, though? Or just because the fans are in this genre of where there isn't as many women doing vocals?
I think it's a combination of both.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think there's not a lot of
People
them.
play into it, and it's also, at the same time, it's because it is more very...
Yeah, it's like black dudes in metal.
Yep. Yeah.
It's like there's not a lot of black dudes in heavy metal music. So if you're in a band with a black dude and you don't lean on that, it's almost a bad business decision. If you do lean on it, then you're pandering. Pick your poison.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because you're exploiting your black band member just because he's black and he's in metal. He's also an anomaly and should be celebrated. Pick your poison. Do you want to patronize him and make him a token? Or do you want to celebrate his individuality? This is marketing. This isn't even ethics. This is marketing. Like, how do you want to play this?
Yeah.
Or do you want to ignore it completely and act like it's not a thing?
I like when people just ignore it and not make it the thing.
I prefer that as well.
Exactly. Which I find there's definitely bands that do, and then obviously same with like girl bands too, where it'll be like a thing that is a girl band, and there'll also be bands that are like it's just like any other thing.
The question is if you're a black musician in a heavy metal band and you feel compelled to represent or inspire other people from the black community, then you don't have a choice but to market the fact that you're a black musician in metal music and you're defying a stereotype.
I think you
become a token
in
your own marketing.
I think you could have the separate conversations without being sold as that way, maybe.
How? How do you inspire black kids to get into metal without talking about the fact that you're a black dude in metal?
Just by being part of that norm, I guess. Not having it be the main selling point.
I see what you're saying. So just like literally just going...
ignoring it and just being like, no, this is the place. This shouldn't be a thing. This is just how it goes. Yeah.
So you literally have to actually go out of your way to avoid it then.
In the ways, yeah. Same way you'd have to be with, I feel like, with white hip-hop artists.
I like that. Yeah. So pick it, run with it,
Yep.
decide, don't question it.
And most likely just try to ignore it and not make it the topic. Unless you are having...
Try that. That's a different game.
I'm not a drinker that often, so this will be like a good test.
It's a real sipper. That's a completely different game than the last whiskey. It's the same company, by the way.
Goes easy, too.
Those are the same company.
Crazy.
It's just two different styles.
This tastes more flavorful and less alcohol-y to me.
Yeah. Like this, you can really, like, you can smell this and you smell apples.
I didn't need a chaser, and I'm notorious for needing one because I'm not.
If you take
my palate isn't designed.
Smell that, and you'll smell apples. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I've never smelled apple in a whiskey before in my life.
Crazy.
Yeah, super good. All right, guys, let's wrap this up, dude. We're gonna hang out for a few more minutes.
Cool.
Yeah. I think we've kind of wrapped up everything, haven't we?
Pretty much.
I guess if you guys have any last-minute questions, you can throw some shit in. Just for fun, because we can. I'm going to play a little song. I'm going to play a music video for my old rock band. That's what I'm going to do. I played drums in a rock band like 10 years ago called The Tyrants, and there's one video online, and we're going to play that right now. And then at the end of this, we're just going to hit the outro. So thank you guys. Love you guys. Hit like, subscribe, share, all that kind of shit.
Peace.
All the links in the description. Everything top to bottom. Thank
I'll
you guys
say
so much.
about peace and the metal is that it takes a lot of love to hate things and want the change, and that's where metal comes into actually being a loving genre in the end.
What a way to end that. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. That's it. That's it. We're done. I'm not saying anything else. That's it.
Done.
Okay, we're not doing that. That ended that experiment. All right. Well, see you guys. We're just going to hit the outro. Peace out.
Cheers.
Love you guys. Hey, everyone. Excited to be back. It's Tuesday. We got a good podcast coming up tonight. But before I get started reading anything, I want to give a huge shout out to our new Canadian fans and supporters. Big shout out to the Waffle Stomping podcast, Canada. Big shout out to them. Make sure you guys go check it out. They're on Spotify.